project which we have recently launched, that is National Landslide Risk Mitigation Program worth 1,000 crores. So it's inspiring to see a gathering of geoscientists, disaster professionals and technical leaders convened to address the critical issues related to landslides. I welcome all the special guests from NDMA, GSI, academia, industry and all who are there to learn more and more about the landslide risk reduction. Today, it's not just about the presentation, it's about the partnership, it's about the ideas, and it's about the practical part to resilience for DRR. So now, before we launch into our sessions, please take a moment to scan the QR code if you can see at the back of your ID cards. So there are two QR codes. So one QR code will let you know about the agenda of this entire workshop, and another QR code is a code for the program which we have launched, the National Landslide Risk Mitigation Program. So you will get to know all the insights about this program and why this workshop has been designed and why we are considering the topic as 3 M's into 3 R's. So now I would like to welcome our dignitaries on the dais, our chief guest, Shri Asis Sahaji, Director General GSI. So please come on the dais. Shri Rajendra Singh Ji, Member and HOD NDMA. Dr. Krishna Swatsa will be joining us soon. Advisor Mitigation, Shri Safi S.N. Rizvi, NDMA, and the Deputy Director, Saibal Ghosh Ji from GSI. Please join us on the dais, sir. Thank you so much. So let's begin our inaugural session with a special address by a visionary leader in disaster management. And please join me in welcoming Shri Rajendra Singh Ji, Member and HOD NDMA, to give the inaugural address. Thank you.
You are calling me visionary leader? Good afternoon, please. आपका फोन प्रणाम गुरुदेव आइए सर थैंक यू वेरी मच धन्यवाद कहते हैं कि जो जमीन खिसकती है तो सिर्फ मिट्टी नहीं जाती कई घरों की बुनियादें भी साथ बह जाती हैं Respected dignitaries on dais, our chief guest, Director General of GSI, Sri Asis Sahaji, Dr. Krishna Vasji, Member NDMA, Dr. Ghosh from GSI, my friend Rijvi Saab, who is Advisor Mitigation, ED NIDM, or I'll say he has started putting a new hat now, that is Professor NIDM and founder of and CEO of CoDRR Group of companies. So this is the 14th CoDRR meeting we are having, and he is the founder and CEO of this group of companies. Good morning, and all the dignitaries. Bikram Gupta ji from Sikkim University, Swapnamita ma'am, all the way from Wadi Institute, Dehradun, Professor Sajin, yeah, you are here from Kerala, and special guests and for today's function is our very dear friend Simbul ma'am, who has come all the way from her house and attending this workshop here. आज कोडर ग्रुप 14 वर्कशॉप के अवसर पर बोलते हुए एक और जहां मुझे गौरव और जिम्मेवारी का एहसास और अनुभव भी हो रहा है, क्योंकि यह वर्कशॉप एनडीएमए एंड जियोलॉजिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया द्वारा जॉइंटली संयुक्त रूप से आयोजित की गई है और इसका उद्देश्य है 3M फॉर 3R इन लैंडस्लाइड रिस्क रेजिलियंस, जो कि इस समय अत्यंत प्रासंगिक और समयोजित है। Landslide, if you see in last 15-20 years, landslide has become a silent but severe hazard, threatening lives, livelihood, and especially infrastructure in hilly and mountain region of India. And if I'll say, भूस्खलन अब एक स्लो मोशन डिजास्टर बन गया है. टिल द टाइम इट इज हैजर्ड, इट इज ओके, बट नाउ धीरे धीरे चलने वाला लेकिन अत्यधिक विनाशकारी ये एक डिजास्टर बन गया है, क्योंकि वी हैव सीन कास्केडिंग इफेक्ट. जोशीमठ, सिक्किम, when something happens and how devastating it is. जलवायु परिवर्तन, अनियंत्रित निर्माण, वनों की कटाई, अंधाधुंध सड़क निर्माण इस समस्या को और विकराल बना रहे हैं. और अगर भारत के परिप्रेक्ष्य में बात करते हैं तो करीब 4.3 लाख स्क्वायर किलोमीटर एरिया, which amounts to around 12.6% of land mass, is prone to लैंडस्लाइड. हिमालयन, पश्चिमी घाट और पूर्वोत्तर क्षेत्र विशेष रूप से अत्यधिक संवेदनशील हैं. हर साल हम न केवल पहाड़ों को खोते हैं बल्कि लोगों का भविष्य, उनकी आजीविका और आश्रय भी खो देते हैं. लॉस ऑफ लाइफ, प्रॉपर्टी, हैबिटेट एंड डैमेज टू इकोनॉमी एंड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, road, bridge, powerhouses, railway, this all happens due to landslide. And there is a need for better understanding of this problem and improve plans and policy which can reduce the impact. That's why this workshop, which comes for 3M for 3R, is NDMA is hosting the 6-pillar framework जो हमारी रणनीति को अपनाती है, हमारे विजन को दर्शाती है और एक पूरा मानचित्र आपके सामने रखती है. We believe in shifting the lens from reactive recovery to proactive resilience. That is our vision for landslide. Mapping is सटीक मानचित्र, monitoring वास्तविक and समय निगरानी, and mitigation समन और संरचनात्मक उपाय. And when we talk about 3R, risk assessment, जोखिम मूल्यांकन, rapid response, त्वरित प्रतिक्रिया और robust recovery, मजबूत पुनर्निर्माण. और यह फॉर्मूला 3M plus 3R is equal to resilience. हमारी सोच का सार है ये. It is not just an equation, it is a roadmap for survival, sustainability and sovereignty in disaster management. So 3M plus 3R, you can say, is a SQ. It is for survivability, it is sustainability, and it is sovereignty in disaster management. इसके लिए एनडीएमए ने इसके तहत 1000 करोड़ की एक नेशनल लैंडस्लाइड मिटिगेशन प्रोग्राम शुरू किया था. And I really like to thank here and acknowledge the contribution made by my very dear friend Krishna Vasji and all the faculty members from GSI. These people have really worked, and today we have seen this 1,000 crore rupees is Government of India, how they have allocated, and now state have to prepare their plan and submit to us and go ahead with this system. And if this works out well, I think in coming years we'll not see such type of landslide in India. इस आज के वर्कशॉप के फोकस एरिया विल बी ड्रोन एंड लिडार ऑफ ग्राउंड सर्वे, गुणवत्ता मैपिंग, हाई रेजोल्यूशंस ऑफ लैंडस्लाइड मैपिंग, भू तकनीकी यंत्रों से रियल टाइम मॉनिटरिंग, स्लोप रिग्रेडिंग, बायो इंजीनियरिंग, सरफेस ड्रेनेज, structural mitigation such as retention walls and all. IMD के साथ अर्ली वार्निंग सिस्टम का समन्वय और स्टेट और डिस्ट्रिक्ट स्तर की पर क्षमता का निर्माण. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not just a conference, it is a strategic platform to turn knowledge into action. यह वर्कशॉप से प्रस्तुति का मंच ना समझें आप इसको, यह नीति को व्यवहार में लाने का एक अद्भुत मंच हम आप लोगों को दे रहे हैं. बहुत दिनों से सुनते हैं लैंडस्लाइड लैंडस्लाइड, लेकिन आज टाइम आ गया है, बिकॉज ऑल द पीपल फ्रॉम वेरियस यूनिवर्सिटीज, द नॉलेज पार्टनर्स, they are sitting in the audience. Please come forward, make plans, guide us. We are the policy makers. And the community, they are going to use it. It is like on a lighter side, if I'll say it is a Zomato. You people are the producer of product. Community are going to use it. And we are the food carrier, parcel carrier. Whatever you give it to us, we will take it to the community and they will be benefited. When we are doing this job, to kindly come forward, sell your product, guide us, early warning system, monitoring, mapping, at ground level pay, risk assessment. If you want our community to live properly for 2047 Viksit Bharat, this is the time for you people. Don't hesitate. Come to NDMA, discuss with us, discuss with all technical members. We are here and the faculty member that Professor Rijvi Saab is there, Dr. Krishna Vasji is there. There are so many people are there to looking forward to meet you people. Please take this thing in a right spirit. And finally, let me summarize this takeaway from today is 3 actionable points. Number 1, my first point is from mapping to meaning. केवल मैपिंग ही नहीं, उसका व्यवहारिक उपयोग जैसे कि शहरी नियोजन, शहरी सड़क सुरक्षा और स्कूल की लोकेशन में सिर्फ मैपिंग ना करें, उसको व्यवहार में भी लाएं कि अगर वहां पर अगर मैपिंग कर ली है, उस मैपिंग और रिस्क असेसमेंट का ज्ञान अगर हमने डिस्ट्रिक्ट को नहीं बताया, ब्लॉक को नहीं बताया, प्रदेश को नहीं बताया, दे विल गो, ठेकेदार विल गो एंड ही विल मेक द स्कूल बिल्डिंग देयर. इट इज अ लॉस ऑफ मनी, क्योंकि आफ्टर सम ईयर जमीन खिसकती है तो घर की धरोहर भी निकल जाती है. माय सेकंड पॉइंट इज फ्रॉम मॉनिटरिंग टू मोबिलाइजेशंस. प्लीज कीप दिस थिंग इन माइंड. सेंसर लगाना ही काफी नहीं है, स्थानीय प्रशासन और समुदाय को अलर्ट प्रतिक्रिया देना भी उतना ही जरूरी है और उनको आना चाहिए कि if somebody says this thing, तो सिर्फ मॉनिटरिंग ना करें, मोबिलाइजेशंस भी उसका हमें ध्यान दें. And my third point would be mitigations to mainstreaming. भूस्खलन को सालाना आपदा न माने, इसे विकास की योजना में शामिल करें. इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डिजाइन से लेकर भूमि उपयोग नीति तक इसका यूज करें. फाइनली, क्योंकि जब भी मैं बोलता हूं तो एक लास्ट में 2 लाइनें जरूर बोलता हूं. राहत इंदौरी साहब का एक शेर है कि फरिश्ते ही होंगे जिनका मिजाज अच्छा है. फरिश्ते ही होंगे जिनका मिजाज अच्छा है. इंसान तो अक्सर हालात में बदल जाते हैं. Only angels have the luxury of unchanging temperaments. Human often change with circumstances. हमें हालात बदलने का इंतजार नहीं करना चाहिए, हमें प्रोएक्टिव बनना चाहिए, संवेदनशीलता, विज्ञान और संकल्प के साथ. ह्यूमन बिहेवियर, policy, institutional response, all are shaped by our circumstances. Let's not wait for catastrophic circumstances to force change. Let us be proactive, empathetic, and visionary, and not leave resilience to be shaped by tragedy. Let's not wait for the tragedy. This is the time. और अगर फरिश्ते की कतार में खड़ा होना है तो फिर काम करना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो हालात के साथ बदलते रहिए. अपना ठिकाना आज यहाँ है, कल वहाँ है. आज ब्रिज यहाँ बनाया, कल एक ब्रिज वहाँ बन जाएगा. सोचिए कितना लॉस हम लोगों को साल में होता है. लेकिन अगर हम सब मिल करके एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे काम करते हैं तो मैं समझता हूं कि आने वाले टाइम में हम लोग बहुत कुछ अचीव कर सकते हैं. Let us not call landslide as a natural disaster. They are often failure of design, policy and preparation. हमारे पास तकनीकी डाटा और अनुभव है. सवाल ये नहीं है कि हम क्या कर सकते हैं या नहीं, सवाल यह है कि क्या हम करना चाहते हैं. दैट इज द मेन क्वेश्चन. क्या हम करना चाहते हैं? अगर करना चाहते हैं तो 70-75 साल से अगर हम GSI, NDMA, वाडिया इंस्टीट्यूट, सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया, IITs, universities are there, why they are not able to find out the right kind of solution? There is no dearth of money. The custodian of mitigation fund, Dr. Krishna Bhaji, is sitting here. He is still having 11,000 crore lying in kitty. But you have to make your plan. Why you are laughing? It is a kitty, his kitty. 15th Finance Commission has given 2,28,000 crore. 32,000 crore is lying with the state. I am not talking about the states. मैं राज्यों की बात ही नहीं कर रहा हूं. वो करें ना करें वो उनकी मर्जी है. लेकिन जो हम सेंटर में आप लोगों के लिए करना चाहते हैं, स्टेट के साथ करना चाहते हैं, नॉलेज पार्टनर को साथ लेके जाना चाहते हैं, उसमें जो 16-16.5 हजार करोड़ इन महाशय के पास रखा हुआ है, सिर्फ 4-5 हजार करोड़ गया है, 11,000 करोड़ बचा हुआ है. आइए बनाइए प्लान और रोकिए इस आपदा को भारत में आने से. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सब लोगों को. एंड ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर द वर्कशॉप. गॉड ब्लेस यू. थैंक यू.
Thank you so much, sir, for the so much encourageful and motivating words to start the inaugural session. Now, I would like to request the advisor mitigation, the mentor, the guide of our team, the director of this entire workshop, and of course the ED and IDM, Shri Safi S.N. Rizvi sir, to please come and give the overview of the workshop. So please. Thank you.
So can we dim the lights a bit so that the screen is visible? Is it possible? If not, never mind. So thank you, HOD sir, for extremely good words. I would say thank you so much to GSI. It's completed 175 years. It's like homecoming for me. I am basically a boy of a GSI family. My dad worked with the GSI for several years, and we've grown up in Calcutta, where we were almost living in that office and that lovely iconic building that the GSI has in Calcutta. Thank you to Dr. Saha for coming and gracing this occasion, and thank you so much for Dr. Ghosh to be always around whenever we need any help from GSI or anything that they need. We are always trying to reach out to them. One of the most important things is that we are coming together. We are coming together formally, and this is basically a handshake that is not going away. We are not signing any MOUs. We are government. Why do we need to sign MOUs? We are always there as brothers in hand. And our first project we are taking up is a 64 crore project, which is going to bring in early, exactly what our HOD said about early warning. This early warning for landslides in 8 specific districts which are most landslide prone. We are working together in bringing this project out so that it can be worked on, and at least starting the next year. As regards the two deities of NDMA sitting on the dais, our HOD, Mr. Rajinder Singh, and Dr. Krishna Vatsa, I have to say a few words for them. This 3M and 3R is actually them. The 3M for Mr. Rajinder Singh starts from the word management. He is our manager, manages us morning, afternoon, evening, and at times at night as well. Then he's our meaning. He brings meaning to everything. For every share that he says in every one of our 14 workshops, there is a meaning. He has found all the texts of these great शायर्स एंड उसमें से टेक्स्ट निकाल के उसको डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट से ये लिंक करते हैं. तो एक्सट्रीमली गुड मीनिंग फाइंडर and finally motivator of the highest kind, which you must have experienced while he spoke. So thank you, sir, for being you and keeping us going. And the 3 R's for Professor Dr. Krishna Vatsa is research, research, and research. He is the person who is the resident deity for all knowledge about disaster for us. He is my Guruji, my trainer. For the last 2 years, I've been in NDMA. From the word D to end of disaster R, I have learned from him. He is an outstanding trainer, researcher. And one thing that Mr. Rajinder Singh did not mention, that the 11,000 crores that my poor doctor is supposed to have with him, unfortunately, the key lies elsewhere. So there's a slight issue there, but otherwise he's trying the best to open that lock through various other means. So now we'll go to this presentation. So as perilous as picturesque, we are sitting with experts here. There are no newbies over here, so hence I will try and make it as erudite as possible. However, I'm a learner, just a new learner. I'm an IPS officer. I'm not a scientist. But for the last 2 years, I have grown from kindergarten to possibly class 5. So this is as perilous and picturesque as Dipali Jindal, who has made most of this presentation, has told me to put up as the first slide, and then warn everybody about the dangers. So this is a little ghibli she has made, that if these are the mountains, they speak to us. The mountains are speaking, are we listening? Exactly what a lot of people on the philosophical side say this, we also say the same thing. So hence, if you do anything anthropogenic in the mountains, you must do it with great thought, with great care, and with a lot of preventive measures. This is the slide that happened in Wayanad. It's from a TV channel. So this is the impact of that single disaster over 6 hours. It started flowing at the furthest end at the top, and it just wiped out so many houses and took away at least 200 plus lives. So one of the most horrifying in recent times. Okay, so that is the horror of a landslide, and that is just one landslide. You have hundreds of small ones and maybe tens of really big ones every year. This year we're getting 6% extra monsoon rainfall. So most likely, unfortunately, we will have to deal with landslides in the next 4 months. Now, scale resistancy is a very nice, interesting way of looking at landslides from the macro perspective. Look at the bottom part, 10 to the power of -1, and then 10 to the power of 1, 10 to the power of 2. This is all exponential scale. So if you look at the lifetime of a landslide, it can start from 10 years and go up to 1,000,000 years. So one landslide can be a slow-moving landslide, and it can move up to 1,000,000 years. The triggering time in itself can move up to 10,000 years. The length of the landslide, as to how far it flows, can be so many thousands of kilometers. The area can be so many thousands of square kilometers, and the volume can be so many thousands and millions of kilometers cube. And same with velocity, total area, affected area, and the number of places it damages. So what this chart, one chart shows you is that a landslide can be slow moving, fast moving, high velocity, low velocity, but it can create massive damage. Hence, prediction is super important. Early warning is very important, and also assessing the distance to which it moves, so that you have resilience building. You do not make your bridges there, you do not build your houses there. That's the general macro picture that this thing is giving you. Now, this is some theory which I won't go through because we have experts over here. What is the major trigger? Unprecedented high rainfall is seen as the most important, highest factor in triggering landslides. There are two types of factors. One is geo and one is anthropogenic, which is man-made. And then this glossary that whenever as a newcomer you hear all these terms like mass movement, slope failures, slope instability, terrain instability, land slips. Essentially, there are ways and means of deciding what is the nature of that landslide and how it has occurred. Dr. Kanun goes over here, who goes with us on so many PDNAs, which are post-disaster needs assessments. We have officials from the GSI over here. They also go with us on these PDNAs. So these PDNAs, why I'm mentioning them is that in disaster management, we have 4 windows of activity that NDMA looks at. The first is the capacity building window and preparedness window. So you spend about 10% of the 2,28,000 crores on preparedness and capacity building. 20% is spent on mitigation. So that's 30% funds are spent pre-disaster, and 70% are post-disaster. Now earlier, before this recent Finance Commission, the 70% was actually all spent on relief and response. But now it has been classified into 2 more windows, called a relief and response window of 40% and 30% of reconstruction and rehabilitation. That is where we need these post-disaster needs assessments, which are in a very detailed format. These are done, and our scientists, GSI scientists, Dr. Kanungo's scientists from CBRI, and various other institutions participate in it. This is all the gizmo stuff that Dipali wanted me to speak on, but I cannot because I don't understand even one word over there, except the word scarp, which I think the scientists have been smart enough, taken the word scar on a land face and added a P over there, just so that they sound very erudite. But that is what I feel that has been done. Now, this is what they do in the PDNA. The top is called the crown of the landslide, the bottom is called the toe, and then they measure the length from the top to the toe, then the width at various places. So this is how they measure the landslide, and which part is the one, the blue part is the one that it's known as the Dipali? The niche wala part is known as what, and the upar wala? Accumulation and? Yeah, so this is the theory of it. Now we move to the practical side. So what are the two resources, main resources offered by Government of India's institutions to watch a landslide, to look at a landslide, to assess a landslide, when the state disaster management authorities have to prepare a plan for landslide mitigation? What do they start with? So one thing you can look at is the NRSC Atlas of 2023, which gives you the landslide atlas, the map of all the landslides that have happened. Then they give you a vulnerability exposure atlas in which they've taken the population in that area, they've taken the density of population in that area, and various other things which are mentioned in the top right corner. Then they've made maps for every state and shown you in the reds that the frequency of landslides are there. So what you're seeing over here, that a lot of research has been done by NRSC I'm just not showing you GSI right now, that's in the next slide. This is just geospatial work, which has identified all these landslides which have actually happened, and they can all be marked in certain areas of the country. Now, if you have already marked certain areas, so you have come down from the massive area landslide of India down to a limited area. So that's how you can start planning. Then they tell you how to do debris flow modeling, they tell you how to use UAV data and landslide modeling, and then landslide susceptibility zonation. Then the big one, interferometry. So SAR interferometry, where you can sit on a computer, use open source infrared open source imagery from a remote sensing satellite, and do this technique called interferometry to actually predict movement in slopes to the extent of 1 centimeter. From up above in the sky so high, you can predict slope movements up to a centimeter. It can be done, it is being done, but this is one area which we need to really scale up on, which is where we will be working on in that 64 crore project. Why the private sector, why CSR, why think tanks, and why research agencies do not focus on interferometry, I don't understand. I have tried my best to keep pushing everybody, and I will keep trying. All of us are trying, but this is one line of work which is a huge gap area in the private sector or in the research sector. Then you go to what GSI has. GSI has a very massively deep portal called Bhukosh. This deep portal has mapped every part of the country, that is Chamoli district in red. So if you look at Chamoli district, there are a lot of things on the left side. These are called layers of data. So you can find seismic data, you can find marine data on this, you can layer all of it on top of each other. Geology, geomorphology, all the landslide inventory, and the ground geophysics, and all the tough words, you can find them all. All these layers are there. You just have to map them one on the other and do all the research that you want. So for a deep level researcher, for somebody who's working in an institution which has to do some focused work, this is the place to start with and end with. And then you can catch up with, this is a more detailed zoom in. Same Jamoli, it's marking out all the landslide spots, and then for each landslide spot you can get much more data. Now, how has the openness of data from GSI? GSI has opened up this data. It's open for, like, just this morning I was looking at this website. It's all open. I didn't have to register on it. So this data, when you go and apply to the GSI, you can get the layers. They will give you the layers also. Has been started getting used by researchers in our own country. So this is another thing that Bhukosh gives you. I'm not going into it. Here is what private researchers have started doing. So a HydroSense lab has requested that background data in IIT Delhi, and they've created this map. So visually, they're trying to create an attractive map, but only on the landslide hazard areas. So this is Uttarakhand, and they have marked out one. If you can go click on one of the districts, this is Lahaul and Spiti, and the blue ones is the medium risk, and the red ones are the high risk. So then you can go to Chamoli, high risk areas, that red bar on the right. So they're giving you an easy way of looking at things for people like you and me, for journalists, for others. This is a very easy way to go. But if you want to do very deep research, then you have to use the Bhukosh portal. This is a slightly larger zoom of that. So this is the products that are available. This is just the tip of the iceberg. But basically, Bhukosh and what NRSC gives you is the place where all of us need to start, and we need to end our research. We'll find everything there. Recent landslides in India. So Sikkim's Glof in 23 was the result of a landslide, and that part of land was essentially glaciated ice with a lot of silt and other deposits on it. So that just fell into the lake, and it released 1/3 of the water. So from about 100 million cubic meters, it came down to 66 million cubic meters. This is what happened. The result, that's the dam getting washed away, 1200 megawatts. And this is the big picture which I would like to show, is an NRSC imagery we got from the UAE satellite. NRSC has a very good international linkage with all geospatial entities in the world. And the top left you see between A and B, that is the 6 football field size lands that fell into the lake. This was basically glaciated ice covered with all kinds of black soot and, I mean, not soot, but debris. This just plopped into the lake, and 6 football fields plopping in, you can imagine the impact. So this caused serious damage, and the South Lonak Lake got seriously disturbed because of that. So the causation for a landslide is a landslide, but for a GLOF is also a landslide. And this Sikkim disaster started with a landslide. Second disaster, GLOF, came in the picture. Third disaster, flash flood, was the result. And the fourth disaster of subsequent landslides. This is a clear example of a cascading disaster. And almost all disasters in the Himalayas are cascading disasters. So whenever we do our analysis or our policy making, we cannot study things in isolation. It has to be done in a cross-cutting manner. This is some stuff that happened in Sikkim in 2024. It keeps happening. There's such steep terrain. 85% of Sikkim has got mountains in it with 60 to 80% slopes composed of geologically weak formations. And this happened just a few weeks ago. A retrogressive landslide, which means the bottom of the mountain started slipping at the toe level, because of which the earth above it came crashing down. And this happened in the middle of an army camp. So it's just a massive disaster. Now, how do you prevent it? There are ways and means of doing it. That is why we take our scientists to these spots to study them. And it's not that this was a low-risk spot. This was a known high-risk spot. But the whole question is that how many of the high-risk spots can you cover? So GSI has done almost 1 lakh landslides have been mapped, of which 30 to 32,000 have already been physically studied in super detail. So those 32,000 are the ones that we have used in our 1,000 crore National Landslide Mitigation Program. This is Wayanad, and this was just 2 days of torrential rain, 300 plus mm in 2 nights. And it just took apart everything in Wayanad. This is it's not properly visible, but this is the expanse of that landslide. Now, this is a nice cutting from 100 years ago of the Hindu. That also talks about huge landslides in Wayanad. And it says in the last line, never before in the history of Wayanad had there been such a large number of landslips as on this occasion. And we are saying the same thing after 100 years. So this is something to think about for our researchers and our scientists, that it's not that all of this started today. It's just that we've got so many more buildings, and we are possibly not listening to nature when we are making our bridges and buildings, which is why we are where we are. And then again 100 years ago, torrential rain over continuous for 2-3 days in Malabar. So very interesting cuttings that one came across. So what is the formula that we cannot wait for? The mapping, monitoring, and modeling, the 3 M's, the risk readiness, response, and resilient recovery, which is what has been called the 3 M's for 3 R's. This is just basically our guiding light in designing all our mitigation programs. This is our mitigation program in 19 states, and it covers a few spots in every state. It's just 1,000 crores divided by 19. It's not much money. But we are trying to take those 2, 3, 4 spots, 5 spots, 7 spots, which the state says are most prone. We take advice from GSI. If they agree that, yes, this is the place to start, then that's where we are going to build our mitigation measures. So this is not the last program. This is the first. It's actually not the first. There have been some before this. But this is the one that comes out of these 15 Finance Commission funds. We are going to continue this, and next Finance Commission, we may have a 10,000 crore program. So that's the general idea. These have all been approved by Government of India, and they are well on their way of implementation. So landslide, 1,000 crores. Soon we'll have an earthquake preparedness program for 1,600 crores. We've got a GLOF mitigation program for 150 crores. We have a 1,000 crore program for forest fire prevention. We have a 220 crore program for lightning mitigation. So we have several programs like this lined up, and all this hard work is done by these two deities sitting on the panel. Thinking work goes to the 3R gentleman on the left. He thinks, but RS sir is the one who finalizes everything. So these are the 4 components we've broken up everything into. I've added several detailed slides after the thank you. So when we send this presentation across, the SDMAs can use that. And if they have any questions, they can come back to Dipali. Thank you very much.
I think that was a masterclass. So I request everyone to please give a big round of applause first of all. Thank you so much, sir, for a well-structured presentation, for walking us through to the entire landslide program, how landslide happens, how we can mitigate the landslide, and what are the prevention measures we should have to take. So thank you so much for the insightful and provoking presentation. Now I request one of the thoughtful leader in DRR, as sir mentioned, the RRR, the 3 R's, research, 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 Dr. Krishna Itsvatsa sir, for his special remarks. Please, sir.
Very good morning to all of you and my distinguished panelists, colleagues, Mr. Saha, the Director General of GSI, all the experts, colleagues. It's a great pleasure to be here. We are here to discuss, we have been discussing the landslide for quite some time. Now we are discussing it in the context of a program, so that is a huge, huge change. We have developed the program and we have got it approved. Now we are going to implement it. I'm glad we are getting all the support and encouragement of the top scientists working in this landslide risk mitigation. We are also greatly encouraged by the support of the GSI. As Safiji mentioned, GSI is a historical institution, 175 years old. It's a repository of rich knowledge, data, expertise, and we very much welcome their support. They have held our hands. Shaivalji has been a very close guide and supporter of this program, and I'm sure that we will walk a long way in implementing the program. As we have developed this national program and all the states are participating in the program, there are huge challenges that lie ahead of us. And as we are developing this program, we understand the enormity of the challenge. We have got the program approved. We want more specific details from the states. We need specific proposals. These proposals are very hard to come. See, we have, if we get the proposal in 3 or 4 reminders, I can understand. But when we are sending 8 or 10, 11 reminders to the states, please send the proposals, it is a matter of serious concern. It's a matter of serious concern because it underscores that the states don't have the kind of capacity. It's not that we need to blame the states. The states don't have the capacity to develop the proposals and send it. Within the Technical Advisory Committee also, we have been struggling. We have been going over all the states' proposals very diligently. We are guiding the states, but still states are struggling. And this is something that we would like to discuss in greater detail in the workshop today. How can we support the states? What should the states do to develop their own capacities? Institutional capacities, technical capacities. How do they go about identifying the sites and developing the proposals? How much resources should they allocate to various activities? We have a program which allocates the kind of resources across the components. I think there is a general consensus that it is a mitigation program. So the resources that are allocated for mitigation should claim the maximum allocation. And we should also find a good proportion how much we should spend on the one site. We should do less, but we should do well. We are being judged. You know, here the failure is not an option. If we fail, we would be discredited. We, as a community, as an institution, would receive a lot of flack. We tried and we failed. So failure is not an option. We have to succeed. How do we succeed? We succeed when we develop the program wisely. We are identifying the right sites where the slope failures have happened, and we allocate the right kind of resources, find the right kind of solutions, and also dedicate the right kind of expertise. So these are the huge challenges at the state level. We have 3 major regions in which we are implementing the program: Eastern Himalayas, Western Himalayas, and the Western Ghats. In all the 3 areas, the approach would be different. And we need to understand this, and in the workshop, we definitely need to make a distinction. It is a workshop of the experts. We need to understand how we are approaching the Eastern Himalayas, what should be the difference in the approach. I mean, we are in the Eastern Himalayas, we are experiencing intense short duration rainfall, some seismic activity. So we have to, of course, spend a lot of time on early warning systems. These are very, very remote areas. Rainfall thresholding, very, very important, and also the community-based preparedness. If you look at the Western Himalayas, we have a lot of glacial activities, and they are also triggering landslides, earthquakes, and road tunneling. Road tunneling is a very, very important region. So we need to think of more integrated solutions, larger solutions, which involves seismic zoning, slope stabilization, and glacial lake monitoring. It is more integrated. It is integrated more with the earthquake risk reduction. So this is one thing. And Western Ghats, Karnataka, Kerala, Maharashtra, all of them, they have mountain-induced shallow landslides. So here, the emphasis should be on land use regulation, drainage improvement, and risk mapping. These are some of the distinct approaches to the landslide risk mitigation across the regions that we need to consider. Other thing which is extremely important, and this is our project definitely need to spend a huge amount of attention to that, the regulation parts. Regulations for slope stability, regulations for development on the slopes. So how should we, every state, we must compel all the states to develop regulations for the slope stability. That is the one criteria for judging the success of the program. You cannot allow the slopes to be used indiscriminately. You need to respect the slopes. They are very, very important for the integrity of your mountain system. So we need to have all kinds, and the states are doing something. We will discuss this in greater detail in course of the workshop, but it is very, very important that some of these things are looked at. For all the different regions, we need to identify institutions. We need to have a central repository of knowledge. Of course, GSI would perform the function, but we also need all the states to develop institutions as well as the sources of expertise through which we implement the program. We will have much greater discussion, but it's very, very important that we look at some of the specific issues which are reducing the state's capacity or hindering the state's capacity to develop and implement the program. So thank you very much. I look forward to the discussion today, and I wish the very best for the success of the workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the special remarks that brought the direction not just about the national program of landslide, but also how it reflects the today's theme of the workshop, which is on landslide DRR. Now, I would like to request upon Deputy Director and Deputy Director General and Head GSI, Shri Saibal Ghoshji, to come up and please share his thoughts on this today's workshop of landslides. Please, sir.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and all my colleagues of the dais, I think all the stage is set. The way Rijvi Saab has explained landslide in a very lucid terms, what data is available. I think we can start from that point and we can really seriously think at one point that how best we can mitigate this problem. And in that, my last speaker, Dr. Krishna Matsa, have clearly told that state government has to play a very, very big role. State government, where you lack the expertise, you lack the data, that part all the scientists will take care of. If you need a specific data, you please ask that. But that has to come from your end. The problem is that if we think in landslide a top to bottom approach, perhaps that is creating some problems. Let us think something different. If we can think from bottom to up approach, because the implementation has to be taken on the ground. So let us, state government, when they submit a proposal, they should discuss with their local people, local administrations, that what they need. And one thing I can tell you, unlike flood has a tendency that it damages equally because it attains certain level and it damages all the buildings, all the habitations below that level. But landslide is not like that. It's a stochastic problem. It's a random occurrence. It may fail your house, may save my house, or whether I am staying near that locality. And we, the Indians, forget the hazard very quickly, disaster very quickly. That is another problem. So please consider it as a real problem and danger to our country. And we have to also, I think, swallow a bitter pill now that land use zoning regulations, GSI has recently completed 160 sectors on 1:10,000 scale map. I know that 50,000 scale map, with that you cannot implement land use zoning regulations, but 1:10,000 you can do. So you have to do that. For that you have to take some tough measures. And that GSI or the scientists cannot do. They can only supply the data. The state government has to take the tough measures. And I think an authority, NDMA, will definitely support that. Thank you. I think we'll have a very, very fruitful discussions today and we can go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for offering a nuanced and forward-looking perspective and setting the tone for the meaningful discussions in this workshop. Now I would like to take the privilege and honor to welcome our chief guest, Shri Asis Sahaji, the Director General GSI, and I request sir to please deliver the chief guest address. Please, sir.
Very good morning. So the topic, landslide hazard mitigation. Well, so we have two organizations here. One is NDMA, which is the National Disaster Management Authority. And it's obvious that landslide is not only their pain area, there are many other disasters which they are supposed to mitigate. Natural, of course. And we, Geological Survey of India, if you see our parent ministry, Ministry of Mines, there is no connection with landslide as such. The mandate of Ministry of Mines is, exploration, mining, no way related to landslides, at least directly. Indiscriminate mine, it may, of course, cause landslides. But as such, the mandate and this topic which we are discussing today are different. So why do Geological Survey of India has been declared as the nodal agency for landslides? Of course, as geologists, as the Geological Survey of India, the premier 175-year young geoscientific organization of the country, this is our social responsibility. There are many other areas concerning natural disasters which we work on, and landslide, of course, ranks at the top. So, what have we done? If we go back a decade, 2014-15, one August body in GSI suddenly thought or found or realized that there is dearth of credible information about landslides in the country. We just do not have any database at all. And GSI took up this responsibility of creating this. And we started by doing mapping of landslides in 1:50,000 scale. When I say mapping of landslide, what exactly did we do? We did a two-pronged approach. We started working on the lab using all the satellite imageries which were at our disposal, and then we calculated the slopes, the aspects, the land use, whatever is possible using the imageries available with us and the topo sheets which were available with us. And then the thing which never been attempted before by any organization in the country, we took those lab-grown maps to the field. And it was not just one or two traverses. For each topo sheet, almost 80, 90 days, traverses were taken. Each and every aspect of whatever has been deduced through lab studies were checked in the field, weighted. If required, changes were done. And that is how this 1:50,000 landslide susceptibility map was generated. And in fact, today one of the person who spearheaded that movement is sitting amongst us, Dr. S.K. Vadan. He was the DG GSI at that point of time. And his general in this war was Dr. Shaival Ghosh. So that is how this comprehensive country scale data was created. We proudly proclaimed that we have got the National Landslide Susceptibility Map. And then it took us 4 or 5 years, or let's say 6 years. And the beginning of this decade, that is 2020, we thought, what is next? Okay, we have done a susceptibility map, and we have also created an inventory of 80,000 landslides, which is growing, of course, because landslides are occurring every day. What next? So we started developing a perspective plan, and we also understood, getting feedback from our stakeholders. By that time, NDMA has joined us. They started utilizing our data. Some of active states have also started using our data. And we got feedback from them that we need more detail. The information which is present in this map is not enough for us. We need more detail. And based on that feedback, we created once again a short list of 200 sites. This was purely on the basis of feedback which we received from the states. These 200 sites we thought of mapping in 1:10,000 with much more detail which much more important parameters which would help us in taking decisions regarding mitigation. And since 2021-22 onwards, we have been doing that, and we have covered 160 such 1:10,000 LSM work. Along with that, we also started doing site-specific studies of specific landslides, landslides which are known to be rogues, which has created havoc, which has destroyed properties and lives like never before. So 51 site-specific studies has been done. Whatever I'm saying right now in front of you is just to place the very fact that we need information. We need information of the greatest accuracy, of the greatest detail, to actually take decisions to mitigate this disaster. Lot of information is required, and the hunger for information is never going to die. Just think of it, 80,000 plus landslides, so maybe more, maybe we haven't yet discovered some which are happening in the upper reaches of Himalayas, in farthest corners where we have not even set foot. Okay, fine, the risk is low because nobody is staying there. But if you take the case of Sikkim, which was presented here by Dr. Rizvi, probably nobody ever went in that lake. But a landslide over there set a cascading effect which destroyed things downstream. What sort of information you are supposed to gather? When you are supposed to gather? How do I know that that lake is going to get affected? How do I know that another lake is not going to get affected? How many such lakes are there? Which has got this option of getting burst and sending a stream of water down below? How do I know? How do I work on this? It's not a very small country, ours country, and we have these Western Himalayas, Eastern, Northeastern Himalayas, and also the Western Ghats. Where do I monitor? Of course, I have to employ certain technology. I have to monitor. Mapping is not enough. I have to monitor. I have to monitor the movements. How do I monitor the movement? Well, the answer today with us is probably that SAR interferometry. Probably if we continuously monitor these things, the images, the temporal changes, the volume changes, the movements, probably we can forecast, yes, this is going to do some havoc. And then, what sort of havoc it will do? All ifs and else and buts. If a landslide occurs here, will it create a glough? If it creates a glough, what is the volume of water which will be flushed out? What will happen when it will grow down? The volume of debris it will carry? Modeling. That's where you need to model. And how many models would you do? For how many landslides? For how many scenarios? Endless. Just endless. Research. That's how research comes into being. And since it is endless, we need endless crusaders. We need endless warriors. Only GSI, only NDMA, only few interested personnel cannot do. It has to be widespread. It has to be, as Dr. Shehbal Ghosh said, it has to be bottoms up. State authorities at the ground has to tell us, we are seeing this landslide behaving in an abnormal pattern. Please see what has to be done. There are many other issues, We need information, of course. And what are the information we need? See, the early landslide warning system which GSI has done in collaboration with many foreign universities and foreign geological surveys, which is now operational in 3 of the districts, one in Darjeeling, one in Kalimpong, one in Nilgiri, and we have 18 more in experimental stage. That is solely dependent on the rainfall information we receive from IMD. Apart from all other factors, geofactors, which we collect. But without that rainfall, why rainfall? Because as you all know, rainfall is the biggest trigger, apart from the anthropogenic issues which we create in the name of development, in the name of indiscriminate development. We all know that a cascading factor of a landslide will always be in the foothills, but still we do construction on the foothills. We all know we don't try to prevent them. Even if we try to prevent them, I know there are certain nexus which will prevent us from preventing it. So it has to be a cohesive, collaborative approach from all corners. The Disaster Management Authority, the researchers, the data providers like us, the educationists, the NGOs, the district authorities, the community, everyone. Everyone has to be part of it. And once again, going back to that information, rainfall, let's say rainfall, do I know how much rainfall is going to happen at a place, at a single place, at a single point of time? IMD does good level of forecast nowadays. But when we are modeling, when we are trying to forecast, we find that data to be scanty. We need more information to be more granular. And we have to be granular because a landslide as a phenomenon is not spread over a big area as a whole. Its impact may go down for a larger area, but the landslide as a phenomenon is restricted within a very small area. So we need more granular information. One way is to put sensors in every landslide. But if you ask me, that is not a very advisable or workable solution. 80,000 sensors, 1 lakh sensors, who is going to monitor them? Who is going to maintain them? Maybe it's possible. It works experimentally very well with 1 or 2 landslides, which you know, which is in your vicinity. But having a sort of a national endeavor, monitoring each and every landslide, sitting there, may be possible, but it is a little bit of cumbersome. So we can have a combination of all these solutions, having sensors on the ground, having satellites, using interferometry, having all existing information which we have today, and try to do modeling, try to do research, and at the same time, absolutely active participation of all the stakeholders, from data providers to managers to disaster managers to the affected people. And we have to be truthful in our action. That is also very important. I mean, every regulatory authority has to understand and then take their action truthfully. I just cannot let habitations grow indiscriminately in areas which we modelers say is risky. As a country, we have a population density which far exceeds the world average. This is a big constraint. And that is why disasters, when happen, the casualty rate is very, very high. And as Dr. Shehbal Ghosh says, that we tend to forget after some days. We take it for granted. Can't have this situation continue like this. If we really want to stop this type of disasters from happening, we can stop the disaster from happening. Maybe we cannot stop the landslide, but we can control it. Its rainfalls will be there will be slopes, there will be debris, they will flow. We just have to see that it doesn't cause any havoc, it doesn't kill us. So as I said, collaboration has to be there in every level. And the 64 crore project which was mentioned here, that is a collaborative project between GSI, Amrita University Kerala, Kerala University, IIT Mandi, and NRSC. So whatever we are trying to do is what I have said here. We are trying to integrate all sorts of possible technologies, solutions, models, and see what best we can do, how we can develop this early warning system in a much more temporally accurate and spatially accurate, make it more granular. And you know, in this respect, we have also signed an MOU with a renowned international institute, CNR, RPI, IRPI, very recently. So we have the knowledge, we have the wisdom with us, all we need is participation. And you are most welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the in-depth address and for sharing the so vast knowledge about the GSI vital contributions in landslides. And I believe that we are truly honored to have you here and to listen all the things which GSI has done so far. And GSI is the most important pillar for the mapping, monitoring of the landslide in case whenever we are having any kind of a situation. For example, the most recent landslide happened in Sikkim. So we were not aware which kind of landslide it was there, and was there any historical history available. So Saibal sir just was a call away. I just called him and he truly mentioned that all the data is available with us. You can just check the landslide inventory. So GSI is the encyclopedia of landslides, and we are truly honored to have the GSI in collaboration this workshop. Thank you so much, sir. Now, before concluding this inaugural session, I would like to take a moment, the proud moment for the release of the compendium of our flagship workshop that held on 20th September. The title was Why Disaster Risk Insurance Matters. The workshop was graced by the Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister, Dr. P.K. Mishra, the Union Home Secretary, Mr. Govind Mohanji, underscoring the national importance of disaster risk financing. This compendium captures not just the rich technical session, but also the high-level commitment to advancing innovative insurance solutions in India. So we hope it's both a reference and a call to action for everyone working to build more financially resilient future. May I have a big round of applause? Thank you so much everyone. So as we conclude this inaugural session of the CoDRR-14 workshop, it's my privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks on behalf of the apex body of disaster management, National Disaster Management Authority, and the nodal body of landslides in India, the Geological Survey of India. First and foremost, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to our chief guest, Shri Asis Sahaji, for gracing the occasion and for his insightful address that underscored the vital role for geological science and strengthening the disaster resilience. Also, I would like to take the honor to thank Deputy Director General Shri Saibal Ghosh ji for sharing the bottoms-up approach for all these states who are involved in national landslide risk mitigation programs to please follow such kind of approach to reach the resilience to the greater power. A special thanks to Shri Rajendra Singh, member and HOD NDMA, for his constant leadership and inspiring vision, which continue to steer India's disaster management agenda in the right direction. Our deep appreciation to Dr. Krishna S. Vatsa, the member NDMA, for his thought-provoking remarks and perspective that will surely shape the day's discussions. A warm thank you to Shri Safi Hassan Rizvi, Advisor Mitigation NDMA, for laying out the context and objectives of this workshop so clearly and compellingly. I also would like to thank all the guests, my dignitaries, all the speakers, the participants who have joined us today from across the institutions, sectors, and the geographies. Your presence reflects a shared commitment to not only understanding the landslide risk, but also translating the knowledge of the disaster, transforming the disasters into knowledge. Finally, I must thank all the teammates of NDMA who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make today's workshop possible. So now we look forward to a full day learning, exchange and collaboration. Thank you once again and let the technical session begins. But before that, I would like to request HOD sir to kindly present the mementos to our chief guest and the Deputy Director sir, Saibal Ghoshji. I request all the panelists on the dais to please join us for the group photograph. Thank you so much. Thank you, the panel. So, ladies and gentlemen, the tea and snacks are now being served at atrium. So, please return by 11 a.m. as we will dive into the technical session. And before starting the technical session, we have a small filler rounds before each session, I think. So, there will be a chances for each and every one of you to grab the prizes also. So, please be back by 11 a.m. Thank you so much. Atrium is on ground floor. Is at ground floor. Welcome back once again, everyone. I hope you all had a great time with tea and snacks. I request everyone at the back to please concentrate on the screen just after 1 minute, because you could win a chance, you could grab a chance to win a gift or surprise gift on the basis of the questions which we are going to ask to the audience. So these are very simple questions just to, grab the things related to the landslides, to understand what are the consequences, causes of landslides, and the different perspectives. Okay, so the first filler round, we can say it, before the session begins. Our next session is from causes to forecast, understanding and predicting landslides. So before doing this, I would like to just play with a small game or small filler. So I will be showing few slides. So one has to, put on his or her mic, first raise the hand, and you have to answer whether it's a cause of landslide or a consequence. So can we have the next slide, please? The first is heavy rainfall.
Cause.
So we are not going to accept the answers without, raising the hands and speaking in public.
Yeah, cause.
So no prize, sorry. No hands? सबने आंसर दे दिया? Okay,
It is triggering
Ma'am,
factor.
please.
It is a cause.
Cause. Okay. So the right answer, it's a cause. It's a very easy question. It's a very easy answer. So I just would like to request someone is there. Anthony, can you please take if someone is there for the gift? Gift. So, just for the small question, small answer, and the gift goes to that ma'am. Ma'am, please introduce yourself.
I am Dr. Tanushree Verma, working as a sector lead for SDC, Swiss Embassy for Development and
Okay,
Cooperation.
ma'am.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, just for a few more seconds, we can wait. Okay, next slide. Please don't speak. Please don't speak, please. So, the cause or the consequence? Vata sir, would you like to pick someone?
Cause.
No, would you like to pick someone from the back, sir? Answering. Pick a hand, sir, please. No, pick a hand. It's a cause. So the correct answer, it's a cause. So please hand over the gift to your name, please. From? Okay, please give to Vatsa sir. Please, Vatsa sir. Okay, 2 more questions and we will start with the session. Next slide, please. Soil erosion, cause or consequence? किसी को गिफ्ट नहीं मिलेगा ऐसे.
पीछे
Consequence.
सर एक हाथ उठाएंगे वही बोल जाएंगे.
सर consequence.
Yes, it's a cause as well as a consequence.
Right, correct. Please introduce yourself.
I am Indira Sharma, senior geologist from DGM Sikkim.
Okay. Thank you so much. And one last slide. Road construction.
सर back row sir, last row, back benchers. Sir cause sir.
So the correct answer is cause.
Yeah, sir Nidhi Gehlot, scientist from DGRE DRDO, Chandigarh. It is a cause, sir.
Thank you so much. So road construction is one of the cause of the landslides. So now we end our this session, the trigger, the cause and consequences. So moving ahead to begin with the first session, from causes to forecast, understanding and predicting landslides. And just before starting the session, those who are not able to get the gifts, we have another filler rounds in next session. So please be ready with your answers. without speaking in public. Thank you. Now, when we think of landslides, the conversation often begins after the disaster. But this session is about shifting the focus to why, where, and when the landslides are going to happen. So, we are honored to have this session being moderated by Dr. Krishna H. Vatsa, member NDMA. The distinguished speaker presenting today is Professor Sajan Kumar. Sir, please come on the stage, sir. Professor Sajan Kumar from University of Kerala, who will set the stage with a concise yet impactful presentation. Joining him in the discussion with Dr. D.P. Kanugo, Chief Scientist at CBRI, Shri Rahul Saxena ji, Scientist, IMG, Dr. A.K. Nathani, National Institute of Rock Mechanics. A very warm welcome to our moderator panelists. Let's begin the vital and thoughtful provoking session. I request everyone on the panel to please join us on the dais. So we will begin the session by the presentation by Professor Sajan Kumar. So he will be giving the overview of the session theme, and we'll move forward with the discussion with the experts and distinguished speakers in the panel today. Thank you. Professor Sajan.
His designation is not correct. Anyway, doesn't matter.
So good morning. Thank you very much, NDMA, for inviting me for this talk. And my talk allotted is from causes to forecast, understanding and predicting landslides. So Rizvi Sab have made my job a little bit easy because he have introduced the topic landslide and some of the factors influencing the landslides. So landslide is a broad term. It is not a single phenomena. It is a collage of different hazards together. And anything which comes down the hill under the influence of gravity is a landslide. So to give a separate dimension, you can see this a note. There is 1 cubic meter of boulder, rock, soil, anything else weighs 2 tons. 2 tons means it is sufficient to impact a huge or destruction to a house or crush a car or kill a person. So talking about landslide, there is 2 contradictory things. So the first contradictory thing is that this is one of the easiest natural disaster to study because this occurs on the surface. Of course, flood also occurs, which Saibal Sab have told why I'm not saying about the difference between the flood or the importance of flood. So it is easiest to understand when compared to volcanism or earthquake. On the other hand, it is difficult to study because there are several factors influence landslides. For other natural hazards, it is 1 or 2 factors. Here, a combination or a few important factors are there. Let us see what are the factors. So since a collage or different types of factors are there, it is broadly divided into 2. That is, one is a static one, which is within the terrain, which is not going to change for millions of years. And that includes like geology, geomorphology, slope, and relative relief. On the other hand, the second type of factor is triggering factors that are external factors, and such as rainfall, earthquake, anthropogenic activity. Why it is called a triggering in the sense means today's rainfall is not tomorrow's rainfall, this year's rainfall is not next year's rainfall, and Sikkim's rainfall is different from Kerala's rainfall. So those are the reasons why it is called as triggering factors. Now there are certain other factors which are formed by a combination of these 2. Those are land use. For example, land use depends upon the geology, depends upon the rainfall, depends upon the anthropogenic factors, soil also similarly like this one. So understanding these factors is very crucial for studying any landslides. Apart from these factors, there are minutest of the minutest things which we have to notice to understand a landslide. So those are, so if you have open cracks or something else, step-like appears, contours which appears all of a sudden means within a span of 2 monsoon season, or all of a sudden you are getting water seepage or springs coming out of the ground. If there is a bulging of the lower part of the slope, hummocky ground, hummocky means wavy appearance on the ground. So trees leaning out the slope, then debris fallen down the cliff, or tilted poles or fences, cracked or distorted structure, then this indicates that you are, if anyone or many of these factors combines together to form a landslide. So this has to be most importantly addressed. Based on the factors and based on this minutest of minutest things, and with my experience in the Western Ghats, I will say 2 examples. But converting this thing, these are just manifestations. Converting this manifestation to information is an arduous task that need very much field knowledge. That is where the importance of earth science comes into factor. So all the minutest of the minute things can be explained in single sketch, and this is not only a sketch, but I can say in reality also you can see all the things. The second photograph where 2 tombstones are there, which are in opposite inclination because these are old and younger ones. So it gives a distorted structures. So the first landslide, this is based on my experience in GSI. In fact, it is a credit to the GSI which is an unsung success story. This is a landslide in Munnar, where you can see the first photograph. I took it from during the landslide time. It is from the crown of the landslide. And the second is the college building. This college building, this is the second floor, and the debris reached up to this place. And I took this photograph from the opposite bank. I make it a thumb rule, not when you visit a landslide, don't restrict only to the landslide. Walk around or map the entire area which have the same characteristic like geomorphology, slope, or something else. So I took this photograph from the opposite side, and the enlarged view of this photograph is this one. Here what you can see is that the ridge line should be usually straight, but here you are having a sagging, and this sagging exactly coincides with the crown of the landslide. Usually in Kerala, the landslides, once landslide occur, the entire debris will be going away, washed away. But here again above the crown, you have more soil. The second important thing. The third is, it is the same plantation, but in the crown region, above the crown region, you have a sparsely plantation. That means the land have sagged a lot. With these 3 indications, not only I have informed the authority, but we have published a paper stating that there is a possibility of landslide to occur in the area. This is published in 2017. And 2018, in the same place, the landslide came. So it was one of the biggest landslide in Kerala. So now comparing this one, these 2 figures, you can see this building, it has collapsed. This building, actually they have even constructed more 2-storied. Again, more construction has came. Even they have constructed botanical garden here in the foothills. So without hearing what are the hazards or risk involved, even a higher education institute gone for constructing into this level. So the second one is, the first one we got the indication, we've informed the other. The second one is the information which went unnoticed. This is one of the biggest landslides that occurred in India, the Wayanad landslide. And you can see the crown of this landslide is white, it is marked. But in 2021, there was a small landslide and a few cracks developed. It is in the same crack the present scarp of the landslide coincided. So it was a much bigger landslide which occurred. So thanks to Yunus from ISER Mohali, this is a LiDAR data. This is a centimeter resolution red, green, blue, which I have overlaid in the Google Earth imagery. By seeing this, you will not be able to understand the importance of this photograph. Next slide I can show you. Now again, going back, these are geologically controlled joints, or sometimes we call it as shear. Those who are very much familiar with geology. So now that shear zones, these are drone footage. You can see the shear zones on the surface. As not exactly shear zones, these are the joint planes, but I can show you a terrestrial photograph where it is a shear zone. You can see 2 different colors, but it is the same rock. The color, this buff color, is developed because of the shearing. It is very fragile, and this is very massive. So what happens on the surface? This one is resistant to weathering, other is prone to weathering. So the weathered part, the shear zone has washed away, which resulted in waterfall and cascades. And not only we studied a landslide from 1,000 kilometers above satellite, we have took a rock sample, grind it to 0.03 millimeter, and studied it under the microscope, and you can see this is a shear zone. All the rock are melanitized, that is very crushed. with all shear indicators. So from 1,000 kilometer to 0.03 millimeter, you can study the landslides. And there are still more waters and debris available in the Wayanad, so possibility of a further landslide is at anvil if prolonged landslide comes. And this, our work has been published, even published in Nature journal regarding the Wayanad landslide. And what is the solution? With these two examples, I am coming to my fag end of this talk. What is the solution? There are three types of solution: hard engineering, soft engineering, which in the evening there is an extensive talk, but the early warning system, which is the one which is allotted to me. Okay, so early warning system, how it works in Kerala is, this is like Krishna Sab have told, you have to deal different patient in different way. This is in Kerala. What happens, this is the soil and this is the hard rock. When the rainfall occurs, water infiltrates. But if next day it is sunny, the water gets evaporated. But instead of sunny, if the water infiltrates further, this hard rock will not permit water infiltration. Rather, what happens? Along the contact between the soil and the rock, the water flows. And if in the same region, if a rod is cut, the equilibrium is lost. If a house is constructed, they cut the slope. This is the fashion. That is where the practice of land use practice comes into importance. And this what results in landslides. So if you are able to understand the slope, the soil thickness, the amount of rainfall, you will be able to create a threshold, and with that threshold, you can give an early warning. A good example is we have created a mobile app called Slope Instability Predictor Kerala. Though it is meant for Kerala, our fund has restricted to do only for Idukki district. We have installed 8 automatic weather stations, which has the capacity to give rainfall in every 5 minutes. Every 5 minutes, it will come into my mobile. So we have installed this one. The principle is that when rainfall occurs, rain gauge get the data transmitted to my server. In the server, I have already prepared a landslide susceptibility map and rainfall threshold. And this rainfall threshold will be compared with the daily rainfall or the live rainfall, and that will be transmitted back to the mobile. In the mobile, it is like a Swiggy or Uber where you will tag the location. In the map, you have to tag the location. So if it is a normal rainfall, or which is within 25% of the threshold, it will be green in color. If it is above 25%, change the color to yellow, above 50% orange, and above 75% red color, this is the last warning, and that will be notified through a push button automatically, like WhatsApp. You get a message, you will get the message. And this is installed in India Idukki, but the biggest problem, I can say a secret, I have installed or prepared or made this app in 2020, and after 2021, after 2021, there is no landslide in Idukki. So I have to wait for another 2 years, then finally I have to pray to God that let one landslide occur in Idukki. For the first time, I have to pray. But since my prayer is not that much sincere, I have got one landslide occurred. It is in the roadside. And this landslide was picked in my mobile app. You can see the green color changing into yellow, yellow to orange, and orange to red, and that is the threshold. This is the yellow is the, the blue line is the threshold, and this is the graph is my rainfall data. From green to yellow, yellow to orange, orange to red, and in the red, you got the landslide peaked. So this is one of the easiest way, because now you know 90% of the people use smartphone and mobile app rather than communicating through any radio or news media. Mobile app is an excellent tool for this one, because automatic push button gives them a notification that your land is under threat. Yeah, thank you very much, because my allotted time is this much only.
That was an excellent presentation. Thank you very much. It brought out the concepts very clearly. It also laid down some of the solutions that we need to consider and adopt. So thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to just expand the subject a little more, and then I will invite all our distinguished panelists to speak about the subject. Let's look at Wayanad's landslide. The people who were killed were the tribals. They were, in socioeconomic terms, we can say that they were definitely not they were disprivileged in many ways. If you look at some of the other important landslide incidents in Western Ghats, in Maharashtra, in Kerala, the people who are affected by the landslides are among the weakest segments of the society. And we should not overlook this part. Who gets affected by the landslides? The tribals who are living in the forests and who don't have the kind of, they live in poor housing and they live in dangerous terrains. So this is the broader context in which we deal with the issue of the landslides. Now, we definitely need to monitor the landslides. I think first let's look at the monitoring part carefully, because unless we start monitoring, we cannot set up a good early warning system. So monitoring provides the foundation, and we should definitely find ways of monitoring the landslides across the country. How many sensors we should install, how many AWS we should install, we can discuss this. It has to be an incremental approach, gradual approach. We start with a certain number and then go on increasing it. Densifying the network and increasing the number of instruments is part of the development. As you develop as a country, as a society, you increase the level of instrumentation. This is as simple as that. So it is a function of resources, and so as your country becomes more resourceful, you start improving your network. I recently, last 4 months, I visited 2 developed countries, Norway and Switzerland. Both the countries are known for landslides. Both the countries have invested enormously in landslide monitoring. And they have developed a very advanced, very precise landslide early warning system. And they have dedicated institutions working on the issue of landslides, and I think in terms of providing early warning, precise early warning for landslides and avalanche and other mountain hazards, I would say that both the countries could be considered the role models. So one, of course, is that there has to be institutions which are working continuously, but we also need to discuss what are the monitoring mechanisms that we can think of, and how we can improve the monitoring mechanisms in different ways. Remote sensing, we have the INSAR technology, very, very important. This terrestrial LiDAR scanning, extremely important. Ground-based INSAR, and now we have got the drones, which drones are also being used extensively. The drones are being equipped with sensors. We can, wherever it's not possible, we can fly the drones, get the photographs. The point is that all these techniques, technologies, instruments, we need to use in combination so that we have optimal results. How should we go about it? I think that is the most important thing. For each region, we should think of a basic number of various kinds of instruments so that we get the kind of information, results, and data on a continuous basis. We also need to look at the fiber optic sensors and the multi-data integration. What actually is going to change the situation considerably, improve the situation considerably, is the AI/ML techniques, AI/ML language that we can use for interpreting the data. I think with the AI/ML, the possibilities are infinite, and we can really, really improve the system. We also need to work little more on modeling and various kinds of simulations that can be developed to support this the early warning and monitoring systems. And we have to have various kinds of models, physics-based models, the models which are bringing together both the hydrological studies as well as the geotechnical studies. So this is extremely important. So as we commence the implementation of the project, let's discuss the monitoring requirements. Let's discuss the kind of instrumentation that each state must have, and let's work on this. And maybe it is, we may not get all the instruments at one time, but we will be getting them over a period of time. States can also invest in this area. It's not just that the program resources are the only source of funding. We can also have the SDMF, and there are other ways also in which the instrumentation can be augmented across the country. But there should be a good consensus on the kind of instruments, and I mean we need to follow an evolutionary and incremental approach. So see how we can secure the foundation and then develop some of these things. Instruments are not sufficient, as I said. Instruments also need to be support maintained, and we also need to bring models which can help help us interpret the results of the instruments. So there are so many activities that need to be pursued simultaneously. So this is what we will discuss, and I hope we have some consensus on this. So we will start with Dr. Kanungo. And Dr. Kanungo has been working with us for a long time. He's the chief scientist of he doesn't need any introduction, but still I would mention that he's the chief scientist of the CBRI, one of the most prominent names in the landslide studies. Dr. Kanungo. Okay, thank you.
Good morning to Rajinder Singh Sahab or Bacha sir, then Rijvi Sahab and all the other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, my colleagues, my co-workers, collaborators, all. We talk landslide whenever we meet. So it's a community what we have at national level. So at the first, at the outset, I thank NDMA and also congratulate all the SDMAs of all the Himalayan or all the states that now there is a shouting or a very good sound from NDMA, landslide, landslide, landslide. And equally, all the states are echoing that now we should be awake and we should do something. So that's the first message nation has given through NDMA to all the SDMAs, and they have activated we researchers or we so-called experts in landslide science. So that's a good sign for it. But there should be a caution how to deal with landslide. One of my colleagues told it's the easiest thing, but I have spent more than 3 decades, still I learn landslide. Not everything known. Then I put a question, whenever there is a landslide, always why it goes to some habitation, some settlements, why it is not happening every time in the jungle or something where habitation is not there. That gives a great message. Like Dipali asked a question, road construction, everybody says it's a cause. Do you create road to create landslide and destroy our lives? No, road construction cannot be cause. But sustainable road construction. We are focusing only on roads. We should focus to the sky, to the ground also. In Sikkim, most of the roads are washed away because they concentrated on the hill slopes. They don't look at the valley slope. That's halfway road construction. So always I told any infrastructure development in hills should have a component of hill slope management. You integrate hill slope management with infrastructure development, then only it cannot be a cause, it will facilitate or the local people. So we don't make railway tunnel or road tunnel or roads to damage our habitations or damage our other this thing. It's for a betterment of the country, betterment of the nation. So that's the cause. I always tell there are two things. One is what is on the ground, what nature has given us. There's two things. Geometry is given by nature, the material is given by nature. You talk of Western Ghats, you will get a different material. You talk of Himalayas, you will get a different material. You talk of slope angle, geometry, subsurface layering, you will get it different in northeastern Himalaya, different from northwestern Himalaya, even from Western Ghats. That's a setup given to us. And there is a natural drainage system, the morphology, whatever we call. Then there are three aspects which we are triggering the phenomena, that is rainfall. The soil, when it is not saturated with water, it has a different property than when it is getting saturated with getting interaction with water. So the external phenomena, water, when comes into contact with the overburden or soil cover, it loses its strength, loses its strict texture, something washed away, some voids, cavities, subsidence, landslide, all things happen. The other thing is earthquake. When there is a vibration, always you know, if you will shake a sand and it is with water, if there is vibration, you call it liquefaction. Similarly, different kind of sand, if you shake it, you can have a different types of landslides. And the third, most important, most dangerous thing is we urbanize, we make road, we make tunnels, but we don't care about the natural setup what nature has given. We disturb the geometry, we disturb the material, but don't provide adequate precaution to get a balance what nature has given to us. So that's the only culprit what we introduce in the hill slope system. So that's the cause. The next thing is, still as of date, after 4 decades, we are talking about hazard zonation. One will laugh at it. Now we know where landslide is going to happen. Most of the cases, except from higher altitudes where landslide giving globs or snow avalanche or then cascading effect. But most of the cases, have we visited the Lachen setup and have we declared it is on a stable ground? State is there, GSI is there, CBRI is there, everybody is there. What do we look around? Can we dare to say this setup, this settlement is on a very vulnerable shape? Let it be risk-free. Let us resettle it. No. So the first and foremost thing, we should not map landslides. We have to save our infrastructures, whether it is army settlement, ITBP camps, border road, then our schools, hospitals, any sort of public buildings or habitations like major townships in hills. Concentrate on that, physically verify it, whether they are on the stable ground or not, then prepare a plan to save those lives, those infrastructure, those settlements. There is no need to monitor all the landslides, no need to mitigate all the landslides. Should be very focused. What we are interested to safeguard, Then from there, if landslide problem is there, address it. If something else is there, address it. You are safeguarding your infrastructure, your habitation, your whatever you want to save. If there is a landslide in jungle, there is no need. There may be in 1 lakh or a few millions of landslide inventory, and there will be maybe 60% is not to be addressed, not to be looked at. So we have to segregate. We have a database like this. We have to classify and prioritize. These are the few locations in every state, in every district, which needs concentration. That's why we are struggling with PPR preparation. We don't know what landslide. In one state provides 150 landslides in 150 crores. Is it possible to address 150 landslides in 150 crores? No. So there comes the planning, the streamlining or the efforts we need to put. Or another aspect I will tell, the capacity building. From decades we are talking about capacity building, but it is very, very disappointing to say we are not getting a good PPR from any of the states, except I think I should congratulate Uttarakhand, because Uttarakhand is surrounded by plenty of experts, landslide experts. The majority of experts has been produced by Uttarakhand state, the national labs and this thing. Maybe that's the reason.
You are also there.
Sir, yeah, I am a Uttarakhandi now. I am a Uttarakhandi now. I have spent 35 years in Uttarakhand, so I am a Uttarakhandi. So that's why we have to build. So we have to look at the model we are presenting for capacity building. Is it working, or we need some intervention in rectifying the model of capacity building? Because still I found the state people are not capable of evaluating a DPR also. So the private industries are befooling us. I am clearly stating it. It is not landslide driven, it is material driven. I have this awareness, so it has to be implemented whatever landslide it is. So we should be very careful. So regarding early warning system, the last point I will make, it is possible. It is possible, and it has to be integrated, whether space-based or ground-based. It's not always space-based. Space-based we have tried after this Chamoli rock ice avalanche. In that high altitude with Swiss experts, we tried with synthetic aperture radar, and we found there are 3-4 locations there are creep movement, and in one location in the Patalganga valley, we got, sir, over around 10-20 years 15 meter shift. Then with the Swiss team, we walked away to that village and we talked to the local people, and we found that that valley has come down and now closing the valley. This hill is coming closer to the opposite hill, and it is touching like this. And it is observed. Now we are going to put a CCTV camera to observe and also monitoring on that. So it's possible, it can monitor. But again, on LiDAR and drone, it should be having a repetitive coverage. Then only you are monitoring. A single time LiDAR will be a reference data. It's not helpful. You will get what is there as it is, as of today. But monitoring means every 15 days, every month, or during monsoon, regularly if you fly, then you will get a dynamics of a landslide. And the other thing is, it has to be correlated with rainfall, because rainfall we are predicting. So if you want to give a early warning, then monitoring with ground instruments, sensors, what are told, or through radar interferometry, then correlate with the rainfall thresholding, create a rainfall threshold, then only you can predict a landslide, because displacement cannot be predicted. It has to be translated in terms of rainfall, which can be predicted. So rainfall threshold modeling is possible. And for early warning systems, are ground-based early warning system, IIT Roorkee, CBRI, we have developed a system. Amrita University has developed a system. IIT Mandi has developed a system. These 3 systems are nationally available. since last 10 years, 5 years, I am putting in different forums, give them a chance to deploy in different states. There is no need to evaluate, give them a chance to deploy it and then it will be evaluated as such. Nobody can, without deploying, can evaluate a system. I can give a good presentation, good orator, somebody else cannot be. It is not the basis of evaluation. It has to be deployed on the ground. And then NDMA should evaluate which is the best system, replicate it, or all the three are best, replicate it, and we are capable. No need to import any equipment. We are capable to develop our equipments as of date. So that's the message, a request I put before NDMA. Thank you very much.
Great. So thank you very much, Professor Kanungo. That's a very clear advice. We need to deploy the early warning systems that have been developed. We see the results, monitor the results. So we will definitely do that. Thank you very much. I was asking my other panelists, why should a hydrologist speak in a workshop on landslides? And just now that was immediately answered by, Professor Kanungo, that everything has to be correlated with rainfall. So rainfall perhaps has become the most important and the most immediate trigger for the landslides. And across the country, the rainfall patterns have changed. We are getting intense rainfall within a shorter duration. The soil is saturated, and that actually leads to the failures and land failures and slope failures and landslides. So now I request Mr. Saxena, who is an eminent scientist from the IMD, to speak. And maybe he can also speak about how he monitors and how the IMD monitors the landslides, and how we can learn from some of these systems that are existing right now and improve it and correlate with the rainfall better. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, at the outset, I would like to thank for having me, giving me this opportunity to put across what IMD can do and what IMD has been doing. Landslides, of course, but before the landslides, whether it is floods, whether it is landslides or it is snow avalanche, it seems the common cause is always the rainfall, the precipitation. And it seems the buck always has to start with the IMD, because if we are not able to, tackle the initial issue of what rainfall is about, how much rainfall is going to happen, when it is going to happen, and quantitatively define the quantity of the rainfall that is about to happen at a specific place. Dr. Sabul had rightly pointed out that the granularity of those predictions becomes an underlying factor of whatever prediction system you are trying to build up upon that particular parameter. In this case, it is rainfall, of course. But then there are challenges as well, as are the challenges with any prediction system. And I can definitely get the support of all my colleagues who are, involved in these type of, weather forecasting or prediction systems, that every prediction system has to have, there are certain gap areas. You cannot have 100%, a system which is totally 100%, will be able to always give you a result. It's good, what the predecessor, the speaker talked about one of the, forecasting that he had done about the landslides. But then how many landslides have happened, and how many failures have happened? We have to see that. And the same issue comes with the weather forecasting also. IMD, runs models in various temporal and spatial scales, starting from the nowcasting, which is almost 3 hours to 6 hours forecasting. Not forecasting, I would say, an observation, because it is primarily a radar-based system, which is going into the nowcasting mode, and right up to the seasonal forecast, which is, the long-range forecast, the monsoon forecast. So that is the temporal and the spatial scale of the domain of the forecast that is being issued by the IMD. But then there lies the challenges in that, the granularity, how much, and the quantification of the rainfall. That is a big challenge. We have radar estimates, we have satellite estimates, and we have the model predictions which are run based upon the ingestion of these ground-based, observation systems. But as we run the models, as we time integrate these models, the error crops in. The first of all is the precision errors. We have the sensor based, because normally whatever input you are giving to the models are to be taken as an initial value problem. So whatever input is going into the model, you are time integrating into it, and then you are going to get the outputs. So at the stage 1, at the T0 stage itself, when you are inducing an error into a model by virtue of not getting that accurate measurement, that itself becomes a huge challenge. And when you are time integrating into it, beyond 6 hours, beyond 24 hours, beyond 48 hours and 72 hours, those errors are definitely going to be cropping up, and hence the invariability comes into the final prediction systems. That's why I said that any prediction system has to be taken with a pinch of salt. We cannot have any system which is foolproof, which can probably think of all the dynamics that goes into the landslides. So coming back to the rainfall part of it, the second thing is that the amount of the rainfall that we are going to get, the quantification of the rainfall that we are going to get, the extreme rainfall events, the climatic variability has led to the more extreme events that are happening. But those extreme rainfall events that are happening in the orographically induced areas, or it is happening into only the plain areas. That is the study that we have to do. Orography presents its own set of problems. Parameterizing the orography is itself a huge challenge. That's why you will find that the rainfall patterns of the Western Ghats, the rainfall patterns in the Western Himalayan regions, and the rainfall patterns in the Eastern Himalayan regions, very differently. So that itself is a huge challenge. Studying those dynamics and then correlating it with the landslides is something that we need to study right from the micro level. It is not only about the rainfall, it is what goes beyond the rainfall prediction systems that has also been looked into. So these are certain challenges, but then definitely there are mathematical or the science part of it. Whether our models can be tuned to interface with the landslides. We are using the numerical prediction models, which definitely has different results. That result is the quantification of the rainfall. But whether those rainfall inputs can go, or a model can be built to interface to give landslide yes or no as an output. So for that, we have to look beyond the numerical weather prediction models. So somewhere, artificial neural networking, we have been talking about AI and ML. So the artificial neural networking techniques can be used. But then again, ANN has its own issues. Whether those data sets for which you need to learn your ANN models, whether those data sets have already been able to be linked with the landslides and are able to give you the signatures. Because after all, ANN is nothing but you are first training your data set towards giving a certain result and then trying it out with an extrapolated data sets. But whether those data sets, whether those correlations have been established with the rainfall vis-a-vis the landslides, I do not know. I am not an expert on landslide, so that is not my field of study. But the idea is, if you are relating, or if you are planning to build up ANN network, which goes beyond the realms of the normal numerical weather prediction systems, you have to look beyond. You have to look with their hybrid models. You have to have fuzzy logic, built into it. Whether those type of models have been thought about. So those are, certain challenges. The granularity of the rainfall, the ground truthing of the rainfall itself becomes a huge challenge. We are getting the estimates, the satellite estimates and radar estimates, but how good are the radar estimates with us? How good are the satellite estimates with us? Whether any ground truthing has been done. And once we talk of the ground truthing, then comes the observational network. We cannot put observational network at every 1 kilometer grid. That is simply not possible for us to put 1 kilometer grid, though we have been trying to, increase our observational network. But then putting, what about the very remote locations? You cannot have access to those remote locations. So ground truthing, whether your algorithms that are working in satellites or radars, those are working in radars, whether they are conforming to a manageable, error, beyond that error doesn't make any sense for you, for your, all the rainfall input to go into your models, because, there is a famous principle that whatever is garbage in is garbage out. So if you are already creating a clutter or a noise in your in your inputs, which you are not able to substantiate because of the ground truthing itself, which again you are not able to substantiate because you are not having those amount of granularity in the observation systems, finally leads to a cascading effect of generating more errors. And these rainfall parameters you are trying to now link up with another set of problem, which is landslide. So how much error is getting induced in that process, and then finally how you are able to fine tune those processes, that is some of the major challenges that are being faced by the community today. As far as the rainfall forecasting is concerned, we have gone in, like I said, from the nowcasting to the seasonal forecast. And I can say with a, a certain degree of confidence that we have been able to, upscale our observations, upscale our skills, upscale our understandings of the dynamics, and upscale our accuracies also. Whether it is cyclones or it is the extreme rainfall events, we have been able to do. But then this is again a process. This is again work which is going on. So we will continue to do that, and for that there is a very recent announcement whereby almost 2,000 crore have been given under monsoon mission, where we are going to increase our observational network. So we think that observational network increasing will increase the granularity of the data that we are going to get, will help us to get the better understanding of the dynamics that are, especially the orography. If you look at the landslide prone areas, major areas are, where the mountains are. So once we are able to get that, I think everything else becomes, I would not say that we are again going to give you a very foolproof, system of giving the landslide. That is, of course, GSI's prerogative. But as far as the rainfall forecast is concerned, we assure that, it's a work in progress. And henceforth, we are definitely looking at from that perspective. Whether you want a nowcasting, forecast from us, you need to tell us as to, okay, GSI wants a rainfall prediction in a nowcasting mode, or in a short range or medium range. We need to get that understanding from GSI. And I think the collaborative approach, I think probably NDMA can take a lead in putting all these organizations together, have a more collaborative approach. We can always work with GSI. I mean, we have been working with GSI, but not to a very specific issues. There have been data exchanges. But building a platform, a combined platform, I think is something that is the call of the day. And we are looking forward to working with GSI and other collaborative, organizations who are engaged in scientific development.
I have a quick question. Thank you. Thank you for the great intervention. Orographic trends are changing.
Yes.
Western Ghats are receiving more rains. It is now almost clear that Western Ghats are receiving more rainfalls. Western Himalayas are also, thanks to the western disturbances, increased western disturbances, the rainfall is very high in a very short period of time. And whenever there is of course, the western disturbances and monsoon, they come together, we have a very, very serious situation, which happened in Himachal Pradesh in 2023. High rainfall is always associated with a very high number of landslides. You look at we had more than 400 landslides in Himachal Pradesh, So how are we going to identify these orographical trends? And perhaps the rainfall is decreasing in the eastern Himalayas, but maybe there are other things, other climatic factors that are actually increasing the landslide hazards. So how do we identify the orographic trends? And in response to those orographic trends, how do we respond in terms of increasing our monitoring capacities? It's very important that if the rainfall is increasing, if it is creating hazards, then we should be able to monitor it. And we should find ways of monitoring it, find areas where we need to have monitoring systems. So I would like to have your views on that.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll start with the second question first.
Yeah.
As far as the monitoring of the rainfall in the Himalayas are concerned, like I said, that we already have recently, our Honorable Prime Minister has, announced almost 2,000 crore for monsoon mission. So under this monsoon mission, we are bringing up radars. I'm not very sure about, I cannot confirm the exact numbers, but almost 126 radars are going to be coming up in the Himalayan region for the nowcasting mode. And in addition to that, we have lots of AWS systems which are going to be installed, especially in the Western Himalayan region and in the second phase in the Eastern Himalayan region, which is going to form the backbone of the increased or dense observational network, like I said. So that is where the observational network is going to help us out in probably monitoring at much granular level of the observed events. Now, coming to the first portion where the patterns have been changing. Yes, there is no denial of the fact that there have been, extreme rainfall events which are happening with much more intensity within a very short period of time. In fact, we have seen that whatever is your monthly average for over a particular area, especially over a particular district, has been achieved within a week. Right, and recently, very rightly pointed out, this year has been, but for that matter, every year, as far as the monsoon is concerned, has its own very typical characteristics. Now, this year has been, a very typical in the sense that we have had, increased number of WDs that are happening. April and May, temperature forecast have long-term temperature forecast have been slightly away from. We were expecting a good amount of heat wave conditions, but this April May have been rather more WDs that are happening. But to lay out every extreme event on the climatic variability is definitely something that we have to have a introspection about. We cannot lay out for every extreme event happening because of the climatic variability. That is something that we have to actually link. We have recently studied, in fact, the three Himalayan states, and it was very difficult to actually find out a trend of the extreme events. By extreme events, I am defining a rainfall of 204 millimeters. That is how meteorologically you define an extreme event. So if in a day, in 24 hours, if you have a 204 millimeters of a rainfall in 24 hours, you define it as extremely heavy rainfall. There was actually no trend which we could pick up in the three Himalayan states of the extreme rainfall events. So to make a statement that everything is happening because of the climatic variability is again something we have to take with a pinch of salt. No, it is not. There are certain other factors, and those are the factors that we have to find out. So orographically, yes, I can find that there is a change of rainfall pattern which is happening. Like I said, that the rainfall confining itself not to the monthly mean of 30 days, but is confining probably maybe to 15 days or about a week. That is where your expense of the rainfall event is happening, and the rest of the event. And we all know that averaging out always dilutes the things. So, but there are many factors that needs to be studied. So that is what, and it's like work in a progress. It's something which research and development has to be seen. The research on the extremities of the rainfall has to be built.
Thank you. And how the GSI and the IMD can come together to set up this platform which you suggested, maybe we can discuss it a little later.
Yeah, sure.
But it is a very, very important suggestion, and which we will definitely consider this.
Sure.
This is very important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Yeah, please.
Actually, in any landslide or disaster, three things are there. One is data, one is information, and decision. The data is provided by IMD like organization. Information is the research organizations do the research, and decision will be taken by ND or SDMA. Our big question is, sir, when will we get the real-time data free of cost in the platform so that we can develop our model, we can do our research, etc. Not only the data, API itself for running our early warning. We always face. That's why I have forced it to. Then other advantage is that IMD rain gauge stations are installed in not landslide-prone areas. So we are wrongly doing the thing. We are taking that rainfall data and doing the landslide modeling, but rather when we will get the free data.
So the data is available through APIs. You need to approach DGM IMD. We can, if you are in Delhi, I will be more than happy to invite you to IMD, have a discussion with across the table. But even if we are not having a discussion because of the time issues, we do have the APIs. I can share those APIs with you, which give you the observed rainfall. Those APIs will give you the accumulated rainfall, 24 hours accumulated rainfall on every day. So those APIs we already have, we can share it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Nathani, he's from National Institute of Rock Mechanics. It's a very distinct kind of institution and very, very eminent. And he has been supporting us with the landslide studies for a long time. Dr. Nathani, thank you.
Thank you, sir, and good morning, one and all. So I will start my talk with the rainfall. So what Professor Kumar and generally this is being said, that rainfall threshold value, which I cannot believe actually. Rainfall is one of the parameter for the landslide. If you see in the field of the rock mechanics, soil mechanics, rock engineering, and soil engineering, we have underground structure, we have the foundations, and we have the slopes. The rock mechanics, rock engineering, or soil mechanics, soil engineering, slope is the most typical part for studying. And when we talk about the landslide, and particularly the debris slide, it is more typical to forecast any sort of thing because it is neither falling under the rock category nor in the soil category. And whatever the, as I told you, rainfall is the one of the parameter, and whatever the other parameters, when the landslide, this is a thumb rule, general science rule, when the shear strength is less and shear stresses will be more, then definitely the slide will happen. How to get the shear strength of the debris slide, whether it is possible to get the parameter, the answer is no. So this we can take, and monitoring is very much essential, but we can take it as one of the parameter. Now the problem, when this, because of the rainfall, when the landslide will occur, when the slope is fully saturated, when the slope is fully saturated, when the drain system is not there, and if you can see the slope again, it should be very clear that it is whether it is a natural slope or whether it is engineering slopes. All the environmentalists, including the many scientists also, oppose the construction of the roads, widening of the roads, without understanding. And why they are opposing, particularly in the Himalayan and the Western Ghats? Because when we go for the construction of the road, definitely slopes will be unstable. When we make a structure, any sort of the structure in the mother, then definitely it will be the instability will be there. Can we control the instability? The answer is yes. I take example of the NH66 Kerala. Last month one accident took place. We went there. After the accident, the ROW, whatever the length is required for the 6-laning road, was 75 meter was the requirement. And the land was given by the Kerala state for the 60 meters only. The construction, civil construction and economics will the opposite phase. In the hilly terrain, the mountainous terrain, cutting is cheaper than providing the rigid retaining structures. And when you cut, people are not understanding that we have to go for the more and more support system. The basic things are lacking in the engineering, and we are blaming. Daily if we will travel by 4-wheeler and 2-wheelers, whether the speed breakers are up to the marks. And we talk about the very big science. In any retaining structure, whether it's a buttress wall or the retaining structure, all along the wall, you have seen the weep holes. Whether the engineers understand how to make the weep holes, whether they can understand what is the difference between the drainage holes and the weep holes, where we have to provide the drainage holes and where we have to provide the weep holes. Simply rain is heavy, that's why that slope was under construction, slope has failed. The soil for the soil or the rock, again debris slide and rock slide cannot be treated in the same way. If you provide the weep holes, anywhere you see, if the fines is coming, we are inviting the problems. And never across the country we are moving. Nowhere in the national highway, state highway, we have Asian highways also. Nowhere you'll see that weep holes are properly placed. No question of putting the drain holes. If we can reduce the pore water pressure, because of the pore water pressure only, the strength will reduce. If the strength will reduce, definitely the slope mother has to fail, because for getting the natural stability, that is very much required. That is very much required. So development, parallel with the development, as I told you, the economics say the less area, the science will say more area. Because more space, if you provide the more space, we can cut my slope, whatever the angle of repose is required for the rock or the soil, and we can provide the bumps also. In the steep slopes, how we can provide the bumps? And bumps, if we cannot provide the bumps, proper width of the bumps, we cannot break the slope. And if you cannot break the slope, the height of the slope is 50 meters, 60 meters. Can you protect? No, it cannot be protected. And what the other this thing, the people are doing the mistake, the engineering slope and natural slope, the modeling for the protection will be done for the same. Using the rock science slide software, you will discuss with somebody that why 15-meter length of the rock bolt is required actually. It is coming through the software only. So engineering, we have to differentiate. That can be reduced. So next, as I told you, for the NH66, area is not given. So we have to, there should be a clear plan that much of the protection we have to provide. Any sort of the natural slides also, can we maintain the natural drains? Are we maintaining the natural drains? Without project, we are not maintaining any natural drain. So this is a long term as well as the short term measures we have to plan. We have to start with the basic engineering, and then we have to plan for the big sort of the engineering. Without basic engineering, protection of the slope, as I told you, this is a very typical science. Underground we have made, if you remember, in India, at 3 locations we can store the crude oils. And all the 3 crude oils, our involvement was there. And all the big size cavern are unlined without providing any lining. Vizag, Visakhapatnam, Pedur, Western Karnataka, and Mangalore. And if you remember, during the problematic time 3-4 years back, the crude oil was extracted. Of course, they all are the strategic. If we can make these type of the structures, slope protection can also be done. Slope protection can also be done. We have to give a respect. After some time, natural stability will get. We have to give a respect as we are giving the respect to our mother. This is our mother. For making any sort of the development, being a scientist, being a professional, we should not oppose any time. But this is our duty also to make a general public understand that because of the development, no question of the degradation of the mother. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Great points about the basic engineering, respecting the nature, respecting slopes, respecting mountains. I will like to open the floor for some questions, quick questions. Yes, please, ma'am. Yes. Can you just introduce yourself quickly, sir? We can hear you, you know, yeah.
My name is Grace Jajo. I'm from Manipur.
Yes, thank you.
I would like to address the last second speaker, Mr. Sir Rahul Saxena. I'm very glad to hear that monsoon mission is finally happening, and a little disappointed that your phase 1 will not be focusing on Eastern Himalaya. Because you have seen the floods last year, you have also seen the floods this year. The figure of the floods for this year, even in the first phase, 709 localities have already been flooded in the first phase of the monsoon this year. So, and also the landslide figure for this year, for this particular year has already crossed 200. So that is the kind of figure that we have. And I recently met your scientists in the state, and I'm told that most of your installed rain gauge are not functional in the districts, number one, and the most vulnerable areas in the remote peripheries bordering Burma, nothing is there. So perhaps they were also looking at some manual rain gauge on that particular area, because because these rainfalls over there are so important to link with landslide, because it cuts off the accessibility to healthcare and other economic access completely.
Thank you. I think
so.
That
Yeah.
the
So
point
kindly,
is made,
the point that I want to say is that please bring in please bring in some manual in these periphery areas. Even if you are going to focus on the Western Himalaya in the first phase from this money, I hope that you will also consider Manipur, because we're extremely vulnerable right now. Thank you.
When I say that the primary importance in phase 1 is Western Himalayan region, that does not mean that the Eastern Himalayan region is totally taken off the development plan. It only means that presently in number of the network that is going to be set up is coming up more, because that has got a lot of other issues as well. The administrative approvals are, sometimes are not in the pipeline. The situations that are available there are not in the pipeline. So those are certain other issues. So whichever we have got the, clearances and all the clarity, we have been, pushing that particular forward. Now coming to your, so landslide, I'm not the right person to, comment upon. But coming to your floods, 2020, that is 2020, October, we initiated and commissioned an operational system on flash flood forecasting, which gives you the flash flood guidances within a realm of 6 hours. It's in an nowcasting mode. There are two type of events. There are two type of indices that are there. One is the 24 hours flash flood risk, and there is a 6 hours flash flood threats. So those are available on our websites, and those are passed on to the regional centers as well. I do not know whether you are able to get access to that, but I'll be more than happy to provide you with the links where you can access these flash floods as well, as far as the flash floods parts are concerned.
Thank you. Thank you. Professor Gupta.
I have a question to Shri Rahul Saxena ji. Somebody informed me that nowadays the size of the raindrop has also increased. Is it true, or terminal velocity have also increased? Any idea about that?
I do not know whether there is any thing that study that has happened, because raindrop size would depend upon a lot of factors. It will depend upon at what height the cloud base is, where it has started falling out of the clouds because of the weights. The intermittent environment, whether it is a dry environment or it is a moist environment, so the size of the droplet would invariably depend upon a lot of meteorological factors at what depth. Depth means the floor that it is going to hit. But I'm sorry, I am not will be in a position to reply exactly whether the rainfall droplet size has increased.
Collect that kind of data, or
no, not that I am aware of. I'll be more than happy to look into and find out from my other verticals whether these type of data is available with us or not.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, our senior colleague.
Yeah, I'm Dr. S.K. Wadaman. My observation is addressed to Professor Sajin Kumar. He has made very elaborate presentation on type of precursors and what he is planning to do towards EWS. My observation is that Amrita University has been studying various aspects of early warning system in Kerala. Now, can we devise some mechanism wherein we avoid any duplication? Because there are so many landslide sites, and maybe we can work out on places where you can test your systems, and we have been testing in Munnar, and also we have a proposal to do it in Wayanad. For Wayanad, we are not depending on any funding because the university chancellor, our chancellor Devi, Amrita Anandmai Devi ji, she had assured 15 crores for rehabilitation of those people who are affected. And part of it we are spending on the early warning system deployment there as part of our ongoing research work. So if you think maybe some other districts you can take up, maybe within Idukki you can take up, that can avoid the duplication unnecessarily. Okay, and then we can of course collaborate on many of other issues. So and then I find, sir, the state government is having some say in selecting which institution is going to do what and where to lay more emphasis. And this, personally, I know it's not a very fair process. It is extremely biased in state of Kerala, particularly. Maybe in other states also, but this is my observation. I'm sorry, I'm stating this.
Thank you. We'll look into that. Yeah.
Yeah, I can answer it. Yeah, you see, now for all the landslide works are channelized.
Can you just switch it on?
Now, all the landslide works in a state is channelized through the State Disaster Management Authority. Even if Amrita has to install it, it has to come to SDMA, or myself has to install it, it has to come to SDMA, and SDMA will take care of that into well consideration, especially Kerala SDMA, because they are very good in proactive in landslide studies. Yeah.
Professor Sumit Sen.
Very briefly, I think it's a very nice, people have talked about different aspects of the landslide. I'm just still, maybe my naive question, I'm missing out one of the component of a system is the soil. So when we talk about the landslide, soil is playing a bigger role. Are we mapping that? Because we talked about GSI. GSI is giving, okay, 50,000 scale, right? So, but do we have the information about the soil? Because it's soil which is making the system vulnerable. But do we have the information about the soil? Just a question. Thank you.
I will request you to respond.
Yeah. If we will talk about the hazard zonation part of it, I will say absolutely not. We are not considering soil, only the soil classification map given by land use, that is being used, but the soil column, we only talk about the surface when we are talking on spatial scale. Only surface features, not subsurface things. That's why the problem with hazard zonation. It gives a broader idea. But I think always GSI has told, and Saival advocated this, that for very high and high hazard zones, you have to go a little deeper to examine that what is actually the mechanism behind the landslide or dynamics of the landslide. So that's the utility of hazard zonation map. And the second thing is, when a DPR is made, I came across certain DPRs in northeastern states. The DPR has been rejected. People don't go to see the landslide site and prepare the DPR and submit. They put the retaining structures, everything for all the landslides. Same thing for all the landslides without visiting a landslide spot. So we have to change our practice, be fooling the community at least. That is the problem. And another aspect, the concretizing of hill slopes. I'm dead against of it. Hill slope system is a breathable system. If you will block the respiration of a hill slope, what will happen? A bigger disaster we are inviting. Like you are putting SDA, you are putting wire mesh. We have erosion control mats, we have drainage mats. Why we are secreting the 10,000 square meter, maybe millions of square meter? What's the need of? Secreting is to control the erosion. We have greener solutions for erosion control. And you are blocking the water to free flow. You are blocking the breathing of a hill slope. So a big disaster in coming decade is going to happen. So it should be bioengineering. It should not be only engineering. It should not be the material oriented solutions, because I have this mess, it will be implemented. So I have influence on the government system, I will popularize my product. It is going to create a danger in future.
Sir, I think it's a very valid question. This mapping of the soil and mapping of the slope forming material, this GSI has not been doing because of certain considerations. But then it is a very good recommendation. I think we must do it, particularly for those shortlisted sites wherein we need to develop geotechnical properties of the soil and thickness of the soil, how it has formed.
Thank you. I think wherever you prepare the susceptibility map, you have to take the soil into consideration. You know? Without that.
Sir, without slope forming material map, you cannot prepare that. Our slope forming material map for the 50,000 scale is divided into rock part and debris part or soil part separately. So different type of soil are being mapped.
Good, thank you. Thank you very much. I will take the final question. Just quick question, a lot of questions, but we will, Ranu, Professor IIT Mandi.
Uday.
Yeah, so please, Anna.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I firstly thank Professor Kanunga as well as Professor
Just ask the
Sajin.
question.
So, sir, one more aspect which we probably miss during the landslide monitoring is also maintenance. Most of the time that falls out from the domain, and funds and everything becomes a bit of issue on this. So just look into
Good point, Ranu.
Sir, two quick questions. Like first, we are primarily considering the rainfall input in forecasting as well as the early warning system. Are the other factors like the improper drainage, the dead load of the houses, and the disturbance to the mountains due to the road tunnel construction? Second is, what is the lead time for the early warning system that we have developed, and what are the successful cases where we have predicted or given the early warning?
Yeah, the other loads you are talking about, it can be taken care of within the slope system, whatever building loads, that's a dead load. Or even it is saturated 30%, 40%, so water load can be taken. Above that, we integrate, we develop that this type of landslide with this sort of dead loads or water loads or with this sort of material is going to fail at a rainfall threshold of this much in 24 hours. Okay. So then when we are integrating the IMD forecasting, we are saying that this threshold is for this sort of landslide in this particular district or terrain, and the threshold is, they predicted that it is above the threshold, so we will issue a warning. If it is below the threshold, it's green signal there will be. We cannot expect, but it has to be practiced and it has to be validated. There are a lot of false positive, false negative warning. Okay, so first thing is this. The second question is the lead time. We have rain gauges which gives a single D rainfall, that is 24-hour rainfall we are measuring. So and the prediction is the list can be for 24 hours. So we are taking that as the lead, because we are not measuring in 10 minutes or 1 hour interval. So we are measuring daily one data point. So it will be 24 hours up here.
Is there any successful story where we have predicted?
Successful story like NRSC is using, we have developed for Chamoli, Joshimath area, and now again with ISRO we developed for Uttarakasi district. But unfortunately, if I have to point out the mapping story, I get 300 something odd landslide in Bhuvan, Bhukos, whatever you tell. But while I checked it with BRO, with all those government offices and my field visits, I can verify only 90 landslides. That's the state of affair why whole Uttarakhand is red. So we have to be very, very cautious in rechecking those points, whether every hill cut, it gives a fresh rock exposure in remote sensing. It is mapped. I doubt. So we have to recheck. It's a request to both the organization, NRSC, and I am verified. That's my experience. It is not a platform to argue. I just requested to verify. So the second thing is the classification is missing. We are putting all sorts of landslide. To some extent, GSI has addressed. I classified debris slides from their 42-point database. So that's it. Because for debris slide, rainfall threshold will be different. For soil slides, for mud slides, for rock slides, rainfall threshold will be different. So in that way, GSI has given me a great help. I have developed for Uttarkasi, but it has to be validated. Now, I think more and more people should develop the antecedent rainfall threshold system, and let us provide it to GSI to feed it in their system, national level warning system, so that my work is verified as well as nation is benefited. So we should not be in silos, we should contribute to GSI.
Thank you. Thank you very much. With that, I think we would like to bring the session to a conclusion. I would like to thank all the eminent panelists. I think so many points have been made, great points, and all of them would be followed up. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you to all the speakers. Sir, please wait. Sir, please. Yes, sir. So thank you so much for the first session speakers. I think the session was immensely amazing. So just after the group photograph, I will request Dr. Vatsa to kindly present the mementos to the esteemed panel. Sir. So basically this session helped us to understand the complex science behind the landslide, reminding us why is crucial for preparing for when. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. So moving to the second session. So before we move to second session, just a small fun session or the winning session round again, just for 5 minutes, just to boost the energy once again. Those who are sleeping at back, I think so. So can I have the slides, please? So basically this session is going to call as Map It in Your Mind, Two Truths and a Lie. So we will be showing you 3 statements. So among this, there will be 2 truths and 1 lie you have to identify, and please raise your hand if you wish to win the prize for you, not for everyone. Next slide, please. Okay, so the first is India has over 12.6% of its land prone to landslides. Second statement is Himalayas are most landslide prone region, and third is landslide only occur in rainy seasons. So we have to identify the truth and the false. Saibal sir, please, you are the next moderator. Please identify one of the people to answer the question. So people have raised their hands, just pick, please. Sorry? Not able to. 1 and 2 are true and third one is false. So exactly, the first and second statement are correct, third is false because landslide doesn't occur only in rainy seasons and can occur anytime. So congratulations. So can we have the gift please? तालियां तो बजा दी जाए थोड़ी सी. हाँ. So meanwhile, I also request the panelist of the second session The second session is 3M's Redefined Mapping, Monitoring, Modeling Risk. I request Dr. Saibal sir, the moderator of the session, to please sit on the dais. Dr. Shobhan Chatterjee, scientist IRS. Dr. Seema Joshi from ISRI. The discussant, Professor Nilima Satyam, IIT Indore. Professor Sumit Sinha, IIT Delhi. And Dr. Shantanu Sarkar, Director, ULMCC. So meanwhile, the panelists are going to sit on the dais. We will continue with our this round, 2-3 minutes more. So second slide, please. Okay. Planting trees on slope always increases the risk of landslide. Second is landslide can occur underwater and are called submarine landslides. And the third one is once a slope has failed, in a landslide it becomes complete safe afterward.
From this area, any person.
Any person is there?
अच्छा वो ये जो आप बताइए.
First statement is wrong and other two are correct. Correct answer is the first is wrong because planting trees on the slope always decreases the risk of landslides. So congratulations. Please introduce yourself. Congratulations.
I am Manish Kumar from AVS Infra.
Third is also wrong.
Oh, so sorry. I didn't check once. Okay, so Dr. Kanungo gets the prize. So sorry, I missed. Okay, next slide. Landslides never occur in deserts. A landslide can move faster than a person can run. The angle of repose is the maximum slope at which the soil remains stable. Please. अरे बहुत कम हाथ उठ रहे हैं अब तो.
आप बोलिए. आप. Yes, you. Yeah.
Number one is false. Could you please explain why? But it is false. The answer is correct. Number one is false.
No, it is not false. Martial landslides will occur.
But it can occur in Rajasthan and all. Sometimes landslides are occurring, sir. In some desert areas of the UP. Saibal sir, please suggest it is true or false? The first one. The panel, extreme panel, please suggest.
Generally, it doesn't occur. It is false. Definitely false.
False. Second one is also false. Second one is false. No. Second one is true. Can move faster. Landslide can move faster, so it is true. Third one. Third one is.
Yeah. True.
Third one is. I think true.
Yeah,
it's true.
True.
But price किसको जाएगा? Cancel. Price cancel. कोई नहीं. एक last slide फिर session start करते हैं. Last slide. Okay. Retaining walls and drainage system can help prevent landslides. All landslide involve the movement of rock. Climate change has no effect on the frequency of landslides. Saibal sir, Shantanu sir, please pick up one hand.
You should not raise your hand. Let the person beside you.
True, false.
No, the third one is false. Climate change has no effect on frequency of landslide. No. Third is not. Why you are telling third is false? False.
Sorry, third is climate change.
It is no effect.
No effect, it has an effect.
So it is no effect.
Yeah. Right.
So please handle this. So let's begin the session. So we are done with the round 2 filler session. So the technical session, the 3M's redefined mapping, monitoring, modeling risk. So in this we are going to discuss what are 3M's in context of landslide, the mapping which gives us clarity, the monitoring which offers real-time substantial awareness, and the modeling that help us simulate what would go wrong and before it does. So I request the first presenter of this session to talk about to give the overview of this session, Dr. Shovan Chatterjee, to please take over the stage and begin the presentation, sir. Thank you.
I request Mr. Shobhan to complete it within 5 minutes, because I have to complete it within 13:30. I know that I will not be able to, but at least make it very faster.
Yes.
Okay?
Please put up the presentation.
Thank you, Moderator Soibal sir, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, NDMA officials, for giving me this opportunity to present before you. I will be presenting from the Earth observation perspective only what we do in ISRO. Our institute, IRS, is mainly into capacity building. It's not like exactly like NRSC, who deal with the ministries, but we also do a lot of things related to landslide. Before I start my presentation, I would, because many of the people here have at least some geosciences background, I want to ask the audience that how many years we, the Homo sapiens, have been living on this planet? It's not more than 40,000, 50,000 years from now. Homo sapiens. Sir, ठीक है, 6.3 goes Lucy, 50,000 later, sir. And landslides were there for last millions of years. Will go extinct, then also they will be there. So in this way, they are more natural than us. So if I am landslide, suppose, I see mankind happening there, polluting all environment, doing all bad things. So how does it make feel? I do not feel good, sir. Anyway, anything on this, wherever there is stress occurring, that is going to reach maximum entropy. In millions, trillions of years from now, the whole universe will reach maximum entropy where there will be absolute randomness. So the nature also, the stress slope also is going to fail. So we have to give them respect and treat them. Nature cannot be controlled as such. Controlling landslide, to me, is not a correct term. We can mitigate rather. Anyway. Okay, so from IRS, we have been doing landslide hazard donation, threshold modeling, and physical-based modeling. I will be stressing upon all this. Kanungo sir, thank you, Kanungo sir, for telling that hazard donation nowadays, correctly, he has said correctly that hazard donation nowadays doesn't mean much. So, how best the remote sensing technology as such can be utilized? Gone are those days where we used to take cues from satellite-based data and do a hazard donation map, sensitivity map. Now we are in the age of doing from drone survey, drone-based sensors, be it thermal, be it optical, be it microwave, be it hyperspectral. So whatever we do, if it is drone-based, the benefit is the spatial resolution becomes more. But in addition to this, especially in case of landslides, we have to integrate with the geophysical surveys. We in IRS have integrated especially the shear wave velocity, IP resistivity, GPR, so that my slip surfaces, etc., can be better be defined. So with this, I take you the mapping part, where Dr. Karun has said that mapping, any fresh cut exposure will appear brighter, and the remote sensing sensors are going to detect as landslide. That's true, partially true. I completely do not agree, because there are several other attributes. And okay, maybe in case of terrestrial landslide, we are saturated. We know the attributes. In a satellite image, it will be brighter tone. There will be variation in SPI, TRI, topographic wetness indexes. There will be slope, aspect, all these. But if you go to the Martian landslide, I work on Martian landslide as well, there is a dearth of these attributes. So it's not that mapping has, we have not seen the full face of the benefit of the mapping. Here, I present an example that happened in 2013, old one, but if you see from IRS satellite data only, we call it list 4 data, the whole village of Malin was wiped up. That particular, very beautifully, you can see the landslide, how it has happened, the boundaries, etc. The mapping of recently, what we have done in Uttarakhand, especially we did a project for the USDMA, where Kanungo sir, Santanu Sarkar sir was there. The map of recent map, post 2000
22. So up to 22 we have an atlas that has been provided by NRSC, but what happened after that, these are the most newest landslide of 189 landslides. I don't think anything more other than this is present there on surface. Now
You
coming
have
to...
only 1 minute left.
Sir, 2 minutes more.
Okay, I'll give my 1 minute to you.
Thank you. We take you to the other part of the India where Waynard has happened. Based on certain attributes, based on satellite data, we selected 4 or 5 other locations which are Waynard-like, and maybe in next rainy season it may fail. We tried to model those using RAMS modeling, and these are our results, where pressure, velocity, momentum, and height of the material, the debris flow coming down can be modeled. They're all predictive model. Apart from this, I know there are geospatial and satellite-based, we have to digest criticism from the geologists, hardcore geologists. So that's why we tried to integrate with the ground base. We tried to simply see a slope, the slope of the topography versus the deep of the beds. If they are same, the most landslides will happen there, and opposite they will have the reverse case. We tried to get a map and tried to see while it is matching with a sensitivity map or no. The moment it matches with the ground geology, then only I try my predictive model. So if that happens, if a landslide happens, it will happen in this way, at least that we know. How a landslide happens, scientifically we have understood. We can understand by seeing it. How, if that happens, how that is going to happen, the model can tell you. Only question remains when. So that early warning, when question still remains unanswered in a big way. This is what we have tried for one landslide predictive again in Baglihar, Chenab River. This particular example belongs to what happened in Mana. Few months back we had a major catastrophe happened in Mana close to Badrinath. And it's close to Badrinath town only. It's going to happen any day. We have our models ready. If that happens, it has gone to the state government, and we know if it happens, how it is going to happen. As for the AI/ML technology, we have applied those. We are continuously in that onto it. But again, my attributes. Which are the attributes? It's like a captain will be good if the players are equally good. So the training cell, testing cell, and my prediction cells, most of the time what is happening in geospatial domain is a closed gamut of clusters, only a few million pixels only, where from I have taken my testing cells, I am predicting the same thing there only. So that remains to be a problem, whichever method you apply, if my attributes are similar. But we got best results using random forest. This is what, because there has been a lot of discussion about interferometry. What we did in Joshimath.
Already 7 minutes gone.
Sir, just 1 minute, sir. What happened in Joshimath, we have from Sentinel-1, this free data, Sentinel-1 we have got the data, got the fringes, and we see how it varies, how along the north, in the direction of the north, how the slopes are changing, the subsidence is happening. But I belong to ISRO. I must tell you, your interferometry is a wild horse, sir. You have to tame it, and you should know where to make it run. Otherwise, interferometry is completely mathematics based, it will go wrong. So especially Kango-san, what he told that with Swiss experts in Chamoli, it may not have worked well. High steep slopes in Himalaya, interferometry is not going to give you good results because of the layover effect. So that's it, that's the point. Joshimath was a perfect example. That's why ISRO has come up with such a beautiful result, and PM also has accepted that. I will not tell about the rainfall threshold. There's a simple comparison how sustainability maps can help us. In a quantitative way, we have seen that a single basin, how it varies. Quantitative way, high and very high zones, if we add upon where it is increasing, quantitative way, and where we need to put our remedial measures. So that is all. I have discussed the key findings already. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So next speaker, I think, please ma'am. Please ma'am. Take 5-6 minute time, not more than that. Okay, let us have some discussions here. Okay. Okay, I know that it's very difficult because we are dealing with a big topic which cannot be given in this presentation mode. Only you just discuss, show something, some key slides show, and then we will discuss.
Good afternoon and a very, very warm welcome. First of all, thank you so much, sir, for giving me this opportunity to share what ESRI is doing with respect to the landslides and the disaster management and hazard zonation and all. So I would like to share some of these, topic, as per the topic here, like although, I mean, GIS platform can be used for end-to-end requirements of a disaster management platform, starting from the preparedness, planning, response, rescue, recovery, and rehabilitation. But yeah, today's focus is on landslides, so I'm focusing primarily on the landslides here and how this mapping, monitoring, and modeling we can do using this platform. So yeah. So there are many, as to start quickly, I mean, there are many implementations nationally and globally where different agencies and organizations, they are all providing information related to hazards, various hazards and all. We have, yeah. So although we are having different implementations, but still year on year we are experiencing landslides and all. So what we have tried to see, I mean, some key causes are like heavy, since morning it has been discussed, heavy rainfalls and steep slope failures and fragile geology and all. So there are quite a few of these factors which are there, which are responsible. And technically, typically, as we have discussed in the morning forums also with the speakers here, that although information is available, but we need that information in a real time to take decisions and to rescue and evacuate people. So that is where, I mean, all this information, although it is available in patches and silos, but it has to be integrated and brought at a common platform. And that is where efficient mapping is required. Efficient mapping, why I'm saying is, we can simply put those landslide locations and all, but yeah, our GSI is doing a wonderful job, I mean, by this creating those susceptibility maps and all. But again, I mean, those needs to be utilized by the field functionaries, and that is where I'm coming to. In a small video, I just wanted to show here, this one. Sorry, this video, if you can quickly run and fast forward. So this is one case study how this Nepal has recently, Nepal has used, and this particular project was awarded also for this landslide mapping requirement. So using drone data, they have tried to map that, and then they have done this monitoring also by flying the drone again and taking a time series data and then verifying the results and all. This video is not below, is there? Anyway, since I'll share this video, sir. This is in an open domain. So this is a complete case study, how from the end to end, starting from the mapping of the landslide, performing the change detection, and then using these scientific models and all, integrating rainfalls and things, I mean data, and then verifying how this landslide is increasing and all. So anyway, I'm just going to the next slide here. Sir, in GIS platform, as we have seen in the morning, I mean, the accuracy in the susceptibility mapping is very, very critical. And that is one of the reasons in my thesis, in fact, I've done one study where different algorithms and scientific models were used, like Yule's coefficient, then there is probability and certainty factors and all. So all these models I've tried to find out like which is giving the exact precise accuracies as far as the susceptibility mapping of landslides and hazard is concerned. So these are just snapshots. I thought, let me just bring it here. Then we have tried to do, I mean, when we are talking about landslides, it is not only those standard factors like rainfall and slope and all, which we all study actually, but there is another interesting factor was analyzed, that is the wildfires. So there are in Uttarakhand, in fact, there are so many wildfires, and they are directly correlating with the, if you see this snapshot here, they are directly correlating with the landslides. So in addition to all those traditional factors, this wildfire factor was also studied, and then there was a correlation established. And then if you see it here directly on the left hand side, I mean, there is a landslide and wildfires, and that is where in this study it was identified that these are the areas with high accuracy and precision. These are the areas which are showing the, I mean, different kinds of severity about the landslides. Now, here in this particular tool, there are various AI/ML tools. ESRI is a globally, I mean, they are having almost 100 plus pre-trained models available. So we have used that models also inside this one, and then this particular analysis was generated, and out of this analysis, hazard risk zonation was performed. And since we have this demographic data also, because when it comes to hazard, things are fine, but then when it comes to the disaster, we need to know like how many people are impacted, and also this all demographic data, village level data was integrated, and these many villages were identified about the highly vulnerable and medium and low like that. And as I mentioned, I mean, in these hazard risk zonation, not only those traditional parameters which were studied, but we see, I mean, when we talk about any of these landslides, they are all leading to the multi-hazards. If you see this slide here, sir, this landslide is leading to the floods at times, because we have seen the case of the Uttarakhand, Kedarnath and all. I mean, because of the landslide, there was a flood and things. And similarly, like when there is a flood, it results to the landslide. And similarly, forest fire, wildfires, as I have shown you, there is a wildfire, it is loosening the soil and deforestation is happening and all, and that is leading to the landslides. So these are, and finally earthquake, we all know, I mean, these are all, I mean, interrelated and correlated. So when I'm saying that landslide should not be studied only in the silos, but all these factors, multi-hazards, to be seen together in order to arrive at the exact, accurate landslide locations.
Madam,
and all.
please wrap it up within 1 minute.
Yes, sir, just 2 minutes, sir. So multi-hazard zonation, so again, I mean, this is just a snapshot output of that, where all these studies were done. And sir, there is one small thing actually on the Glof part also we have done from the glacial lakes outburst, and Glonak Lake is a very good prominent example where all this study, again, this is a video, I don't know whether you can run it, but this video shows the complete sequencing, how the satellite remote sensing technology by interferometry and all those results were integrated, and how the trend has been shown that this particular Glonak Lake is expanding and all. Since this video is not running, maybe I'll share that video in the PPT. So another thing is, sir, like this is AI/ML, so hazard. So I wish if you can run this video. Inside this one, sir, what is happening when we do this hazard zonation and all? There was a question, I mean, in the silo we do all these analysis and all, but finally at the end of the day, field functionaries need to take action, and they need to go in the field and do all evacuation planning and where to, I mean, mobilize people and all. So in this particular video, this is a complete use case where how the hazard zonation in an automated way has been done, and finally evacuation planning, and then damaged buildings also. I mean, using AI/ML, so we have those models, no, which can extract building footprints, and we can find out how many buildings are under the impact, how many roads and infrastructure and critical infrastructure. So this video is covering that entire thing. Yeah, coming to the second last slide here, this is again, I'm just reinforcing here. There are tools, geospatial technologies, remote sensing technologies, drone technologies, I mean drone and all IoT sensors, they are all there. But at the end of the day, they needs to be used, and that too by the field functionaries using simple to use apps, maps, and I mean dashboards integrated with all that information. By click of a button, they should be able to see where to evacuate people and all. So that is what this GIS platform actually that has these capabilities.
Ma'am, I think you have to now complete it.
This is the one, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Now let us come to business. I think sometimes I also get confused when I come to this type of discussions. I see a lot of models, lot of data, lot of techniques, but the special modeling, this is called as special modeling. It started since 1980. And if you see any literature from that period onwards, at least you will find thousands of papers on landslide susceptibility. Okay, and now susceptibility has gone on the back seat. If you write a paper on landslide susceptibility, fast ranking, good impact factor journals will not publish your paper. Now it's a old science, first and foremost. Now in India, at least when GSI has started the landslide susceptibility mapping, I had a lot of bashing from my seniors that why you are giving the name as susceptibility mapping. But since I got some exposures with some people who are hardcore landslide scientists, they told that India, whatever map we are seeing, they are telling hazard maps, risk maps, they are actually not at all a hazard and risk maps. So first and foremost thing we have to understand that what is susceptibility, what is hazard and what is risk. These three are quite different. See, we have been in this business since I have spent my 3 decades of life in landslide susceptibility mapping. Still, like I admit, I have only one paper on risk. I have not been able to prepare a good risk maps, good hazard map. इसका कारण मेरा incapacity बा मेरा incapability नहीं है. इसका कारण आपको समझना पड़ेगा. इसका कारण ये है data नहीं है. What is hazard? Susceptibility is a snapshot of a special conditions. Land use change हो जाएगा, इसको फिर इसको update करना पड़ेगा. ठीक है? But उस जगह में जब आप DM के पास जाएंगे, जब यूजर एजेंसी के पास जाएंगे, वो बोलेगा सर ठीक है, इस जगह से लैंडस्लाइड हो सकता है, अब बताइए कब होगा? Can we able to answer that question? So now time has come, forget about susceptibility, do something which can bring out some information on risk and hazard. Now second point is that there are a lot of people are there from the state government. They are getting confused that so many techniques, so many models are there, which one we will use, which one we will take, which is more accurate, which is less accurate. So my first topic of discussions, I will open up for these things, that how detailed and accurate our landslide susceptibility maps are. My 2 speakers have spoken, but nobody has, when as a GSI, because हम लोग शुरू से मैपिंग किए हैं, इसीलिए हम लोगों का एक चीज हमारा सीनियर सिखाते थे, स्केल. हाथ में एक टोपोशीट पकड़ के देते थे, बोले जाओ लोकेशन आपको ढूंढो जंगल में किधर लोकेशन होता है. उसके बाद बोलते थे स्केल. नाउ एक्यूरेसी एंड स्केल इज रिलेटेड. आप जो चीज, जो फाइनर थिंग आप एक स्मॉल स्केल मैप में नहीं घुसा सकते हो. अच्छा, इसमें भी थोड़ा सुन लीजिए, 2-3 चीज, स्मॉल स्केल, लार्ज स्केल, डिटेल स्केल, इसमें भी लोग कंफ्यूज कर लेते हैं. स्मॉल स्केल मीन्स आपका जो 1:2 ऐसा लिखा रहता है ना, वो बड़ा रहेगा. दैट मीन्स आप बेसिकली ग्राउंड में जो चीज देखते हो, वो चीज को आप ले आते हो आपका मैप में. Suppose I am showing a map of India. Can you get any details of a district? Is it possible? It is not possible. So, but this is not a large scale map. This is the smallest scale map. Large scale जब होगा तो धीरे धीरे हम उसको zero in करेंगे. Zero in जब करेंगे, that means you have to give more detailed information. And obviously जब zero in आप करोगे, तब आपको थोड़ा field validation का जरूरत पड़ेगा. Despite there is huge advancement in the remote sensing technology, but you have to put your legs there, go to see what type of things are there. That's why Sarah was telling that we have also used landslide satellite data, but we have validated our maps in field. So validation is very, very important. उससे आपका accuracy आएगा. लेकिन आप मेरे को बोलेंगे कि भाई आपका 1:50,000 मैप में बहुत गलतियां है. Yes, there are a lot of गलतियां. There are a lot of missed, we cannot map those things. But if you upscale it, then you will get more details, things are there. And ये जो मैडम दिखा रहे थे, बस सब लोग दिखा रहे थे, that different techniques of validation, जो स्पेशल इसमें यूज करता है, प्रेडिक्शन रेट कर्व, सक्सेस रेट कर्व, कॉस्ट कर्व. जब आप अपस्केल करोगे ना, जब आप 1:1000 में जाएंगे आप, उसमें ना ये सब टेक्निक चलता नहीं है. That is completely knowledge driven map. What you see on the ground, you map it on the map. उसका कोई for that no validation is required. There was a map by Brab of USGS, and still today it is considered as the best landslide susceptibility map in the world. He mapped only a geomorphological map of a catchment. If you do a simple geomorphological map, जिसमें material and processes are mapped, you can say which area is more landslide prone, किधर से landslide आ सकता है, किधर जाके गिर सकता है. So sir, please add some values to the accuracy, this aspect.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sehwal. I think it is working. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, a lot of things we have discussed from morning, 4 hours, and I think all the aspects of landslide have been covered. So there is nothing to add new. But I'll just say a few words on landslide studies which are challenging and what problem we are facing and how to resolve it, right? Now, when we talk about mapping, mapping means what? Mapping of landslide inventory, mapping of land susceptibility mapping. It is an engineering geological mapping, it is a geotechnical mapping, what type of mapping we are talking about, right? Now, if you see landslide inventory map, typical landslide inventory map, then you will find that all susceptibility, you will find that landslide inventory are mostly along the drainages, mostly first order or second order drainage, or otherwise it is along the road, right? So two things come very important. One is along the drain means natural erosion, the steep slope, and other is the human intervention and the road cutting. You will find all the landslides, whether it is GSI or it is IRS or NRSC, you will find the same thing. Now, how to collect the data, right? So I'll take only 5 minutes. So how to collect the data? So after joining Uttarakhand state, I am finding that a lot of data are coming. Like landslide yahan pe hua, and 2023, I found that there are 3,000 landslides occurred. 2024, it was more than 2,000. I surprised. I thought actual landslide cannot be like that, right? So then I found that kya ho raha hai ki whether there is some mud flow or some rock fall was there, they consider it as a landslide. But what I am talking is that actually natural, true, active landslide you should consider as a landslide. So I did a survey from Rishikesh to Badrinath. I found there are 50 area landslide points which are naturally active landslide. Along Rishikesh, Uttarkasi, I found maybe three months back only 70 landslide. So again, after this monsoon, again I would like to revisit that whether it is again active or it is it is expanding or like that. Then my intention was that these landslides, 50 landslides there, so how many landslides are being treated, how many are left, and what are the mitigation measures, whether mitigation measure is effective or it is, there are many mitigation measures which is not correct. And because the road is controlled, maintained by PWD, NHIDCL, and border. Is it like that? So this is one aspect I would like to say. The other aspect that I request to GSI that we badly need a very good susceptibility map along the national highway. If I say Uttarakhand, it is Char Dham, simply. Because in a lot of meetings, whether it's the CM sir or the chief secretary and all, they ask that, we need a land susceptibility map. When you're talking about your warning system, we should see that a very good land susceptibility map should be along the road. After that, we should think about monitoring and early warning. Simply, landslides are always in a occur in a clusters, right? It is not like here, there, and then after 5-6 kilometers. It's always cluster. Like you will find that from Pipolkatui to Joshimath, there is a cluster. From your Pandukeshwar to Rambagar, there is a cluster. So if you know that this susceptibility map or hazard map, then probably we can integrate the AMD rainfall threshold and like that. So this is two things. The third part I would like to, which is very important, that these days many townships are getting affected by some sort of, whether it's called a landslide or some settlement or subsidence. The first example is Joshimath, everyone knows it. And then the second one, which I am seeing, it's the Kanpayag, Bahuguna Nagar. There are also around 50 buildings were damaged. It was thanks to CBRI, they have surveyed it and found out the structural details. Now, what is happening there? 80-meter drill hole in Joshimath, we could not find any solid rock. It is big boulder or loose. So simply there is a problem of drainage. And yeah, it's true that it is an old landslide and all. But there are many areas where there are old landslides. Nothing happened. But then why it is happening? Then from geotechnical engineering, we found that soil bearing capacity is not good enough to have a 5-story or 6-story building. So we are overloading. So this is another thing. Same thing happened in Kanpayag. I was finding that there is no landslide, nothing. But then why there is damage, buildings are getting damaged? Then found that, sir, यहाँ पे एक, there was a sabji mandi to be constructed, एक excavation हुआ, उसके बाद ये trigger हुआ. So that was cause. So once you have destabilized, it is going to happen. And after that, there is no proper drainage. So this is another thing. So then I thought that though it is risky, I don't know how much good result I will get. Then I thought that, okay, let's do some total complete investigation of major townships. So I proposed it and to the secretary and government of Uttarakhand, and they told that, okay, you can go ahead. And I have started it. So what I am doing is that a complete geo-investigation of the township, right? Geo-investigation means topographical, geological, geotechnical, and geophysical. So say, for example, I have started working in the Nainital town. So I will be having around 30 to 40 drill holes. So already I have done, I think they have done around 11 or 12 boreholes already. Somewhere it is 10 meters, somewhere it is 20 meters. And similarly, geophysical stretch. So wherever we are getting, though it is challenging, but we are getting a stretch somewhere, we are getting 100 meter, 200 meters like that. So we are doing ERT and SRT to know the buildings are there. Then they don't know what is there below, say, 10 meters or 20 meters, So like that, I want to have that what you are calling risk modeling. Yes. So risk modeling of township, how to do it. So if you get a good data, because there is no dearth of money, you can have money. Money is always there. You have to put it in the right way. So like that, total investigation with, we have already created DEM of 1 meter control interval of Nainital town. And so I think within 2-3 months, we will be having a good geodatabase, so a risk model of a township. So that I want to put as an example, and after that I will continue.
Only thing, sir, what you are doing, excellent work you are doing, and after all your data come up, the risk map prepared, then please implement the zoning regulations there.
Yes.
That should be your target, that at least on that scale your data is there. So if that data is there, then immediately if you implement zoning regulations, then at least one message should go to the community, to the engineers, that no, we cannot build indiscriminately in this type of environment. One example, what sir is telling, in Himalayas, many of the hill towns, many of the settlements are on the old slide debris, because those are the very settled and these things. But if you disturb that, that is in the metastable condition. If you disturb that, then problem starts. Thank you, sir. Professor Sinha, please, what is your takeaway? Or what is your point? Please tell.
So, I think first of all, the current landslide susceptibility maps which are there, I think they have to be improved significantly. And considering the current maps that we have, I call it as a static map. So we have to go towards a dynamic maps, which means we have to develop a system that they get regularly updated.
Yes.
And we have to bring the physics-based susceptibility maps. As Dr. Shantanu just mentioned, we have to incorporate what is the soil beneath and how is the terrain changing. What are the different buildings coming up? Because that is going to change the loads, and that is going to drive again the change in the susceptibility maps over the time. We need to also look into how we can use AI and into this developing of these maps. For example, we can use AIs, let's say CNN or other methods. We can train on the pre-existing landslides, the landslides which let's say regularly come on day-to-day basis or season basis. All of those needs to be integrated to a system which can update these maps in real time way. And we need to definitely move away from these maps to a risk-based maps. For example, when we often in slope stability, we talk about factor of safety. A factor of safety, we take 1.5 and we consider a slope is safe. In reality, it is not safe. There is a 5% chance it is going to fail. A factor of safety of 1 doesn't mean 100% it is going to fail. Factor of safety of 1 means 50% chance of failure or 50% it will not fail. So there is always an uncertainty associated with the soil parameters as well as the loading and other things. So we need to consider that, even the rainfall. Today we talked about that rainfall is what triggers landslides. I believe it's not exactly right. Rainfall causes lots of things, and if they are, for example, they can cause erosion, they can cause erosion of the soil, or they can create some channels which can cause a landslide. Yes, it will do all the physics that it has to do, but if we understand it, then we can prevent those things to happen. So simply saying that, okay, because of rainfall, the landslides are happening,
may not be a correct statement.
Is not a correct statement. If we do something, if we can, let's say, have a good drainage system, we can have rainfalls, at the same time we can have a stable sites or slopes. So we need to understand this. We should not make it really simple that this thing causes a landslide or a fire causes a landslide. I think we should be careful about those things, and we need to go a little bit beyond that and look at the physics.
Professor Sinha, you are talking about the physical aspects, the deterministic sort of concerns. These conditions cannot be taken up for a larger area. You have to do the mapping for a smaller areas in a much larger scale. I think you are talking about that thing, because deterministic physical based thing would be the best one. What you are telling, what the way Dr. Sarkar is doing for Karnapag and other places. So do you think that this should be our solutions in a landslide prone state, that we identify trouble spots, trouble areas where a lot of people are living, and take those areas and do this type of detail, maybe 1:5,000 scale or 1:2,000 scale, or maybe 1:10,000 scale, depending on the size of the area and detailing we need, and prepare those maps. Do not go for that a large state or for a state landslide susceptibility map of 1:50,000 scale. It is not required. Because problem is being faced by the community or the element at risk present there. So let us orient our work on a much larger scale, like the way what Dr. Sarkar is telling and Professor Sinha is also trying to tell, that we should go to a physical based one, and in that case we can easily implement the land use zoning regulations. We can take up a lot of remedial actions there itself. Only problem is that suppose for now GSI is also involved in a Shimla town. Shimla, if you see, even the mapping with the drone is becoming a problem, because there are so many areas, no area is left behind. All are built up, different size buildings. So the contours are coming in a very, my team is here, they were telling that the contours were creating a problem, because contours are not being able to, So that is a challenge in those areas because we have already damaged a lot. Only now thing is that if we have a data, suppose for Shimla town also if you have a data that this sector is very bad, this sector is very, at least that can give a message to the community that भाई आपने तो इधर मकान बनाया लेकिन this मकान का गारंटी हम लोग नहीं दे पा रहे हैं. ठीक है? Madam.
So good afternoon, everyone. So most of the things have been discussed since morning. So for the three aspects here, like mapping, modeling, and monitoring, I would like to bring the examples or like share the research that we have been doing at IIT Indore. So coming to the mapping, as Dr. Saibal said, scale, yes, that's very important thing. But along with that, the climatic factors also has to be included because they are very, very dynamic. And when we had this 2018 Kerala disaster, actually it rang the bell. So the landslide susceptibility maps which have been followed by KSDMA, the no susceptible had a severe, damages occur. So it was a debatable thing that time because I've been attending some of the meetings. So we have to develop, as like Sumit mentioned, we have to come up with a very, very spatio-temporal at a very small administrative boundary, like district level. So we have to develop the models or the susceptibility maps in that scale. Because we have extensive data, there is no depth of the data, but we don't have the information. Because when we looked at our inventory for Wayanad and Idukki, we started with 6,000 data points. There are both point data and also polygon data, because landslide is not just a point, right? It also is a polygon. So we have to segregate that, and so as I said, like data is extensive, but we are not having the proper information. So we need to work on the data. That is first very important point I would like to bring in that with my experience. And the second aspect is like monitoring. Since 2017, pre-monsoon, we monitored a small town in Kalimpong, which is real-time monitoring. We did it. We instrumented till sensors with the support of NRDMS, and we developed an operational warning system, hand over it to NGO called Save the Hills. But I'll tell you, it was not working. Why? Because there is no landslide, because there is no rainfall now. So whatever the system we developed, it worked for 4 years. Later, because of the, I don't know what to call it, it's a climatic change effect or whatever it is, since that is not at all like, workable thing. So we need to develop a system which is more dynamic, and considering this dynamic, because rainfall is very, very dynamic. It's not just only rainfall intensity or duration, because it all matters. As morning, someone was telling about the pore pressures. So failure is basically because of the pore pressures. So which is a geotechnical, driven parameter. So we need to understand that particular aspect, which is very, very clear. And then third one is like modeling. See, we have tools like RAMs, etc., but these models have been developed for a European case. It cannot be worked on the Indian terrain because of the rheology or whatever it is. So we need to have our own site-specific, such models. And we got funding from ISRO. We developed a two-dimensional debris flow model, which we hand over to them 2 years back. So which can take care of the 3 different rheologies, because here that landslide physics, it is very, very complex, because it has geology, it has geotechnical, geomorphology. So several factors are being involved. And coming to this, another thing is for modeling, we have DM models are there, SPH modeling are there, especially for debris and other, even for rock modeling, rock slope modeling, we do have. And right now, we have a lot of people are working on AI/ML, but someone said in the morning, garbage in, garbage out. Yes, that is completely true. So our data has to be, more informative, or we have to work on the data. So that's all. Thank you so much.
Madam, now I give a floor to the audience. Okay. So please, what is?
Thank you, everyone. My name is Pranav. I'm working with GeoHazard Society. Just wanted to add this thing. So you talked about large-scale map of 1:1,000, 1:5,000. I want to bring to your notice that such maps have been prepared for Aizawl city in Mizoram. They were done almost 10 years back, and it was part of a program for earthquake scenario. And now, because of the maps, we have landslide zones marked, which is like, you see something on the ground and it is there in the map also. Because of this, the Municipal Corporation of Aizawl has hired services of geologists, which is something which is not common across the rest of the country. And these geologists are there to help and guide any kind of construction that happens within the municipal boundary. Because now we know that these are landslide prone and what kind of construction has to be done, how to prevent landslide from happening. So all of that is being taken care of. And modeling alone is not sufficient. We have a model. Now we have to present it in a scenario form. So, sir, Dr. Ghosh, your point, that district magistrate पूछता है कि कब होएगा, कहाँ होगा. So when you say that, okay, we are giving you a scenario that this is what is going to happen, this is how it will happen, these are the things that are going to be affected. Now they have a vision that, okay, they can focus on these points. When, where, it may still be unclear, but having a scenario which helps common people who are not technical like us, who doesn't understand the technical language, a very common scenario like a storybook or a comic book, that is what is helping people understand the risk and adjust according to it. So just wanted to share this with you.
Thank you. Actually, your point is very, very pertinent. In our 10,000 scale work, we are giving another map because the susceptibility map sometimes is very, very crude to the normal people. So we are giving a landslide management map, which is very simple, descriptive. The problem or critical zones are marked on the map. Map may not be sometimes up to the scale. It is a schematic map sometimes given so that people can understand. This is a very good point. Anybody? Yes. Achha,
so my question is to Dr. Shantanu. So when you were mapping the roadway from Rishikesh to Badrinath, and you were mapping the landslide units, so what exactly was the threshold to identify a unit as a landslide or a simple mudslide or a minor unit?
No, I didn't get. Threshold means what you were telling about the area or what?
Yeah, so what was your criteria to classify it as a landslide or a minor rockfall or a mudslide or anything?
Okay. So first thing is that as a geologist, you have to see that whether it is a old active landslide. Say, for example, if you are talking about, say, Tangni landslide and Lambagarh landslide, those are all existing. Some of the landslides are very fresh, and if you see on the top, you will find that there are indication of sliding and all. But simple rockfall and there is a drain and you have some mud or some debris have come and people have because they have removed some debris, so they call it a landslide because it is a landslide, a slope failure. But this monsoon you will see, next season you may not see that. So those type of landslide I am looking for, that which are actual in the form of landslide. Maybe some it is not a very shallow landslide. Some deep landslide, at least, I mean, if it is soil or debris, at least it has 5 to 10 meter cover of overburden, something like that. Yes.
But sir, here I want to correct everybody. Sir is a very good landslide. He also knows. See, some terminology we are, because he is a landslide expert. He is working there. So he knows that this problem will not create much problem to me. But sir, as far as scientific terminology is concerned, we follow a classification by Cruden and Vance. Their slump is also not there. This sort of classification is also not there. So a lot of students are there. I am telling you, landslide definition में एक चीज है. इसमें साइज कोई पैरामीटर नहीं है, ये ऐसा नहीं है, इवन एक पत्थर गिरने से भी उसको लैंडस्लाइड डेफिनेशन में लैंडस्लाइड बोलना पड़ेगा, ठीक है, बट ठीक है, he is considering it on the perspective of risk management. Try to understand that. Please try to understand that. That is more important than scientifically producing a map and publishing. Anybody else? इधर से कोई एक, हाँ, yes. Yes, madam, please.
Yes, sir, as we are talking about early warning modeling, especially for the rainfall-induced landslide, for the modeling purpose, one component is landslide inventory for the spatial as well as temporal data we need for early warning. But temporal we are missing as a nodal agency. Do you have the updated data for the 5 years?
Very much. See, another challenge. Please use a app we have created, very simple app. Now it is available in iOS also, in Android also, Bhuskalan app. Please give us data. मेरे को कुछ डेटा नहीं चाहिए, लैंडस्लाइड का लोकेशन चाहिए, सारका माफिक लैंडस्लाइड होने से भी चलेगा, पत्थर गिर रहा है तभी चलेगा, उसका जियो कोडेड लोकेशन चाहिए, कब हुआ, डेट एंड टाइम. अभी हम लोग थोड़ा AWS इंस्टॉल कर रहे हैं, लोगों को बोल रहे हैं, तो हम लोग शायद इन द नियर फ्यूचर आवरली थ्रेशोल्ड बनाएंगे. उसके लिए मोर चैलेंज इज दैट डेट ही नहीं मिलता है, आवरली टाइम चाहिए मुझको लैंडस्लाइड का. सो माई रिक्वेस्ट टू ऑल स्टेट गवर्नमेंट पीपल, ऑल फ्रेंड, प्लीज पॉपुलेट आस विद these 3 information only. उसमें आप गलती किया, मान लीजिए आप लैंडस्लाइड नहीं बोल के रॉकफॉल को पहचान लिया, वो that will not create much problem now.
To your query, I will add something. Exactly for developing a rainfall threshold, you should know the landslide information, that is specifically the date and location. Okay, as of today, not time. So what do? We search for newspapers, articles, coverage. We take the date. There also you will get the village name where it has occurred. We cross-verify it with the road construction, road maintenance agency. Like most of the time it is border road. Now it is coming to NHI or NHIDCL. So if you will verify, you will get landslides occurring on a particular date. Then you will correlate with the rainfall events. You have daily rainfall data, then what event contributed to that landslide, then antecedent rainfall. It's a wholesome exercise to extract from available information to a useful information. Then you go for thresholding. So that time period is very crucial. Available information to useful information.
We can take another, madam, one question, last question. Sir is
yeah. May I?
अच्छा ठीक है, 2 लेना पड़ेगा, इनको मैंने छोड़ दिया था. आप बोलिए.
Okay. So looking at the complex interplay of various triggers that we are discussing since morning, rainfall, earthquake, and even human activities. So I see that is there a possibility of making a universal landslide risk model or alert system, first of all, and whether if we can make it, is there the paucity of data that we are having? Can we generate more satellite data? Can we launch more satellites, specific satellites? So I asked the entire panel. I mean, the first question is, can we have a universal model? And second, to plug the data, can we recommend as a community for landslide? Can we recommend some more satellites to be launched for observing this data? Because it's not possible humanly to survey all the locations and get the data and make a model.
Sir,
just 1 minute. About the universal model for landslide, if you are talking about landslide sustainable risk modeling, no, cannot be, because the different area have different, the degree of affecting the landslide parameters are different. If you go to northeast, the factors are different. If you like, no. Regarding satellite, I think Dr. Chattoraj can say something.
Can I just? The answer of this lies, suppose if we talk about the surface manifestations only of the landslide, there will be some surface deformations. Interferometry is your answer, sir. And it's not readily available Sentinel. ISRO-NASA joint project, we are going to come up with NISAR, which has dual band, L band and S band polarimetry data, sir. With this, 6 to 12 days repetitive temporal resolution. Ma'am, to answer your question as well, if you temporally are looking, go for the surface deformations and look for L band data that can penetrate. Right, so any surface deformation, irrespective of the reason, it can be any reason, sir, it can never be missed up to millimeter level. Sir.
Okay. Thank you. You please.
So this is just a suggestion that we should incorporate a runout into the susceptibility modeling. Otherwise, the susceptibility and risk will not work.
Recently, I have supplied the runout and impact model data to 2 districts of Kerala, Idukki and Wayanad, to SDMA.
Yeah.
So we are now into.
Thanks.
Sir.
Sir.
Yes, sir. That's why this is completed. Thanks.
Saibal, sir, Dr. Satyam has raised a very valid point on the data availability and data quality of the data and all that. I'm making a small suggestion. Can we develop a data repository on a national level? The way GSA is having, can we have a data, because I see a proliferation of so many agencies are doing so much of research.
Is there. आप GSI platform में data दीजिए. हम लोग तो last 10 years से चाह रहा है, कोई नहीं देता है.
But NDMA can, I think, coordinate and can enforce this.
सर देखिए, मैं एक ही चीज बोल रहा हूँ, इसीलिए सुबह मैं bottom up approach बोला हूँ. जैसा देखिए, she has prepared a model she has given to a NGO.
Okay.
Why I know that? Because state government इनको बोला अरे नहीं आपका क्या हम लेके क्या करेंगे? ऐसा नहीं चलेगा. So you have to actually state government को भी समझने. Definitely state government people who are doing that. IIT Indore is working there. ठीक है? खाली GSI cannot go everywhere. It's not possible. Humanly possible by us. Thing is that आप आपका state का resource को identify करिए, tap करिए. Even IIT इंदौर बा IIT मंडी बा यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ केरला उधर काम करते हैं. अरे पहले मीटिंग करिए. जब आप इधर काम करने के आले किसके लिए काम कर रहे हैं? इसका जो आउटपुट होगा शायद वो बोलेगा मैं MOES का फंडिंग से काम कर रहा हूँ और मैं भी DRDO को फंड नहीं. आप स्टेट के में कर रहे हैं, इसका आउटपुट हमको दीजिए पहले. I will implement it. Sir, we have to empower state government. Otherwise, we cannot be successful in this. Thank you. Thank you very much to our panelists. Thank you. Sir, चलिए खाते हैं.
So just a second, sir. Thank you very much, everyone, for the amazing session. I request Dr. Ghosh to please present the mementos to the panelists after the group photograph. After the group photograph. And after this, we are going to have the most awaited session, and that is, I think, everyone knows, lunch.
Thank you.
Okay. Simon sir, please, mementos. हाँ sir, आप ही देंगे. नहीं sir.
Please.
अच्छा सेशन करा है. लंच काट देंगे. आधा घंटा कर देंगे. सेशन तो स्टार्ट कर देंगे पर जल्दी करेंगे. हो जाएगा. वाले हो जाएगा. So thank you once again, everyone. Please join us for the lunch. It is at atrium, ground floor. And please come back by 14:30 maximum. So after the lunch, we are going to start our third technical session from alert to aftermath, readiness, response, and resilient recovery. So we know while forecasting landslide is vital, it's what we do after the alert that truly tests the strength of our disaster management systems. And this session is going to focus on operational readiness, field response, ability to rebuild, and not just physically, but socially and economically. So we are honored to have in this session the moderator, Shri Rajendra Singh Ji, member HOD NDMA. Our lead presenters will be Professor Vikram Gupta from Sikkim University, Dr. Swapnamta from Wadia Institute of Himalayan Geology, and the discussants will be Dr. Yunus from ISR Mohali and Kapil K, Deputy Commandant NDRF. So I request all the panelists to please come on the dais and we'll bring in the session from then onwards. Please, sir. Dr. Yunus. Kapil, sir. Hi. PPT you have to give to that guy, black shirt guy, sitting over there. Dr. Yunus. हाँ मैं लगवा रही हूँ सर.
मेन गेट में ना जहाँ पुलिस वाले खड़े, हाँ संदीप खड़ा है यार, संदीप खड़ा हुआ. अभी लोग नहीं आए अभी. आइए मैम, तब तक हम ध्यान के विषय में बात करेंगे थोड़ा सा. जी सर. लंच करने को Kapil. Okay. I don't. विक्रम जी आ गए हैं. जी सर. स्वप्नमिता जी आ गई हैं. मैं सबकी हाजिर लगाऊंगा. ठीक है. पीयूष आनंद एब्सेंट है. आप क्या कपिल. Yunus.
Madam. So to begin the session, I request Professor Vikram to give an overview of the entire session theme, and this will help us to set us the tone of the entire session. Please, sir. Professor Vikram.
क्या?
Presentation, sir. Oh, sorry.
यार दीपाली कैसे करेगी? खाना ज़्यादा खा लिया बच्चे. हैं? ऐसे कैसे कर रही है?
Sorry, sir. Sorry.
दीपाली जा, रिजू साहब के साथ खाना खा के आ जाओ. ये भूखे पेट भी कभी-कभी ना गलती हो जाती है. हैं? हो जाता है. वाटर डिहाइड्रेशन हो रहा है, फूड डिहाइड्रेशन हो गया मेरे. खाना खा के आइए सर जल्दी से. सब लोगों ने खाना खा लिया प्लीज? तो देखिए कोई सोएगा नहीं मेरी क्लास में यार. Okay, let's start. Good afternoon, everybody. And once again, welcome to this important session, the 3R. That is risk assessment, rapid response, and robust recovery in landslide. Since morning, we are discussing, we are hearing about 3M. That is, what is the 3M? So that's what mapping,
Monitoring and modeling the risk. Risk modeling and then mitigation.
then mitigations. So now we have heard how we are going to mitigate, mapping, monitoring. Very, very important things. And all the professors, the people who have come, कभी कभी डरा भी देते हैं वो लोग लैंडस्लाइड दिखा करके. प्रोफेसर साजिन इज नॉट हियर, थैंक गॉड. अदरवाइज बोलते कि यार वो लैंडस्लाइड दिखा दिया उन्होंने इतना बड़ा वायनाड का और उधर का तो मुनार का. तो एंड देन डॉक्टर कानून को ही वाज विद द जोश. मैं कहा ये तो अभी कूद के जाएंगे और लैंडस्लाइड ठीक करके आ जाएंगे. कानून को भी नहीं है ना यहाँ पर, बोलना नहीं उससे. So that was a thing. But if we are really doing a mapping and we will come to know after mapping how we are going to do the risk assessment and what type of risk assessment is there. Then the second step start how we are going to mapping and then how we are going to monitor it. Monitor means keep an observation eye on that. How that landslide is behaving, how the piece which is peel off from that side is going to develop. It was a very good study and presentation by Professor Sajin where he has shown how in 70s or 80s he has observed that thing and suddenly after 10 years or 15 years how he has become a big landslide. So that is called monitoring, keep monitoring. And then third comes, if you have observed something, you have to start mitigations. Mitigations, there are so many things are there and NDMA, we have already approved the scheme. Now it is, Pradeep ji, namaskar. Welcome to this. And if something, God forbid, if everything gone not taken place, then there is three things start: risk assessment, rapid response, and robust recovery. Risk assessment, we know if that mitigation is not done in that area, so we will keep assessing the risk of that particular area. And then, knowing the risk of that particular area, will keep our response forces ready. It is response in a mountain region, it is NDRF, SDRF, ITPP, and other region, it is BRO, military forces, and other forces. And then start our, if something happened, the recovery, how we are going to do, build back better, it comes in that. So with me today, I got a list of panelists with me, list of experts with me. I got with me Professor Bikram Gupta ji from Sikkim University. I got Dr. Swapna Mehta ji, a scientist from Wardia Institute. And Swapna Mehta ji She has worked with us during the Joshimat episode, actively involved there. And third, we got Commandant Kapil K, who has come all the way from 4th Battalion, which is in Arkonam, Chennai, because here is the man who has handled Wayanad landslide. So he is going to tell you exactly what happened, how happened, and what all is, how the response, how quickly the response was there, and how they have recovered from the thing. And then we got Assistant Professor Yunus from IIS Mohali. And he is also going to talk about our recovery, reconstructions, and risk assessment part. So first, I will start from Professor Gupta ji. Vikram Gupta ji, you please.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. May I have the presentation, please? Since morning, we have been discussing about hazard, landslide hazard. And I will...
Because I'll just say one thing, that lunch we were delayed for 45 minutes.
I'll take no more than 10 minutes.
So that time we have to little bit be precise. What exactly you want to tell and what message you want to deliver to this audience.
Yeah, I discuss about cascading flood and landslide risk in the Himalayan terrain. Look at this picture. This picture was taken immediately after the flood, Tista flood. Prior to flood, these habitations were quite safe, or I'll say metastable conditions. But after the flood, this habitation is in danger. Risk is very high in this. Now, we have been discussing about hazard. What is risk? Risk is an integration of hazard and vulnerability. We know that in the present climate change scenario, our hazard is growing multifold, manifold, mainly because of the climate change. On the other hand, our vulnerability is also increasing. And that is why our risk component is also growing year by year. And that is the reason year after year we are having a lot of disasters. Now, if you look at the risk matrix, high hazard, high vulnerability, no problem. That zone, we know that it's very unsafe zone. Low hazard, low vulnerability is a safe zone. But the problem arises, the cause of concern is when one component is high, another component is low, or when hazard is high and vulnerability is low. Because these are borderline cases. These can at any point of time move into unsafe zone. Therefore, we must be very, very particular about having development in this zone. I think this slide is very, very clear. We know about origin of Himalaya. It is moving northward. We know broad geology of the Himalaya. It is divided into lesser, middle, higher Himalaya. We know about the geomorphology of the Himalaya, sub-Himalaya, higher Himalaya, middle Himalaya, Tethyan Himalaya. And we also know about the orographic barrier. What is happening to climate change? We talk a lot about climate change. There are two main factors. One is monsoon is penetrating northward into the Himalaya. That means to say that the area that was devoid of rainfall now having some kind of rainfall. And number two, I think is known to everyone that during monsoon number of rainy days are increasing. Intensity is increasing. Now this is an example from Himachal Pradesh, Kinnaur. Look at earlier, this valley is divided into three main climatic zones. We have monsoon dominated zone, we have dry zone, we have transitional zone. And you can see in the transitional zone, there are not many landslides. But during the last 10-15 years, this transitional zone has disappeared. Monsoon has penetrated into the north, and that is why we have a lot of landslide, particularly in this transitional zone. And we expect that there will be more landslide in future in this zone. Look at the kind of slope. These slopes are very, very stable under dry conditions. But when these slopes come in contact with little bit of water, then they keep on moving. And we expect, and this zone is located
near the MCT, or particularly mainly towards the north of the main central thrust. I think who are geologists, they know where our main central thrust zone lies. And another factor is rainfall nowadays playing 20-20 game. Earlier it used to play 5-day game. And you can see this is an example from Nainital. Prior to 2009, the intensity of rainfall was about, it has increased 2 times post 2010, and that is why we have lot of landslides in Nainital. This is a data that the intensity of rainfall from 68 is quite variable. It's unpredictable, particularly after 2010. This is another example. And on the other hand, hazard is growing manifold. Our vulnerability is also increasing. Built-up area in the entire hill township, whether it is Shimla, Nainital, Gangtok, every Himalayan township, there is a lot of built-up area is increasing. And if you look at the geomorphology, cross-section, all the Himalayan rivers traverses through Tachin Himalaya to higher Himalaya, then to lesser Himalaya. And if you look at the gradient, then we have in Tachin Himalaya low gradient, higher Himalaya high gradient, and in lesser Himalaya we have low gradient again. And that is why in Tachin Himalaya here we have lot of lakes. Here there is lot of erosion. Water will just move downward. Therefore, this zone is termed as zone of transportation. And still in the lower altitude we have gradient is very low, about 3 to 4 meter per kilometer. And that is why a lot of deposition take place in this zone. And that is another hazard because of the deposition. Look at this example. This example is from Uttarkashi township. Presently, the Uttarkashi river, Bhagirathi river is following just in the town. Lot of deposition has taken place, and we have calculated that on an average, there is about half meter per year of depositions, and because of the government policies, we cannot take out any material from the river, and this is another kind of hazard. Also, this is an example from Sikkim, Tista river. Very recently, you can see that earlier rivers used to flow, the water level of river was at 212, but post-Clough, it is about 225. That means there is a deposition of about 12 to 15 meter in river Tista. This picture was taken only yesterday. You can see monsoon has not yet set in, but the water Tista river is following just along the national highway, and you can imagine what will happen during monsoon, and I am sure that this road will be closed. And also there is a landslide prior to only yesterday. It is closed for the heavy vehicle, and in Sikkim it is very, very difficult to travel by road nowadays. Therefore, our take-home message is that we have to work in a border area, cross border area, where one component is quite high, another component is quite low, because this zone can be moved to safe zone. Along Tista River, the rise of Tista River varies from, deposition of Tista River is about 6 to 13 meter at different places. And this is increasing or posing the risk in the region. Well, I'll conclude, I'll say that risk reduction measures are a good investment. We have to invest a lot, not also for hazard assessment, but for risk reduction strategy. And the risk management should be based on good understanding of the flood and landslide processes and causes. I think local involvement is of vital importance. And I'll ask, I have a 2 minute video. I'll show how the disaster, flood disaster in the Himalaya occurs. Can you play the video, please?
Just go back, Professor Saab. Just go back, yeah? क्या चार चीजें थी?
Can you play the video simulation? This is a simulation.
No, not this one. Last. It's a yeah. Risk management should be based on good understanding, local involvement, community wala.
Yeah. Simple and not technical solutions are to be needed. Can you play the video? This is simulation video of the flood. Yeah, this is a simulation video. It was made after the Parichu flood. After that, we have a lot of flood in Bhagirathi, in Tista, in Alaknanda. There are a lot of flood. But this was done after Parichu, thinking that this is a Tibetan plateau where topography is quite steep. And we have blockade of river mainly because of either earthquake or because of rainfall. Well, this is simulation of the Satluj river. I think sound is not coming, but even a small, very small blockade in the river can cause a big disaster downstream. That has happened in 2004 in Satluj Valley, if you remember what has happened. Well, this is from a second, another angle. Very small landslide, not very big. And I think there is no sound. Sound is not coming. And landslide dam was created, and it's very, very important to assess the stability of this dam. And based on this, well, this is landslide dam, and this pipe, because of the piping or outburst of this dam, the flooding generally occurs. Well, this is a piping action, and when the dam outburst, there is a flood downstream, and this is a very, very disaster that what we have seen during 2024 GLOF in the
Thank you. Swapna Mitaji. बहुत बढ़िया थे. Good presentation. Next slide.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are not sleepy. I will try not to take time. We geologists put 4.6 billion years into 24 hours, and we have made a clock, so we can fit, everything into very short period. Don't worry. Next, please. So I am going to talk about two scenarios. One is a deep-seated landslide, which of course is a very good example, Joshimath. Shallow landslides, we all know. It's very visible, it is very obvious, and I'm going to cite an example from Chakrata in Uttarakhand, Botar in Uttarakhand. Next, please. Deep-seated landslides are important because of the India-Eurasia convergence, there is accumulation of strain, and this strain is partitioned. These are things that we geologists, we study, but this strain can also actually cause land deformation, and we need to monitor such kind of slow deformation, slow landslides, because slow landslides are indicators of strain. We have to remember that. And even though there is a lot of argument that whether Joshimath is a deep-seated landslide, slow-moving landslide or not, it is a subsidence, let us move out of it and understand how we can understand deep-seated landslides and slow-moving landslide, and understand what the earth is preparing for. Is it preparing for a major earthquake? I'm not scaring, sir, but maybe because we are talking about preparedness, readiness today in this session, so we have to understand what the earth is telling us. This is Joshimath. We did a very good LiDAR survey there. We flew the helicopter. We did it technically correct. And we have wonderful data for that. This is the ortho image. Now the LiDAR not only produces the photogrammetry data, but its main purpose is to create the topography, right? The DM. And the DM that was created was of a very, very high resolution, through which we came to know that there are several scarps on the slope. Next, please. I can control? Okay. So there are several slopes, several scarps on the slope of Joshimath, and it can be segmented into the western segment and the eastern segment. Eastern segment is towards Ravigram, and the eastern segment was showing deformation in 2020, after 2021. Sir, you remember we went as a team. So 2021 October, there were 3 days of very heavy rainfall. After that, people started observing ground cracks and house cracks. Then we observed in Ravigram, Sunil, and many other areas. But what was not expected is the 2023 January event. Suddenly what happened, the entire shift came down to Manoharbagh, Singhdar, and Marwari, and the western segment failed. And there in slow landslides, there are always accelerated phases, and there is a quiescence, like a stalling. So what happened in 2023 happened in two parts. There was a failure on a higher slope, which started from Sunil, and then the lower failure happened from around Manoharbagh, Tower 1 ke paas se, and then it went down to Marwari. So it was a two-segmented failure. It was initiated in 2023, and then probably, the toe erosion by the Rishiganga flood event also triggered the 2023 ultimate disaster. Next, please. Now, coming to Joshimath, we did a very comprehensive survey there. A lot of institutions participated. Now we know that what is in the subsurface, because so many GPR, ERT, EVRI surveys were done. But then the thing is that we concentrated on the western segment only. Hardly anyone did in the eastern segment. Now who is going to concentrate in the eastern segment? We will do it only when something happens. So that is a data loss, And in the western segment also, everybody did at random places. So we had to model, I am not bringing that result because we are not going to discuss that. So there was a model developed using all these geophysical surveys, and we have a subsurface imaging now, which shows how the entire slope is behaving in the subsurface, where is saturation, which part is failing and which is not. Now this LiDAR survey that we did not concentrate on the slope of Joshimath only because of reasons. We need to know the causative factor. And if we just concentrate on the slope, it does not yield anything. The control is completely the whole topography and how all the causes are contributing to the slope, to the slide in Joshimath. So we followed every protocol while collecting this data, putting 2 base stations. We had 8 GCP points in which we were monitoring 8 hours with our high-resolution GPS. We used the Survey of India benchmarks to again correct the data, because why this is important, I'm going to tell you. The GPS height that you get is a spherical height. It's the Earth's, Earth is an oblate spheroid. And the height is that mathematical model height based on that oblate spheroid. It is not your sea level height. It is not what you have on the topo sheet. Topo sheet is orthometric height. And what our Earth is not an oblate spheroid. It is a geoid. A geoid is a shape which is controlled by the gravity of the Earth. And gravity in every place is different. So if you supposing you do, now we are talking about LiDAR a lot. I know a lot of LiDAR data will come up. Everybody will be doing LiDAR. But please know all these basic things. We have to understand that we are modeling the height, and then you will put it on a topo sheet, or you will do comparison with each other. It is not going to yield anything because your heights are different. The GPS height and the orthometric height has a difference of 9 meters. That's a huge difference. So we needed the Survey of India benchmarks. Now, because we want to be ready for any disaster, we are talking about risk assessment and response and rapid response. Because we are talking about rapid response, that's why we have to do all this before what I'm going to tell you. Our Survey of India benchmarks are there, not there, whether they have moved. The Joshimath benchmarks were moved, so we could not use that data. We did not find any benchmark in Mana. We could not find in Tapovan. They were all washed away in the Rishiganga event. So we are not updated with our data. And we need to now update all this data. See, this is the geoid that I was talking about, and the ellipsoidal height, I told you what is the difference between the geoidal height and the ellipsoidal height. And we create the global geoid, I told you, again, it has a difference of 9 meters. But we have to create a localized geoid using all these calculations, Survey of India benchmarks. Now, we do susceptibility mapping everywhere. We do INSAR. INSAR papers are coming, so many papers are coming in Joshimath. I don't want to talk about them. A very recent one is going to come, Bhaskar Kundu and others. They are modeling with INSAR data, but they said that the slide initiated after 2022. But on ground, sir, we know when it initiated. So, you know, INSAR can give you any kind of deformation map, but who is validating it on the ground? Paper publication is very easy nowadays. This is PS INSAR. We try to understand regional scale deformation, how it is happening. Then we try to understand whether tectonics is at play or some lithological control is there on the deformation, surface deformation. Now the thing is that, what happened? Okay. So now the thing is that we talk about early warning system. We cannot put early warning systems everywhere. We put early warning systems in places where we know there is something at risk. Generally, there are people at risk. There are some important infrastructures at risk. So this is a slope in Chakrata, which we understood it was deforming, but it is a shallow landslide. They cut a road, and this road initiated the slide. Now, to help this village, there are about 20 houses on top, and the houses started developing cracks. And we initiated this early warning system installation. Then we understood that we do not have a groundwater profile there. You know, when we start something, we are never ready, sir. We are always, when we go to do something, then we realize, oh, this is not there, that is not there. Like I told you, Survey of India benchmarks were not there. These delays our projects. And now, if supposing, now I have talked to Central Groundwater Board and they are going to do the profiling for me, but our profiles are not updated. So this is something that I want to talk about. Early warning systems are also like susceptibility mapping. There are many different methods. Everybody will try to develop their threshold. Let us see how it works for us. I hope we do a good job. But this is the important thing that I'm coming to. LiDAR preparedness, we have to be prepared rather than going into a postpartum. When a disaster happens, we cannot reach there and then start doing everything anew. We have to do a complete LiDAR mapping of the state of Uttarakhand, state of Sikkim. Not random here and there. It is not going to yield anything. LiDAR data is your base. We start with the LiDAR data because it is going to give you the best topographic information. It is going to penetrate your vegetation, the forest. It is going to give you the bare earth. Only the bare earth is your base. And Nepal has done 50,000 square kilometers of LiDAR mapping. They are continuing it with wanting to cover the entire country. And we are doing random spots somewhere. It is actually not preparedness. We need to have our data. Also, when we do our LiDAR data, we want to do it correctly. That's why I told you a few things, technical points there, what you have to remember. We need the groundwater profiling. Whoever is into groundwater, I feel that they should now come forward and complete the groundwater profiling in the mountain states. Survey of India benchmarks, they are not easy to be leveled. If a benchmark is gone, they have to level from somewhere else because ultimately the leveling is done from the sea level. So they have to tie and level and then reach your place. So if the Survey of India benchmarks are not updated, again we will lose time in preparing ourselves. Then deformation and strain mapping. Gone are the days of INSAR, PS INSAR. What we need now is active mapping, active SAR. There are antennas, there are instruments. These antennas can be there, and wherever we want to monitor, we should take and we do an active SAR, and we know the deformation. That is where, we talk about different scales. We do a regional scale, and then we come down to focused investigations. Geological Survey of India calls it mesoscale mapping. So in that case, we want SAR, active SAR. Sometimes we call it IFSAR. Kanungo sir probably did that. That is the principle. Now, LEWS, we need electronics engineer people coming into disaster management because they know the instruments. We know the geology. Predictive models. Now, these predictive models, we have to understand a slow-moving landslide like Joshimath, Bhatwari, Karnprayag, when they can develop into a catastrophic landslide. If we think about Joshimath, then there are risks there. Supposing it develops into a catastrophic landslide, then what will happen here is that there is no pointer. We have the Marwari Bridge there. The Marwari Bridge is the only link to Badrinath and that route. If supposing the landslide occurs and the river actually takes a sharp turn to south, if that place is blocked, forget about the devastation, but the people in front or in north are stranded. So are we planning some alternate route as well, so that that Marwari Bridge also has another route, if anything happens there? Then also, there are other things like geophysical survey. We need the geophysical survey. If we do not do the geophysical survey, then we do not have a subsurface. Surface, we see a lot of things, but the subsurface also tells. And this is what I feel that we need to now concentrate in understanding landslides. And integrated approach is what I feel is the need of the hour. And also, we need to use instrumentations for preparedness, adopt technology, but we need to adopt it correctly. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Swapna Mitaji. Good presentation and case study of Joshimath. Please. Thank you. Now I'll request Professor Yunus.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. I just want to discuss a case that that highlight that we are not ready, because there is a Shimla 2023 heavy rainfall where about 3,000 landslide happened. Of that, 1,500 was around the roads. And in the same road networks, we have the Shimla-Kalka toy train going. That was constructed during the British time. And this Shimla-Kalka toy train route is about 90-kilometer route. We have about 990 drainages. That means every 100 meter we have a drainage, a large culvert. Whereas in the national highway there, we have limited, like let's say less than 50 proper drainage there. And the number of landslide that happened along the Shimla-Kalka toy train that is parallel to this national highway is less than 50. Whereas along this main road, we have mapped 300 landslides. So that itself highlight that we were not ready to have such large-scale disasters. That's one case. And in the second case, I want to highlight the Shirur landslide that happened in last year. This is about the response. So after the Shirur landslide, one lorry was stuck below the debris. And about 3 months or more than 3 months, this response activity was going there. This is primarily because the technological advancement we haven't used it properly. People have used GPR, not the proper megahertz, because there are certain GPR which goes deeper than 30 meter. We have to use that in right condition, but again, if the clay is there, then it will not work. People have used LIDAR surveys, but again, people haven't used the right LIDAR there. For example, if you have used a blue-green wavelength LIDAR in the water, we can actually it can actually penetrate the water more than 30 meter. So if you have used that kind of technology in the right place and the right time, we could have saved some life there. So that highlights that we need to look into technology in the right time and right place, as well as we need to use our existing knowledge. Britishers knows that the proper drainage is there needed, and we haven't using it right. So that's two cases I highlight, as one is for the response and another is for the readiness. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Yunus. That was a good one. Now I'll request Commandant Kapil, who has come from 4th Battalion of NDRF, which is based at Arkonam, Chennai. And he is the person who was there during the Wayanad episode, Wayanad landslide. तो ये आंखों देखी बताएंगे और क्या इन्होंने वहाँ किया है, क्या देखा है. Over to you, Kapil.
Sir, thank you, sir, and good evening to all. Sir, on a lighter note, thank you for promoting me to commandant. On a lighter note.
Whenever the Ashok is here, it is the commandant, it is the captain.
Thank you, sir.
Now it is ITPP, BSF, CRPP. They don't call them commandant.
Sir.
Now your Supreme Court has passed your order. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
So the future is bright for you. That's
So-
why in advance I have promoted you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Sir, the topic readiness, response, and resilience recovery, it's more apt for NDRF because, sir, as everyone is aware, we are one among the responding agencies. Before going into it, my battalion, 4th Battalion, it covers the AOR of Lakshadweep, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Pondicherry, and Andaman Nicobar. As part of our mandate, our primary task is to save lives. Recovery of dead bodies, then assisting the local administration in post-disaster management is our secondary and tertiary task. Our primary task is to save lives. So apart from it, we are also mandated with the task of creating a community awareness. So it is here the readiness, how as a responding agency, NDRF is ready to respond to a landslide. Post-Wayanad, we had an extensive in-house case study kind of a thing was done, and in-house discussions were done. And what we felt is we as a responding agency should understand the basic mechanics of landslides. So few days back, sir, I would like to thank Deputy Director General Dr. Ghosh, sir, of GSI. Sir conducted a beautiful session for NDRF personnel on landslides, and they were kind enough to create a separate module for the responders. Instead of, we are not going into the details of how the things happen, but as a responder, what are the things we should know when we are approaching a landslide area. So in that direction, NDRF is also going, and with that module, we will be able to do a capacity building, which we currently are doing in a better way to the final, to the community. Why community is important? Because as part of the challenges which we faced while encountering the Wayanad landslide, apart from the topography, apart from the weather, apart from the fast flowing high currents in the water, apart from poor visibility, the main challenge we faced was community. Community in two sense. Alert was given to the community, people were evacuated, but the thing is, the alert was given for the entire district of Wayanad. And now here comes the granular level data management. All of a sudden, on the day when the incident happened, rainfall subsides, sunlight comes, people who went, they came back. And in the evening, heavy rainfall started. So the people who reached the Chural Mala Mundakai, they got struck. So when we interacted with the people, they were saying, no, it was sunny, that's why we came back, and the people who came back, they were no more. So the thing which we understood is through this Wayanad incident, now in all our community awareness program, in all our school safety programs, we are entrusting the community to follow the directions given by whatever the, be it IMD, be it Central Water Commission. So we are asking the community to try to stick to the directions which is being given. The second point is with respect to the several SDMA representatives are here. What we faced, the difficulty which we faced in Wayanad as part of communities, there are n number of volunteers who come to a disaster, to respond to a disaster, which we faced in Kerala. There were at times where we felt there were more volunteers than the rescuing agency itself. So how to control the volunteers? Again, it is a very tricky subject. What happened in Wayanad, once the incident had happened and once we were in the dead body recovery phase, the dead bodies were flown into the Chaliyar River. Chaliyar River, it enters into the district of Malappuram, and then it enters into the Arabian Sea. So volunteers from the adjacent district, they entered the Chaliyar River, they traversed across the forest upstream, thinking that they are going to help collect the dead bodies, and they are going to do, it is a general human tendency which they want to do some kind of a contribution to the society. And what we have learned is when it comes to disaster, Kerala society is well knit. Irrespective of wherever they are, people come to the place, they respond very well. So forest department refuses, but still the volunteers, 18 volunteers, they enter the forest and they get stuck in the forest. Late night, the last communication was given to SP Malappuram. SP Malappuram contacts District Collector Wayanad, and night 10:30, 11, it's raining. NDRF gets the message. Go to the forest and locate the 18 victims and evacuate. See, we are already in a disaster situation. Our task is already set. Team is overstretched. Here, people, they come inside without understanding the difficulties, without having proper knowledge, without having the know-how. Now they have created another scenario where within an operation, we were planning for another operation. So my request is maybe this can be taken up as a lesson learned, and how to control the community, how to control the volunteers, and how well we can enhance the community participation with respect to disaster is the most important, is one of the important part. Sir, thank you, sir.
So I think we have saved 20 minutes. So I'll thank all my four participants who have given the briefing on how the recovery, risk assessment, and rapid response will work. Professor Gupta has rightly emphasized the need for localized hazard mapping, because he said that intensity of rainfall is unpredicted. Hazard is growing, at the same time vulnerability is also increasing. And one point he said, I liked it, that risk reduction measures are a good investment. This is a very, very good point. If risk reduction measures we take in advance, so I think we are going to save a lot of lives, livelihood, and infrastructure. He talked about community-based risk indices and integrating slope stability analysis into a development permissions. And what we see here is the स्थानीय स्तर पर जोखिम का आकलन ही वास्तविक तैयारी की शर्त होनी चाहिए. अगर स्थानीय स्तर पर रिस्क असेसमेंट हम करते हैं और जोखिम का आकलन सही करते हैं तो वही हमारी वास्तविक जो है तैयारी की शर्त होती है. Madam Swapnamita, she has talked about Joshimath, and Joshimath we were closely engaged and associated with. Dr. Pradeep ji is also here, Dr. CBRI, Kanungo Saab, me, Swapnamita ji, all we have seen closely how. But one thing I want to just tell or advise all these institutions and professors and scientists, you show all these things, but how to go about it? Who is going to implement those things? Like slope you are showing, degradation you are showing. There's so many new terms have come, but how we are going to implement and who is going to implement, it is a big question for, because SDMA, they don't have the adequate manpower and capacity. They don't have any technical knowledge with them. This is a big problem in front of us in NDMA also, that we have approved 1,000 crore rupees worth of landslide project, but how to take it forward? Now state after 3 and 4th reminders, they are not able to forward their DPR to us. So this is my one request or advice to all the people here in the city. Can it possible for you people to go and talk to each SDMA? We can also become your sort of a bridge between you people and SDMA, so that the right kind of advice and right kind of proposal and right kind of DPR can be submitted on time. As far as this Kapil goes, is NDRF. Just now, 3 days back, we have finished our annual ERC meeting, Relief Commissioners meeting, where Honorable Home Minister Saab was there and has inaugurated the meeting. This or last year onwards, what we have done, lesson learned from each and every landslide or flood or other hazards, keep pre-positioning of SDRF and NDRF units in those areas. We have instructed NDRF and other forces that during that time, pre-positioning of monsoon, if your area, if the landslide in your area is due to that landslide is vulnerable due to flood, so kindly positions your NDRF and SDRF unit well before time. Because what Kapil says, they have to come from all the way from Arkonam. If knowing that IMD message, if the IMD has given a forecast to you, if the message is relayed to you, why it was not relayed why people have not acted on that? So community awareness and community communications is very, very essential. Who is going to communicate? Who is going to take this task? How each and every family is, that's if we have to make sure that if the Sachet app, it is downloaded or not. If Sachet app is there, everybody, I will request everybody here also, when you go back, please download this Sachet app. At least you people will come to know what warning signal has come. It is from IMD, it is from CWC, it is from, there are 5 or 6 alert generating agencies are there, and these are the people who issue the warning on our CAP platform, and it is relayed on Sachet platform. So kindly do that. So this is what we are talking about, that pre-positioning of ERC and responders plus capacity building. What he said is very correct thing during the Wayanad episode. The phone call came from Wayanad, district magistrate and state authorities. Please don't send any more police force or paramilitary forces in Wayanad. There was a 2 team of CRPF, ITPP, everybody, every DG was that time under the impression that yes, there is a manpower requirement is there and they will send the team there. But the moment the Navy, the Army, the NDRF, and the Coast Guard have reached there, there was no extra manpower there because it became a command and control positions there, situation there. Who is going to control them? Who is going to give the command? So these are the things we have learned, and we have already issued instruction on that. And as far as the community awareness is there, we are working very closely with the communities now, and every our project or plan, there is a special mention about the special money is scattered for that community awareness and community teaching. Am I right, Krishnavaji? That is there. So once again, thank you very much all the participants for this. Yep. Yeah, please, sir.
Ready, and we are going to start it. And we have already selected the 5 towns. So, and we have got the approval from Uttarakhand government, right? The other point is that, as you told, that in Joshimath, there is a landslide near Marwari Bridge. So I think I thank NDMA, and they know that we have already going to implement the 600-meter retaining structure to save the Joshimath, the toe erosion part, and also the slope stabilization measure, which you have shown in the photograph near the Marwari Bridge, the landslide, that is going to be implemented. And sir, fourth thing is that the Uttarakhand government has already submitted the PPR for this thing, for in landslide mitigation project, sir.
Okay. There you have already submitted. Yes, Sumit. Yeah, Swapnil.
Sir.
Yes.
There's a very notorious player in my state when it comes to landslide. I just want to bring it to the notice of the experts here. NHIDCL. They have been cutting the hill, the mountains in all the districts, unmonitored, freestyle, without maintaining any of this thing, guidelines. And this is the reason why we are experiencing 207 landslide this year right now. So please integrate this into our this thing.
Send a reference.
Yeah.
Please send a reference to Ministry of Mine, which is the controlling ministry.
Mike, sir, Mike.
No. Ministry of Road and Transport.
NHAI is the road and transport.
Road and transport. Please make a reference to them. Please make a reference to us also. We will also write.
Sir. We also write. We have invited them, but you know now that they know these are the questions will come. So that's why to avoid. The MAWA and NHAI, these people will little bit not come because they are going to grilled by the people. Yes, sir.
Sir. So, one of the objectives of the program is to develop landslide maps of all the states, which are prone. So, and if we have to do it on a 1:10,000 scale, 1:5,000 scale, I mean, we can get some of it done by the GSI, but not everything can be done by GSI. Can you just suggest some strategy through which all the states have landslide maps available on 1:5,000, 1:10,000 scale? Thank you.
Sir, I think a letter should go to the organizations that they start on mesoscale mapping, because whoever is doing landslides, I don't think so other than GSI, anyone is trying to concentrate on a mesoscale mapping. And it is a huge feat. It's a huge task. So GSI cannot do it alone. They do not have the manpower. And people have to do it. They have to understand, like organizations like us, we have to understand that we have to contribute there. And, yes.
So to add, I mean, to ask a question to your answer, is that why don't we, I somehow see in this whole conference till now, nobody's mentioned the private sector. Now, all the commerce and the entire commercial development, R&D, S&T, everything is moving at top speed in the private sector without any governmental delays or any research-oriented delays, because there is money at the end of that pipe. So how can we make it profitable, or just the idea of it, for the private sector to get interested in a 1:5,000 map for every state? The one sector I can think of is the insurance industry. So insurance industry, whenever we speak to them, they speak about data. So if this data is available, they will come. But the data is not available, so they are not coming. So how do we get them interested in making this? Any ideas on that?
Sir. I cannot say much, but I feel that 2013, Singapore is very business-minded. They were thinking on the same line, and they also found only the insurance sector, other than that, no private party interested. And also, the insurance sector was also very reluctant because it is a loss for them. But anyway, sir, I feel that there are many scientific organizations. They are more than enough. But what I feel is that the private sector also has a very huge role to play, especially for things like, LiDAR mapping, for LEWS. And mapping, I don't know, sir, if they can do, because mapping is something very different. It has got a scientific component to it. And what they do, how they do it is very mechanical. And engineers, how they will do something and how geologists will do something is, again, very. So if there are partnership can be made between scientists and private sectors, engineers.
Okay.
Sir, I think SDMA, we should increase the capability of SDMA. They should recruit more people, and so that they can at least work in their own state. And I feel there is a communication gap between SDMA and the institutes in their states. I think I know about Sikkim. Is a lot of communication gap. But I think Uttarakhand in that way is quite better, because Uttarakhand SDMA and institutes are working
किसने
together.
कहा आपसे उत्तराखंड?
I was working in Uttarakhand, sir.
विक्रम जी,
I
किसने
was-
कहा आपको?
I was working.
21 के बाद अगर कुछ बढ़ा है तो ठीक है, 21 से पहले पूछ
21 से
लीजिए
पहले,
उत्तराखंड में।
yes.
अब बढ़ा है।
वाडिया इंस्टीट्यूट से पूछे, स्वप्न
बढ़ा
जी
है।
कितने बार SDMA में गई हैं?
अब बढ़ा है।
They were not in talking terms. कट्टी हो रखी थी सबकी. Nobody was
Sir,
talking to each
actually,
other.
I wanted to tell about that.
There,
Sir, one minute.
Uttarakhand, let me tell you, there are 10 different organizations, government bodies are there. Survey of India, GSI, Wadia, CBRI, NRSC, so many bodies are there, but nobody talking to each other. Everybody showing, I am domain expert in my own.
Yeah, that is the main issue, sir. That is
He will not share, she will not share her study with other people. IT Roorkee will not share with other people. No. My study is my study. This is your state. This is your country. You have to do it. Man.
Sir, I will tell you, I
Sir,
shared, I communicated, I trained, because I felt that I initiated the LiDAR project for Joshimath. I went to the secretary and I said that without LiDAR, you cannot do anything in Joshimath. And he said, go ahead, and I did it. But I'll tell you, sir, I created so many reports. I was talking to PWD, helping them understand the data, because if supposing we are introducing some technology and we do not tell them how to use that data, it is of no use. So I felt that I need to train all these organizations who is going to use the data. So PWD came to me and sat with me, and GSI used our data and made a wonderful report, which actually is being implemented in Joshimath. Also, sir, with all these reports, one last thing I have to complain in front of everyone. With all these reports, with all these associations, I did not make a paper which everybody made left and right, and I lost my promotion.
Great. Sir, I want, sir, I want to make 2 points. One is, sir told that mapping in 1:5,000, it is just impossible for the whole country.
It's needed. Sir, the first thing is we have to prioritize which slopes needs treatment. If each state can prioritize, these are the 10 slopes or these are the 50 slopes, which time maybe in 5 years we can address the issue.
Sir, your point is well
Sir,
made. You said that in your
Yeah,
presentation also.
sir,
We'll keep
a
that in
second request is, I just talked to many SDMAs during lunchtime and since morning. In their state, they have a state geology and mines department. But SDMA doesn't interact with the Department of Mines and Geology, and only geologists available are in Department of Geology and Mines, not in SDMH. So they should work in hand if they want to tackle the landslide problem.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, one point.
Yes,
Sir, we must get her promotion.
What? I didn't know this, yeah?
No, that is not important.
I promoted Deputy Commandant to Commandant.
Today I would have
This
thanked
side I was
sir
not
to-
even aware. I thought she is going to take over from Wadia, वो जो chairman थे उनके कलानंद है क्या नाम है?
Kalachand Singh.
Kalachandi है of course. I thought she is going to take over. And I was very happy the first lady will take over as Director of Wadia Institute. But she will go one day, man. I am here with you, don't worry. Full NDMA will support you.
Sir, a small observation, just about data sharing that you mentioned. Reply to Professor Vikram Gupta, state NDMA, particularly in Kerala, you will support me, they have district disaster management authority also at the district level, and there are very dedicated officials who are working for it. Only needed thing is that training, exhaustive training needs to be done for these people. And many of the private universities like Amrita University, we are also doing this kind of training on disaster risk reduction. 4 days certificate granting training courses are there. Similarly, many of the other high school teachers, even youth, young students of young college, they also need to be trained so that they become active partners for the post-disaster recovery phase. So these two things, I think we need to take care and enforce as per the recommendation.
सुदेश जी, पिछले 5 साल से हम यही कर रहे हैं. कैसे ट्रेन करें, कैसे उनकी कैपेसिटी बढ़ाएं, कैसे डीडीएमए तक जाए, कैसे उनके डीडीएमपी बनाए, प्लान बनाए, कैसे देखिए 36 स्टेट्स हैं. You cannot quote Kerala, Odisha, these are the example. They are the lighthouses in the country. You have to learn something, learn from Kerala.
That's right.
You want to learn better things, cyclone mein, learn from Odisha. If you want to learn tsunami, restructure or rebuilding, you learn from Andhra. If you want to see entire coastline, how beautifully protected, you learn from southern state, Tamil Nadu. But my problem is with the mountain states. My problem with the center states.
Okay.
Until unless you don't promote, you don't build your SDMA, DDMA, nothing is going to move. So this is this. देखिए, हमें बहुत मेहनत करनी पड़ी. ये जो शख्स मेरे सामने बैठे हैं, ये काले बाल लेके आए थे और दाढ़ी बिल्कुल काली थी इनकी. 2 years is took for to get this 1,000 crore rupees program approved. How difficult it was. From under secretary to deputy secretary to director to joint secretary to everything we have to go desk to desk. But finally it got. When finally we got, we are happy that now state will have the people like Swapna Mitta ji here, Wadia Institute, people like Bikram ji here. All SDMA will go, please come, make our TPR and move forward. No. So this, until unless that war will not be broken, इन दीवारों को तोड़ना पड़ेगा हमें. We cannot work in silos. The answer is not one department think, oh, SDMA got the money and he will keep the money. One state example I am going to give you. No earthquake, no landslide, no cyclone, no flood. But drowning cases, when last year we have seen 32,000 drowning cases in all over the India. 6,800 drowning cases. That state who doesn't have any disaster in their states. So until unless you don't prepare, don't use that money, 5,000 crore rupees is lying in your kitty, use that money for preparation, capacity building. This is how we have to do it. Because it takes a lot of time to get one project approved. It may be a forest fire, it is a landslide, it is glove, it is urban flood, it is a small city flood program. This takes years and years together. And finally, when we are ready to give money to a state, and they say, how to prepare PPR, how to prepare DPR. So why these institutions are there? Why the Wadia Institute, GSI, so many institutes are there. And I'll request GSI also. GSI can't
Sir, I'm here.
Yeah.
So I can add something.
You can build your capacity now.
Correct, sir.
So that each and every state, your representative can go and give funds. I'll talk to you during the tea time. Now,
Sir, just 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you. 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Rajendra sir, for an enriching session and managing the session so nicely and timely and actively. So after the good photograph, I will request Rajendra sir to please present the mementos to the panelists.
शुरू करेंगे ये अभी 1 घंटा 15 मिनट में दोनों निपटा
कुछ वो करा Meanwhile, I request the IT team please put up the question round once again. Sir, अभी time है. So. Okay, so before we begin our next session, the next session is resilient infrastructure. Meanwhile, I will just call our panelists to please settle down on the dais. And in between, we will just start this refreshing round also so that the people sitting at back could be more energized and engaging. First of all, I would like to request upon the session panelist and the moderator. So the session 4 is resilient infrastructure. So when we talk about the landslide risk, it's not just the terrain we must understand, and it's the infrastructure we build on it. So from roads, tunnels to retaining structure, drainage systems, infrastructure, bridges is both a lifeline and a line of defense. This session will focus on making our built environment stronger, safer and smarter with a special emphasis on performance and vulnerable and dynamic slopes. So I request, the moderator of the session is already on the dais, Shri Safi S.N. Rizvi. And the other panelists I will like to call upon Professor Pradeep Kumar, Director, CSIR, CBRI. Sir, please join us on the stage. Professor Ayodhi Raman, IIT Tirupati. Shri R.K. Dhimanji, former DG, BRO, Ashish Thaiba Vishisht Medal. I apologize, sir. Please can you pronounce that? AVSM, Rizvi sir? AVSM. Ati Vishisht Seva Medal. I am very sorry, sir. Ati Vishisht Seva Medal and Vishisht Seva Medal.
Ati Vishisht Seva Medal. These are all army medals.
So please welcome Shri R.K. Dhimanji, Ashi Vishisht Seva Medal and Vishisht Seva Medal, ex-former DG, BRO. And Shri Suman Gupta ji, Executive Director, Gavar Constructions. So before we begin the session, so just 5 minutes refreshing round. Please look at your screen, look at the screen in front of you. So it is landslide in a minute storytelling. So just 1 minute, one sentence will be there. If anyone can impromptu, play a role and say a line or 2 lines related to that. So this will be a good thing to understand the perspective of one about the landslides. Next slide, please. Okay, the most unexpected landslide I heard of. So you need to complete the sentence either in 1 line or 2 line or 3 line. Anyone can do that. Most unexpected landslide I heard of. Yes, please, sir.
The most unexpected landslide I heard of was of Wayanad because it happened somewhere else. People died in a location which was not vulnerable to landslide.
The most unexpected I heard was Donald Trump's election.
Okay. So can we have 2 gifts? One for the... Sir, please introduce yourself.
I'm Pranav from Geozard Society.
Okay. And one for our moderator. Next slide, please. Okay. If I were a villager facing a landslide, कोई complete करना चाहेगा इसे?
In 1 sentence.
1 sentence just.
Dr. Uday? Yes.
Okay, very much personal because I come from IIT Mandi. I'm no less than a villager facing a landslide on a daily time. So basically, should I say village people or the communities in the villages are very resilient for facing a landslide? I did not see 2023, we saw a major issue, but I did not see a major disturbance in the community. So they're very resilient on facing landslides. They're very day to day. I'm sure their activities will never stop, unlike other places. So for me, if I were a villager facing a landslide, at least in my locality, then I'm very resilient. It really doesn't hamper most of our movements.
If I were a villager facing a landslide, I would leave and go to a city and live there. Yeah, if once my house is uprooted, that's why migration happens. That is exactly why internal migration happens, because of disasters. So I think I should get the reward.
Sure, sir.
No, I don't want it.
Okay,
Dr.
last
Uday
slide,
should.
and then we will begin with the session. Okay. One thing we forgot during response was...
Yes, ma'am.
The one thing that we forgot during response usually is the psychological and emotional healing. We all try to heal the monetary purpose, but the psychological and emotional breakdown is on a way backward.
Huh? Yeah,
Sure,
you
sure.
have the one extra gift here. Yes, doctor.
One thing we forgot during response was that we failed women.
Ah, lovely.
Because women suffer in disasters.
Very correct. Women and children.
That's correct.
Very
ma'am.
correctly said. In NIDM, I have this charge of NIDM as well. So there they have a focus. There's one gent who teaches childcare disaster risk reduction. So we are trying to scale that up to have all vulnerable sections. Women, child, specially abled people, adult citizens, and include the psychosocial part as well. So excellent. That's 2 gifts have to be going. So I
Please,
have
2
one over
gifts.
here.
No, sir, we have.
Acha, you're
Anyone
getting it?
else would like to contribute in this? Yes, please.
Louder, please.
Is this mic? Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Little bit.
So one thing that we forget during response is actually our third gender, transgenders. And I've been working on it recently, and I've come to understand that in each disaster there is no number, no special shelter for them, because of course women are being included, but transgenders have been neglected for years and years, and we need to pay more attention. Thank you.
Thank you. So she is a young young professional at NIDM, and she has done a study of 100 post-disaster, 100 transgender persons post-disaster, and she's going to publish that shortly, she has promised us. So we should encourage such young people.
So with this, we finish our this philaron. So I hand over the stage to moderator of this session.
Thank you,
sir.
Dipali. So before we get into this, we are very short of time, so we'll scrunch everything. I'll request all the panelists to reduce your comments to as minimal as possible. Before we do it, I have one little task that I need to do, which we need all the time when we talk with the 16th Finance Commission or with the 15th Finance Commission or the ministries. We are asked that how are the SDMAs doing? So I want to do a little quick round here, that I want to ask you that how do you rate the capacities of an SDMA? We'll go state by state. And there are three categories. Generally, if most people say, okay, this SDMA fits in 7 on 10, we'll write that down as a 7 to 10, that category. If you think one SDMA is 10 on 10 or 7 on 10, they'll all be in one category. Okay, is that fine? So we just want to do a quick round. So is somebody going to write this? Ranu, you'll write it? You have a pen and a diary? Yeah. So let's start with Andhra Pradesh. 7 to 10 or 4 to 7 or 1 to 4? The SDMA, its capacities. What's the general assessment of scientists and practitioners? Capacity.
It's 1 to 4.
And that's a scientist's view. What is the other view? Anything for NIDM? Okay, this will take too much time, so let's drop it. And we'll do it later. Maybe people are shy of saying 1 to 4, only the teachers are. Okay, so we are discussing resilient infrastructure, and I'm sitting in for our moderator who couldn't be here today. So we have a short presentation by Professor Raman Chalra from CBRI, and maybe we could start.
Good afternoon, everyone. So here is a brief presentation on disaster resilient infrastructure in the country. So I'll be focusing generally on almost all the disasters, because disasters are affected by, infrastructure is affected by all the disasters. So let's look at the scenario. If we look at world's best practices, in early 1900s, there were high human fatalities, high economic losses. And early 2000s, world has moved very far. High economic loss still is there, but they have addressed one thing, low human fatalities. So one point is addressed very well. When it comes to India, when we compare with the best of the world, early 1900s, same thing, comparison is perfect. But when it comes to early 2000s, we still have high economic loss as well as high human fatalities. That is a worry. So there is an urgent need to understand the risk and also minimize future losses. That's the real background. Now coming to disaster management cycle, as you all know that we have shifted from reactive approach to proactive approach. From after Bhuj earthquake, that is 2001, and after the enactment of DM Act in 2005. So one statement which I would like to give today is resilience is not an optional thing, it is essential thing. We have to work for it and we have to turn business around that. Now, what is the institutional framework for that? So there are 4 items. First one is legal framework, which is DM Act, which is in place. There is a paradigm shift from response to mitigation centric. Then second one is policy and guidelines, which definitely very well NDMA is taking care of it. Then recently in one of the speeches, which Honorable Prime Minister said, journal se zameen tak jana hai. So from reports, we have to come to the field. Field means what? End user perspective is needed. So for that, one intervening intermediate measure is standards and codes are required. Otherwise, every institution will produce their own document, tell that this is world's best document. So unless until we come with standards and codes which are to be implemented by country in same manner. So BIS and IRC and other organizations are working on that. We have to honor this. And finally, resilient infrastructure development. Local bodies have to be strengthened, and then end user perspective. Finally, who is getting affected? We will sit in very cozy rooms and prepare reports, but finally on ground what is happening, that is very, very important. Then coming to why disaster resilient infrastructure. Again here 4 aspects are there. First one is impending climate risks, which are going to grow. Every one of us know that. So cyclone, heat wave and whatnot, all the disasters in many, many names. Then coming to another big thing which is coming up is urbanization pressure. So 70-30 was the ratio which we heard, but in next 2 decades you all know that we are going to become 50-50. Even 10% rise in urbanization is a huge pressure, and 20%, that means 50-50, is a very, very, very big thing for us to understand. Then coming to economic rationale. What is economic rationale? Right now annually we are losing USD 10 billion. Now I will come to one important point where we have opportunity to bring business into disaster resilience. That is, $1 invested will save $7 to $10 post disaster. So that is the metric on which we need to work. And finally, global commitments. So when we are saying that yes, we are rising on the scale of economy, suddenly if for a similar disaster in this country, loss is much, much, much higher. So that pressure is also there. So these are the 4 important factors for which we need to worry about disaster resilience. Then coming to key challenges, what are there in front of us? Planning. So it's integration is poor, as sir is just now pointed out. Then compliance, again regulatory mechanism, we need to strengthen that. Then retrofitting, we need to have good examples that yes, these are the important public buildings which are strengthened. So we should start with that, then only people will come forward. First, people who are well off, they will come forward, and after that this will percolate in society. Then coming to funding, limited pre-disaster investment is there, that too in pockets. We need to bring in private parties and private partners to invest and show them that there is a business in it. And awareness, which is low, so we need to have celebrities in disaster safety. Then coming to sector-wise status, what has happened, roads and buildings, so codes are getting revised from time to time, and housing, resilience integrated design, so this is utmost necessity right now. It should not depend on the affordability of people. So then coming to energy sectors, strengthening of coastal assets and post-cyclone, whatever facilities we have on the coast, and then retrofitting, proactive retrofitting of critical infrastructure, including schools, hospitals and heritage buildings. So this we have to take up. This is very well within the control of government. Then coming to innovation and capacity building, promote R&D in smart resilient materials and buildings, and then encourage academia collaboration, academia, industry and government collaboration, train local engineers and urban local bodies. This is at most very important, and establish disaster resilience cells in district level. So DEM is very, very crucial point for this to spin off. Then coming to way forward, what are the strategic actions? Mandate risk informed urban planning, because there are a lot of reports which are not going into the execution, so which we have to make it, even though they are at a some level of draft, but we need to implement that and understand from that. Then integrate DRR tools in infrastructure, that too in DPR, these things have to be incorporated, and retrofitting mission for public buildings. At some places and highly vulnerable areas, we need to demonstrate this one to bring confidence among people that this is possible. Then finally, fund via resilient bonds, climate financing, these things have to come into picture. And finally, concluding remarks, resilience. Actually, when it comes to infrastructure, there are 5 things which are important. Safety is one thing, then functionality, then sustainability, economy, aesthetics, these 5 things. Out of that 5, two things come under disaster resilience, that is safety and sustainability. And coming to, it must be mainstreamed into the mindset of the people that it has to be taken care of. Then India can lead globally, because many areas we can give our solutions only after implementing in our own country. That can be done through knowledge and practice centers. Then it is time to act, minimize life loss, minimize property loss, and minimize business loss. So finally, I would like to say once again, reiterate that resilience is not an optional item, it is essential item. So let us join hands together and work towards resilience. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Professor Raman, I'll ask you this question that it's not an option, but why do you think that today India has such a large pool of non-resilient infrastructure?
So the main thing is we are ignoring. If somebody want to die, we are allowing. That is the main point. We say that the country and whole world has invested in you. You don't have right to die on your own. So that message we have to convey. So there is a gap between, say, safe infrastructure and where they stand today. We have to remind continuously that you need to take care of yourself and upgrade. I'll give you one example, sir. Some 30 years back, if you look at, say, go to any hospital, doctor used to use that sterilized syringe. Now, is it possible? Can we say that, no, these poor people don't afford, let us use again the same thing? No. It is not the affordability. Things have changed. We need to say that infrastructure has to be resilient. So that we need to bring in.
So I'll go to Mr. Dhiman. You worked all your years in the mountains, so you are very well aware of mountain hazards. So why do you think, is there a problem? Are people consciously evading the concept of resilience, or it happens because of lack of knowledge?
Sir, first of all, I'll just tell, because the landslide issue or other thing we are discussing and we are facing problem. The border road is we are working in the area where such problem is there at a large extent, and for all disaster we have been the first responder in most of the cases. But when we now, after a lot of experience, now we are changing the things on ground to have a resilient structure, like in case of the repeated slide area. So we have gone for the cut and cover tunnel or small tunnel that become a permanent solution for this. Similarly, when number of road we have seen, like Atal tunnel which we have made, the 76-kilometer distance was there earlier from Manali to the Koksar. So that has been reduced, 46-kilometer distance has been reduced. So and we have the system in a place or a structure in a place which is reliable, which is all weather. There may be some expenditure initially, and we certainly going to have, with the technology is available, we are going to have the resilient structure. But all of us have to make a effort. And the next point would be that when we talk of such structure, it is little expensive. Now, because I am holding as a presidentship of Tunneling Association of India, we are making effort. The cost of tunneling has to be reduced in the country. For this, few things are there which I think all the stakeholders, especially the institutions, they can help us so that for such area where we are having problem, we can have a resilient structure in the future in a larger way.
Okay, so you've taken us to that other extreme where heavy infrastructure is being created by BRO. But what about the times when the roads have been washed away and you have been the first responder? So the community, the villagers that you meet, do you get the feeling that they make their homes in risky areas on purpose or due to lack of knowledge?
So this was due to lack of knowledge earlier initially, but now a lot of information are being given to them. They are being given small scales also. So there's a lot of improvement the area or their houses which they are making in.
But yesterday we had a delegation from UNESCO. So they're very well, very experienced people. Their view was that in their country, Netherlands or some other country he was telling us in Europe, he says that there was a big flood and the 300-year-old structures were standing on ground where there was no flood. And the 20-year-old, 40-year-olds were all standing in areas where there was a flood. So all this untrammeled urbanization has pushed all the commerce, has pushed people into building homes like in cities we are seeing. In all cities, it's the water bodies that have been encroached upon and homes are being made. So that is willful.
That is willful because everybody going for the development and they are making the structures. I don't think if you go to Sikkim or even Himachal, the catchment area of the Khadir width of the river has been approached by the people, and one or the other day the flood will come. Whenever the flash flood is there, it goes to the bank. That is the actual area of the river, because in the past river had been flowing to this. The requirement would be from enforcing agencies to we will be resisting people not to go to the area which is meant for river to flow.
But the agencies have been failing for decades after decades, and we don't seem to be turning the tide. That is what Professor Raman is saying.
Sir.
Okay, Professor Ayodhi Raman, what do you feel from your standpoint as an academic on the engineering side, especially of the fact that there is a shortage of structural engineers in India. Now increasingly there's a shortage of civil engineers also. Everybody wants to be an IT engineer. So if you can comment first on the shortage of structural engineers and how we can turn that situation around, and that will enhance our resilient infrastructure. And two, any comments from your experience of what you see and what you wish to say on resilient infrastructure.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah, with respect to the shortage of core engineers, not only structural engineer, all core engineering branches are actually facing difficulty, impact in academic institutions. So one of the main reason is the mentality of the student. Everybody want a neat collar job. They think that only IT and computer science are neat collar job. They don't realize even other engineering branches has a neat collar job actually. Other major factor why students are attracted towards the CS and IT is the initial starting salary that the other branch students they get compared to other core engineering branches, whether it is civil engineering or mechanical engineering or even chemical engineering. So the initial starting salary for a freshers, that is something actually not motivating students to pursue core engineering branches, especially the civil engineering. So this is where I think we academicians, along with of course the stakeholders, policy makers, we have to come forward to make at least what should be the minimum salary for a fresh engineer actually. I think even governments, state bodies have norms to say that skilled labor and unskilled labor, what is their daily wage salary. Norms have been put in place. But unfortunately, for an engineering graduate or a science graduate, what should be the minimum salary for a fresher? This norm, I think somewhere the government has to bring, I believe, and with the kind of digital payment system that the government has successfully implementing now, it is easy to track even the companies are paying the salary properly or not. I think that is one thing I feel it will make the interest, for the engineers to follow the core engineering branches. And in general, coming to the resilient infrastructures, I think Professor Pradeep has already highlighted some of the points which I have noted down. But I would like to start with mapping. I think from nowhere mapping, we all had brought down to the susceptibility maps. Now we have several methods. Very good susceptibility maps are there based on land use, land cover, mostly the surface factors. A little bit of subsurface geology has been taken into consideration. And I think that is definitely needed. That is a reference point from which we have to start. But it is the time for us to now move towards a regional scale physical-based mapping, which one of the previous experts was also highlighting actually. So that means more of engineered slope stability analysis we need to bring in and develop factor of safety maps or even deformation maps are required in the case of landslide. I think NDMA took an excellent initiative, I believe, when we had all talking about liquefaction zonation mapping only based on susceptibility level, and they already took an initiative of bringing the liquefaction potential map, which is based on the scientific approach actually.
You're talking of the PSHA.
Yeah,
The probabilistic
exactly.
seismic hazard assessment.
Yeah, something
so that has been populated the CED 39
yes.
In the BIS.
Yes.
And that is going to create the new seismic zonation map.
Exactly.
In which we are having final discussions right now.
So they are all done based on the site-specific bore log data and everything. In a similar way, I think in the previous session, our colleagues were talking about based on physics-based and zonal, micro-level, zonal-level based maps have to be developed. I think Mr. Kanungo said that, for all landslides are not important. Agreed, I agree to that because see what is vulnerable to cause damage to the habitation and infrastructure. I think that is what we are actually most concerned actually. But then whether landslides far away from habitation are not important, not necessarily, because tomorrow some habitation will develop nearby. Or that landslide, if it has a potential to travel to kilometer, then even it is also important, especially with reference to landslide. So therefore, we need to now also categorize landslide after the susceptibility mapping, whether they are potential to cause damage to habitation and infrastructure. That means vulnerable to damage and not vulnerable. And such kind of classification is also important actually. And one more thing we would like to add is actually, from civil engineering perspective, I see mostly our design is specific to site-specific design in other projects, whereas in landslide, you need to look at a global scale actually. So I have seen based on, several projects in which I was consultant to industry, where site investigation is done only focusing to that particular site-specific study region. But actually for landslide analysis, you need to look at a global scale. So because they say that, our contractual terms are like that, so that we are only investigating in the study region. I think when you talk about landslide susceptibility region, the contractual terms have to change that look at the global scale also, so that the contractor and the builders are liable to do an investigation looking at a global picture actually.
So if I can just hold you there for a second. So there is this massive debate we are in the middle of with the scientific community on that new seismic zonation map. So do you think that suppose the zonal factor of 0.36 in zone 5 currently, and that is enhanced and taken from 1 in 475 to 1 in 9750 years, so that will increase the cost of steel and cement by 30, 40, 50% of making a dam in the zone 5 or zone 4 area. So that will be a really solid dam. It will never fall in 9,375 years. But is it worth going up to 9375 compared to just staying at 475?
Yeah, so that is, that's why there in case of seismic design, we recommend site-specific design for very important structures. But only for residential, ordinary small housing projects, how would I go for a site-specific seismic investigation itself will cost 10 times more than my own house. They cannot afford to do. That's why code provides a guideline saying that for ordinary buildings, you go, this is an upper limit or maximum credible earthquake. But for very comprehensive government projects, I believe we have been reviewing and recommending, a site-specific hazard analysis, wherein they have designed for not necessarily 0.36 G. People have designed it for 0.25 G, which is actually obtained based on the site-specific analysis.
So we will be now calling you regularly for all our meetings, because we were in a bit of a minority when we were saying that site-specific design is way better than going for that overall thing, especially for critical infrastructure. So thank you so much. You have given us a shot in the arm. So we'll go now to a practitioner, Mr. Gupta. So would you like to make your comments on resilient infrastructure?
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. And I'm very thankful that I have come across a galaxy of scientists, professors from the institution, and those are expert in their field, like the slope stability and the slide. Slide is like it's, as a structural engineer, I feel that slide is like an earthquake. We never know, as an engineer, because of course you may be knowing here, that where it will occur, when it will occur, and what will be the size of the slide. For me, this is always a chaos. The site is as good as a seismic one. So now I understand that there are the methods available where we can predict the slides over there. I mean, or we can take the safety measures that we can predict the slide in advance, where we can do the measures of this, so avoid the humanity loss, human loss or the property loss over there. As far as the private sector is there, I am in, has been a consultancy organization and the construction organization in Gower Construction. And fortunately, I am designing 2 bridges. Those are under construction. One is in Shimla, which is a tallest pier bridge in India. Or perhaps it will be in Asia. I am talking using the word tallest pier. This is 153.5 meter tall pier there. And I'm very fortunate today that I'm sitting next to Mr. R.K. Divan sir. We have been reading your papers, referring your papers a number of times. And as far as the civil engineers are concerned, like we are saying the civil engineers are moving or structural engineers are moving toward the IT. Actually, there is one interaction is required between the institution and industry. That is called triple I institution. We have to add the value to the student. I know that few of the students, they came out of the fresh BTechs. We hired them at a very low salary. Because initially we are investing them. They learn over there. But within a year or 2 years, their salaries were matching with the IT people over there, if they are doing well. So there is no dearth of the opportunities. There is no dearth of engineers. Only we have to add the value to the engineers over there. So that is one point. And fortunately, I have been designing this Joshimath bridge also, where there was a glacier bursting. In fact, I came across that there is no code that how to design the bridge against the debris. There is a code for designing the bridge for tsunami. There is a code for designing the bridge for earthquake. But there is no code how to design the bridge for glacier bursting, because there is a flow of the debris, boulders. So we have no idea. In fact, for Joshimath Bridge, we are designing, we know up to the HFL, that up to the HFL it has gone on 17th February 21 somewhere. So we are designing up to that level only. But we are having no clue that how to design those kind of bridges. And nowadays, fortunately, we have a foreign codes, the Euro codes, which are very, very versatile. Today, there is no dearth of knowledge because there is a YouTube's, like madam, you have given the training to PWD professionals for your program. I don't know what is that about. But you would be promoted by hundreds and thousands by people if you float your training session on the YouTube. That Madam Sopinita was there. Yes, correct. So she could be promoted by, not this promotion only, I mean she could be promoted by hundreds and thousands of the people over there. If she could load her training sessions on the YouTube over there, ma'am. That's what I can say.
Yeah, do you do YouTube? Why? What is NPTEL?
Yeah, yes, correct. It is NPTEL is there.
So
right, absolutely right.
How do you find this IGOT thing? IGOT that has just been started by government. Ajay, it's only for government institutions, I think. Okay. Yes, please.
NPTEL is a good program. In fact, all the subject, like from the basic of engineering to the specialist structure, that is being taught. In fact, I am also frequently using it. So all those who are not aware, I think they can take a full advantage of this knowledge. And the best knowledge in those lectures we can get.
From the best faculty of rather.
Yes.
Yes, correct.
So we should, that's a very good point actually. There are a lot of podcasts going around and a lot of the young people, the older people like us, we don't listen much to podcasts. I guess we have hard of hearing. But most of you will become hard of hearing if you keep listening to too many podcasts with your earphones on. But that is a good thing, and 15 to 20 minute expert views through broadcast is a very good way to go. And we have a fairly good galaxy of people here. So I would encourage Dipali to start a podcast for the landslide experts, Ranu and Pankaj and Vijay to start something on earthquake experts. Just do it on your own. NDMA and NIDM is at your feet. You guys own the organizations. Yeah. So please start it and let's evangelize these expertise. So that's a good point. Now, I would like to ask Professor Raman that, although you're also Professor Raman, would you like to give us a comment on resilient infrastructure, as in he mentioned bridges. So in the GLOF, lots of bridges got vanished in Sikkim. Then when the GLOF happened at Chorabari in 2013, that lost us a lot of bridges. So what do you do when you make the next bridge over there?
Since we already know the location, we need to run a scenario and do a strengthening activity for that infrastructure. So basically, resilient infrastructure is one very, very important thing which most of the times it is owned by government, so that means it is public infrastructure. So if government demonstrates that yes, if we retrofit and strengthen that structure, even in the case of disaster, the facility is resilient. And coming to another thing, community. So in community in India, what works is if some of the neighbors do something, it will catch like a fire. So we need to do. So there is a saying that if whatever celebrity or the best people practice, others will tend to follow that. So that is very important thing which will work in the country. So again, we need to demonstrate by strengthening our infrastructure, maybe schools, hospitals, water tanks. The moment we start demonstrating, then things will go like anything. Within a decade, things are going to change.
Excellent, thank you. So any last words, Mr. Dhiman?
Just want to say, like in Sikkim, in this flash flood, we had a bridge with almost has a vertical clearance of 50 meters from the lowest bed level to the top. So that was also washed away, and it was a concrete structure. So we are building a bridge there with a higher this clearance, so that it can be a steel structure 3-4 meters further can be added. So what the point you are telling in the future, if we get a bridge washed away, how to do it? So we are taking some input from the existing flash flood, so that in future if something happens, we can take care.
Suppose you make small, I won't even call them bridges, retention structures, flow-through retention structures.
That is a causeway type sort of
causeway culverts.
So do you think that is workable on those 180 glacial lakes that flow towards?
No, because what happened, the velocity is so high because of the slope and all this. The flash flood has a higher velocity, so it is very difficult to sustain those. These hume pipe culvert or the causeway, they are okay for the small flow, because when the velocity is less than 3 meters and if
so
the
velocity will be high when the slope is 45 degrees plus?
Yes, yes.
30 degrees plus?
Yes, yes.
But there must be some reaches downstream.
The downstream,
which
there
are
is
5 degrees?
No issue. Like in lot
At
of
5 degrees can you make?
5 degree, it should be possible.
Because in our GLOF program, Sikkim is here? See, they're all very smiling now, happy. So they have taken up expeditions 4 times in summer of 2024, and they have located one location where the valley is widest and the flow is at 5 or 4 degrees slope, and all the debris that came from the South Lonak Lake is not the boulders and the big ones. It's all small, fine sand, because the water had slowed down at that time. So that is the point where the flash flood was at its slowest in the entire episode of 2 hours before the water reached Chungthang. So if you make a flow through retention structure like a causeway, at that point, it is the best structure. So we've discussed this with a lot of engineers, including Swiss engineers, and they were initially very skeptical. When they saw Sikkim's plan, they said this seems to be very workable. So right now, we are discussing it with the Department of Water Resources and with the Ministry of Home Affairs on how to design such a thing. So would you now agree? Would you like to come and discuss it with us?
No, we can discuss this.
Okay, great. We'll use your abilities. Ashok, are you noticing? Please remember. Okay, thank you. So we are all short of time. I would have loved to take this discussion into various other streams. We have one last session left. So thank you to our members of the panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you everyone for the nice session. I request for the group photograph. Kindly please present the mementos, please. I request I request Safi sir to present the mementos to the panelists.
Mr. Gupta has shaken hands with an IPS for the first time. And I have shaken hands with Mr. Gupta for the first time.
So nice of you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. I have to still continue to sit here. बैठे हुए हैं.
Sir, should I continue session 5?
Yeah, start.
Right. Okay. So, moving to our last session. The session 5, mitigating the risk, structural and nature-based interventions for slope safety. So, we have presentations. So, we have presentations from different private players. So, I would like to call upon Dr. Sahil Sardana from Macaferi, Shri Singha from TechFair, Shri Apurv Srivastav from AVS InnoInfra Global, and Shri Vaibhav Patel from Center for Development Disaster Management Support Services. So basically, when it comes on landslide, we know that prevention is always better than cure. And this session dives into interventions that make the real difference on ground. I request all the panelists to please join us on the dais.
Mr. Singha. Okay. You are Mr. Okay.
Sir, Vaibhav, nice meeting.
Center for Development and Disaster Management. That's a very long
That's a
name.
very long acronym, sorry about that.
Hi.
So once again, the moderator of this session is Shri Safi S.N. Rizviji. So I hand over the stage to the moderator. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
So thank you, Dipali. Thank you so much to our panelists. It's a very different kind of panel that has been created. What we are trying to do in all our workshops is we are trying to bring in the private sector, the non-profit sector. We want to spread the word that disaster risk management is not the job only of government. It is not the job only of the community. It is a responsibility on the private sector, a responsibility on the startup environment of the country, and the research institutions, private ones, of the non-profits with large corpuses. They should also participate in this whole thing. So we try and, in our last session, always bring in the non-governmental sector. So welcome to all of you panelists. So we have very little time, which is why we wrote 5 slides in 7 minutes. If we can compress that into 5 slides in 5 minutes, it'll be great. So we'll start with Dr. Sardana, if you could please start. Then after that, we'll have Mr. Singha, and then Mr. Anand Srivastav, and then Mr. Vaibhav Patel. So this session is made up of presentations. We have 35 minutes. So if you can do it all in 5 minutes, then we can have some discussion. Sorry for the rush.
Good afternoon, everyone. As Sir has introduced me, my name is Dr. Sahil Sardana, and I'm presently working as a Deputy Manager in Technical Division, Macaferi, India. So I'm looking for all the landslide protection in Macaferi, India. So without wasting, I'll just directly jump into the advanced solutions which we can use to mitigate the risk. So whenever we are talking about landslide risk mitigation, landslide is I would say it's a big umbrella which covers multiple disciplines. It could be a slope stabilization, and then rockfall mitigation, erosion control, pavement stabilization or retention, or even hydraulic applications. So these all comes under this one umbrella, and of course, without forgetting our this new alert and monitoring system. I am saying new word because recently in India we are using alert and monitoring system. Recently I am saying, let's say from few years. Otherwise, in foreign countries, their government is using these kind of applications from way far more than years. So first thing, I'll discuss about this emergency response. Whenever some disaster is happening, so there should be a solution which can be easily implemented and which could be a time saving. So these kind of structure, for the image on my left upper side, sorry, I'm not able to use the pointer here. So here you can see these umbrella kind of structures we can use for emergency response. So on the right side of figure, you can see that one road was washed away, and then these kind of structures were implemented. So these are like 3.1 meter high, so quite high structures which can be used. 2 workers can easily install it within 15 minutes, subjected to that nails to be installed at the site. And locally, material which is available at the site, we can use that kind of material. So this is a best way to use for emergency response. Now these have other application as well. For example, the lower photo you can see it here, we can use for retention. This is one of the photo from northeast region where these kind of solutions has been adopted as a permanent solution, not even for short term. So you can use this for long term as well. You can use this kind of solution for debris flow mitigation as well. So these kind of solution shall be kept readily available and so that it can be further used. Now I'll come to the one pioneer case study. It's classic case study of a holistic approach, how we should approach a landslide location. Is there any chance I can use the pointer?
There's no pointer.
Okay, I'll try to explain.
Top left, top right.
Yeah, I'll go like top left, top right.
This is not private sector.
I think sir, government is doing better than every private sector.
You have to say that.
So on the top left, you can see the building is a portal. So in order to protect the portal area, so this design was done. So this, the major challenges if I talk about, the first one is the height of the valley. Now I'm talking about valley side only. So it includes valley, hill, and also a crest part, which I'll discuss at the end of this slide. So if I speak about only valley, height was around 90 meter. And if I am going towards another end, so this valley depth was increasing. Major problem occur was sinking, then erosion, rockfall, improper drainage, river protection, and they wanted road widening as well. So multiple problems were there. So you cannot resolve multiple problems with single solution. That's why multiple disciplinary approach, a holistic approach was used. So what we did, first this retaining structure, you can see it at the bottom, at the down of this image, around this kind of retaining structure, means this is a reinforced soil structure. It's not rigid, it's a flexible one, where Gabion fascia or green fascia kind of structure or a hybrid or mix these kind of structures which are in which we are using the geogrids. So these kind of structures are used for landslide mitigation. So at the toe we use this. Then again, as I mentioned, road widening was there. So for road widening at the top, also these kind of structures were used. And in between these two, other variety of solution was used. Wherever rocky strata was there, high strength meshes like mech armor was used. Wherever soil kind of strata was there, high strength geomat such as mech HS with hydroseeding. Hydroseeding are bioengineering, kind of bioengineering measures which help you to accelerate the vegetable. It means vegetative area can be created within a few weeks. Then there are pre-stressed anchors. These are pre-stressed cable anchors which are active anchors, very deep. I would say like more than 35 meter length. These deep anchors were used. In addition to that, for example, this improper drainage. So we use subsurface drainage, surface drainage. So And at the bottom for river protection was also, riverbank protection was also implemented. So all these kind of solutions were implemented on a single site. Now another problem was there, avalanche. So in order to tackle that problem also, avalanche protection, these ad hoc snow on the right bottom you can see, it's similar to that ad hocs which we discussed on the last slide. It's a kind of another variant which can be used for snow avalanche mitigation. So here, in order to protect that, this zoomed photo you can see here, this is on the crest part. So this was a complete holistic approach where all kind of disciplines were involved. Next is Lambagat slide. Most of you are aware about this slide. So on this photo you can see left side photo, you can see the condition of the slope. So this was the only road which left after recurring of slides. It's not a single slide, it was recurring like, and this was the final condition of the slope. So 44-meter high reinforced soil wall was constructed. The white portion, bottom white portion, you can see it here, that is a toe protection of this wall was done using RCC jacketing. But why we need toe protection when we are already implementing a wall? The reason was because of that a big boulders was coming during the monsoon region. So in order to protect, that's why toe protection was done. So now a fully fledged road is working on this 44 high meter wall. And above that you can see there is a rockfall embankment also. Now valley side was tackled. What about hillside when slide was happening? So if any slide and rockfall both were happening, in order to tackle that, a rockfall embankment was constructed. So this is the, I think video is not working.
This is your last slide. That's a hint.
Sir, no, sir. This is second last. Is it possible, can you play the video? Because it will be very helpful. You can see how the slide is happening and rockfall is happening and how it, yes, this, can you just press this button at the bottom? This one, right, thank you.
See, that's how you can stop a landslide. Don't let the video
I wish.
Okay, now no worry, let's go.
Okay, it's okay. Slide. So it's available in YouTube. You can just go and see the Lambagat slide.
Next slide.
So I'm going to the last case study. It's related to geostability monitoring. It is not from India, it's from Sonico, Italy. So this small unit, you can see it in the first photo on the left side. This is a HelloMac. HelloMac it's an alert device. So you can use these kind of device to get the timely alert or even for monitoring. So these alert devices are wirelessly connected with a receiver. Receiver could be in the range of 4 kilometers. So that's a huge area. Now this receiver is further connected to satellite. And then you will get the direct messages or emails on your computer, mobile, app. So this is how this HelloMac works. It's a very small device, 8 kg, it's having 7 batteries. So these kind of small device can be used because easily you can take it to the any part of the mountain and you can install it. So this was installed for the monitoring of a debris flow system. Now the receiver which I was talking about, it can accommodate hundreds of these kind of units. Not only these units, other type of sensors. For example, strain gauges or monitoring sensor, for example, rain gauge monitoring, these kind of sensors can be implemented. So for this specific case study, so here you can see this weather station, 2 weather station was implemented. Here in middle photo you can see there are 2 nallas. So these 2 nallas are coming and then they are joining, and further at the bottom there is a 2 towns. So there's a problem in 2012, a huge debris flow came. The estimated volume was around 3,000 cubic meter. The speed was too high, 10 meter per second. That's a too high speed. I would say 6-7 meter are high speeds. But if you're talking about 10 meter per second of a debris flow, that's a huge speed. So this was the problem which happened in 2012. After that, this monitoring was done. So these green dots are showing these sensors. Now these HelloMac units are having 8 sensors. So whenever any event is happening, so there will be a tear break or strain in the one of its sensor, and it will detect and send the signal to receiver. So these 6 HelloMake units were implemented here. After that, these receivers can be connected to the sirens. Now, if you look at the locations, these sirens were installed at the location in the city. So if an event is happening on the upside, 4 kilometers away, let's say for an example, you will get the real-time alert because these sirens are connected with these sensors. Now further, cameras can be installed. And after that, these kind of red lights can be installed. These red lights are installed on the bridge where this previous debris flow passed through. So if red lights are on, no vehicle can pass through. All these can be done without any human intervention automatically if you are using these kind of warning systems, alert and warning system. So that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I hope, sir, I am on time.
No, you are not.
Oh, so sorry, sir. This is because of video was not
Mr.
working.
Mr. Singha.
Thank you, guys. Sir.
So the EWS that you showed, the red and green lights, so a lot of these mitigation programs have been put out by the NDMA, and landslide on glacial lakes, urban floods, early warning systems are seriously required in landslides and glacial lakes. So all the hill states that are sitting here, you can have a chat with them. They are already looking for people who can demonstrate this kind of
Definitely, sir, sure.
and then you can, distribute all the largesse over here.
Sure, sir.
Yes, Mr. Singha.
Yeah. Can you put the presentation, please?
Presentation of TechFab. TechFab का presentation कहाँ है?
Gorango Singha presentation.
Mr. Singha उसका नाम होगा. तो आप अभी आ जाइए. कौन सा वाला मिल रहा है आपको? दीपाली सर देखिए. आपको कौन सा वाला मिल रहा है? मिस्टर आनंद वाला. आपका नाम क्या है? प्रेजेंटेशन AVS इनो का है. हाँ, वैभव पटेल साहब का है. आइए, वैभव पटेल नेक्स्ट टिल द अदर्स आर लोकेटेड. हाँ, आप चेक कर लीजिए. Yes, Vaibhav, as quick as you can, please.
Sure, I won't take too much of your time.
वैभव पटेल साहब का लगाओ. Yes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Good evening. I'll just present a quick case study in the absence of time to show the effectiveness of a UAV mounted GPR system and its effectiveness in SAR missions. And this is something we just did earlier this month on the 1st of June in Lachin, Sikkim.
You don't have that thing?
I'm not being able to use it.
इसका next, yes, आगे.
This one. Okay. So this is a collaboration of two organizations. Bonvi Aero is the tech partner who rapidly innovated and made an UAV which could actually take a GPR system, and we from CDMAS, we are the implementation partners and disaster management experts. Now I won't spend too much time here because there's a lot of generic information about landslides which we all are well aware of. And when it comes to the UAVs, I think LiDAR has been spoken about a lot in this conference, so I won't spend time here as well. Now, when it comes to UAV augmented post-landslide FAR, what all can we do? And survivor and body detection is something that we've actually successfully done just 3 weeks ago in Lachin. And of course, when you have an UAV, accessibility to inaccessible terrains becomes really easy. And of course, real-time mapping, monitoring, deployment. And also now we have these heavy payload UAVs. That is something that Bonvi Aero specializes in, which can also be used for logistic missions to inaccessible areas. And that's something which is a rapidly developing capability in heavy payload UAVs today. Okay, so this is the search and rescue mission that we conducted at Chartin, Sikkim earlier this month. And this was a special request by the Indian Army in collaboration with the Indian Air Force. Our team was actually, occupied in something at Joshimath, where we got this request after the landslide when the entire army cantonment was like washed away, and the army and the Air Force came together to airlift us, and we were there at like Chartin, I think on the 3rd of June. Now, we spent, yeah, so, you know, like we reached there on the 8th of June. The objective was to find a little girl that was, you know, like sadly like missing. Our team like reached at 9 a.m. and after 2 hours of this like GPR being deployed, you know, we successfully like managed to kind of you know, like pinpoint 2 like possible locations using GPR. So this is some of the data, and this actually turned out to be like, quite effective, and the NDRF and the para teams on the ground, using our sort of locations, were able to like quickly like find 2 like bodies. And I believe this is the first time that a GPR has been used on a UAV. And this is like something that we've also purely done as a humanitarian like measure, because the system wasn't really, you know, procured by the army. So this was something that we demonstrated. We're just like going through work that's been done in the past, like research that's been like done in the past. GPR traditionally has been used in a handheld like manner post landslide to assist in SAR missions. But if you mount it on a drone, the risk to responders actually goes down significantly. That's one of the main like benefits you can do. And secondly, also, like what happens is you can like cover a large area of time in a very short space. You know, like a large area in a short space of time. So that is also another functionality that you get if you can mount a GPR on a drone. And at like Bonvi Aero, they're also like quickly now like working to kind of like make algorithms which allow the UAV to fly very close to the soil, so that the penetration is also up to at least up to like 10 feet. And that is.
So what is the distance your UAV flies from the control?
Actually, the distance the UAV can traverse can go up to like 10 kilometers. So you have that sort of like range available. And here, you know, like the main issue also comes with, you know, obstacle sort of, you know, like navigating around obstacles. So you definitely need skilled like pilots. And something else that I want to also focus on is that the reason we were successful there on the ground in Sikkim is because we had a scientist with us who was interpreting the GPR data on the go. So that also shows that there needs to be a lot of capacity building of the DDMAs, like it was spoken of, where we need to like procure this equipment and like train people in the DDMA who act as the first responders. And I think that's something that is extremely useful information, you know, coming out of this exercise. And definitely we feel like GPR has a role to play in like search and rescue missions.
Excellent. That's a very good. Is that all?
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. So, yes.
Yeah, the depth, we could like, you know, go up to like 10 feet, 10 feet. Yeah, but, you know, also, you know, we are like working on like high powered like radars to increase the depth. And it is also very like site specific, of course, depending upon the quality of the soil. The flying height was like 1 meter above the soil. Yeah.
That's very good.
Yeah, yeah, we can do. So, you know, so we also, no, I'm sure like GPR was used, but this is the first time GPR is used on a drone.
But what is the power source? Like your power is on board or you are using the wire?
No, power is on board. The power is like, you know, like drawn from the UAV itself.
So how many minutes you can fly?
So I believe we
For how
have like
many
an endurance up to 30 minutes
30
with like
minutes.
2 batteries that we can keep replacing.
That's interesting because even satellites, we cannot operate SAR data for more than 4-5 minutes.
Right, right.
Because it's very demanding in terms of power.
Yes.
It's an active sensor.
Yes, yes.
So
that is something which is interesting.
Demonstration.
Yeah.
So I have a very non-disaster management question. Is that startups like yours, where you are essentially looking at government as a revenue model?
Right, sir.
I believe private equity funds are not, or VC funds are not very excited about.
It is a problem for sure.
Investing in people like you.
We've had to worked like really hard over the last like 4 years to convince investors that this is like a market, which will like give like good like returns. But here, but is, of course, I must say that most of the work that we have done, a lot of it is on NC like basis, no cost, no commitment, while we have to keep demonstrating the efficacy of our like solutions, hoping that it leads to like a procurement, and the cycles are too long. That is essentially like why the private equity and
So
the
these are
capital.
the two things I've always heard, that most VC funds stay away from such startups because
Yeah.
there's
With
a
the
long
B2G.
gestation period
Yes.
for your revenue model and for your technology, because you don't get that thing going very quickly.
Yes.
That's why more funds go to the startups for home
B2C,
delivery and all that
right,
stuff.
right.
Yeah.
That's true. That's absolutely like true. So I guess, our, I mean, like the capital procurement has to be more like responsive, especially if we want to work with industry and allow industry to grow, and young companies
Do
like
you
us.
get interest from these funds that have been created in government? Like there's a big fund in MOD, there's another fund that is coming up in Ministry of
No,
Environment, I think.
definitely, we have taken like good use of all the incubation like facilities and the funds that the government has like, provided. But to scale, what is important is like volume in terms of your orders, and that is something that we hope to see in the near like future. Because Bonvi Aero is like a company that specializes in heavy like payload like UAVs that has an application in like logistics post disaster, that has an application to like carry a GPR. It has multiple applications. So now it's all about demonstrating and like starting the procurement cases. So that's
Very
what we do.
interesting. Thank you, Mr. Patel. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Singh.
Good evening to all of you. My name is Gaurango Singha, and I'd like to thank NDMA for giving us this opportunity to present here. So I represent a company called TechFab India Industries Limited, and TechFab is more or less like a company like McAfee. Our colleague, Mr. Sardana, presented about rockfall mitigation, landslide mitigation. So that's what we do. So TechFab is one of the largest company in India for production of geohazard mitigation and geosynthetic products. So my presentation will cover mitigation and also monitoring, because both are equally important. So can you put up the slides, please? So my background is I'm doing LiDAR survey since 2002. I was the first LiDAR engineer in India, and I've been doing terrestrial LiDAR and also ground-based LiDAR for past 10 years. And I also founded the first INSAR service provider company in India. So to talk about TechFab, we have 7 factories all over India, and we are doing a lot of geohazard mitigation projects, geosynthetic manufacturing, largest manufacturer of geosynthetics. So I'll quickly show you some of the projects which we have done, and I'll talk about INSAR also. I'll show one of the case studies which we have recently done for NHAI, because so many people have talked about INSAR, so many people have talked about LiDAR. There are many paper has been published, but the gist is that we have to do on-ground work. And most of the papers which has been published are based on open source software. So that's where the difference is. So you have to invest in softwares, you have to process the data properly. That's when you can get the accuracies. Can you go to the next slide, please? So these are the different techniques for landslide mitigations. I think Sumit Sardana spoke in detail. We have rockfall barrier, high tensile steel wire meshes, self-drilling anchors. So this is part of the geohazard mitigation. And when we talk about monitoring has different kind of technologies available in the market. LiDAR is definitely one of them. LiDAR can be used for regular monitoring and periodic monitoring also. Then we have what Mr. Sardana said, something called HelloMac. HelloMac is basically where you get immediate notification when there is a rockfall event or natural hazard event is taking place. And then I think Madam Swapnamita spoke about active SAR, or you can say GB SAR or ground-based radar. So GB SAR or ground-based radars are very, very expensive equipments. One equipment can cost about 15 crore rupees. So what do you do with GBSAR? GBSAR is basically a very small area you can focus on, where you can do continuous monitoring. So what it does, it basically maps the surface, and then it compares the two DEMs, and then it tells you the kind of subsidence in the ground. To do a large area monitoring, apart from in situ monitoring like with inclinometer, and other piezometers and all, you can use, of course, INSAR. So INSAR is one of the area where you can focus on. Can you go to the next slide? So I'll show you 3 case studies very quickly. This is the first case study which we did for IRCON International. This project is part of the USBRL project, which Prime Minister Modi flagged off this project. So this is at bridge T47 and T48. 2 tunnels were connected with this bridge. You can see there's a large slope, almost 90 meters. So there was constant rockfall and landslides were happening from the upper ridges. So to protect the train when the train is passing through these 2 tunnels, we basically constructed a special steel tunnel, or you can call it a rockfall canopy. This was the first rockfall canopy of India. So this rockfall canopy can take a load of about 750 kilojoules. That is around almost 6 tons of boulders it can deflect. And the slope was covered with high tensile steel wire mesh, and we used city bolts also. So this is the first project we did for IRCON. This is the finished project you can see. So now the Vande Bharat train is passing through this tunnel every day. Go through the next slide. This is the second project. This is the first project for BRO, which was done in EPC mode. This was at a location called Narendranagar near Rishikesh. So there was a devastating landslide in 2016. So this landslide was mitigated using self-drilling anchors and high tensile steel wire meshes. So total 7,000 square meter of area basically covered. And you can see the path of the landslide, so which was basically affecting the Narendranagar town. So we used self-drilling anchors of 38 mm dia, and then we used hydroseeding also to cover the slope with vegetation. So if you go there right now, you'll see a completely green slope. So this was the first phase. In the second phase also, just 100 meters from this location, there was a devastating landslide in 2023. Can you go to the next slide? So this is the place just 100 meters from a very famous resort called Ananda Himalayas. So there was a landslide in 2023 in September. So we mitigated the landslide both hillside and also the valley side. So for the hillside, we started constructing a reinforced concrete wall. The height of the reinforced concrete wall was 66 meters. The reinforcement was done with self-drilling anchor of 38 millimeter. Design was done by THDC, and the vetting was done by IIT Roorkee. So you can see the complete slope on the right-hand side. And in the second page, we also covered the hill part also. Go to the next slide. This is a very recent project we finished in the town of Guwahati. This was a water treatment plant. The project was sponsored by JICA. It's a JICA-funded project. So below the water treatment plant, the slope was basically eroding. So you can imagine when the water is the whole tank is filled up with water, the kind of load it's going to bear. And if there is a landslide or slope failure, there could be a devastating impact because there are a lot of residences surrounding the area. So this particular water treatment plant lies in a seismic zone 5, and basically it receives a lot of rainfall in this particular area. So we constructed a 20-meter shored wall with a Gavin fascia, and we used self-drilling anchors, high tensile steel wire meshes for green fascia. As somebody says that, somebody was talking about, I think Mr. Kanungo was talking about that shortkit should not be used. So shortkit is not a good solution, especially where there are a lot of rainfall, because shortkit may clog, the shortkit may clog the pore holes basically. So hydrostatic state pressure start building up. So open solutions like high tensile steel wire meshes are better solution. Go to the next slide. So I'll talk about a little bit about INSAR very quickly. So INSAR is basically interferometric synthetic aperture radar. Everybody knows what INSAR is. And I think there's a beautiful example how important monitoring is. I think everybody knows about this particular landslide in Switzerland. It happened in Blatten on 28th of May. There was severe landslide. I think roughly there were 300 residents in this particular village. And on 19th of May, the entire village was evacuated because this particular landslide, can you play the movie also? This particular landslide was being monitored with all kind of technologies available in the market. So they used webcams, they used UAV drone video, seismometer, satellite and INSAR, GVSAR, drones with thermal imaging. So when we talk about monitoring, one single technology cannot handle this kind of landslides, because you need a multiple source of the data to come in to do the analysis part. So this is the recent event. Can you go to the next slide, please? So as I think everybody knows now about INSAR. So INSAR is basically interferometric synthetic aperture radar. So we started giving INSAR services in India as a commercially, and basically the satellites are taking data every 7 days or 11 days depending upon the revisiting time. And the best part with INSAR is that with Sentinel-1 we have a repository of past 10 years of data. So whenever you are planning an infrastructure in any particular hilly region, so you can always download the INSAR data and you can check whether the particular region is landslide prone or not. So this is a project which we executed for the National Highways Authority of India Limited. So we are basically monitoring the Jammu to Udhampur, Jammu to Banihal section every 15 days during the rainy season, and every month during the lean period. So you see the single dots, every single dot has XYZ coordinates, and on the left hand side you can see that we have categorized the movement or displacement on the ground as 10 centimeters, 1 centimeters, 2 centimeters, 3 centimeters. So if you click on any point, it basically generates a time series analysis. So on the basis of dates, you can see on the right hand side, the x-axis is giving the dates, and on the y-axis you can see the displacement. This particular image is from a tunnel called Pira, which was constructed by Gammon. There was a landslide event. We reported on 16th and the landslide took place on 19th. So depending upon the inverse velocity, you can calculate plus minus 3 or 4 days, there could be a possibility of landslide. So with INSAR, it is also possible with NGWI technique to map the moisture of the ground also. This is a very famous landslide, Cafeteria More. NHI constructed a tunnel also here, but later they abandoned the tunnel and they created a viaduct. Go to the next slide, please. So this was the place I was talking about. So we gave a warning on 17th of June, and the landslide took place within 2 days. So they had no time to react. So basically they cordoned off the entire area. So there was no casualty in this case. We also did a post-analysis of the Silkiara tunnel event on request of NHI, and we saw there were deformation. Especially between August and November, there was significant deformation between chain edge 200 and 300 that we could see from the surface actually. So we could do a post-bottom analysis of this particular incident. So with this, I come to the end of my presentation. I'd like to thank everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you, very succinct. Thanks a lot. Now we'll have Mr. Anand of AVS.
Good evening, everybody. Can I have the presentation, please? So, as a lot of people have pointed out, that road construction is a major reason for many of such problems which are being discussed here. So the good thing is that the people in the road sector are now coming up with sustainable solutions, innovative solutions, which are more towards the reduction of risk side, which has also been discussed here, that it is advisable to invest in reduction of risk of such events. And this presentation is also about how to have rapid response and robust responses if such events do occur. So let me go to the next slide, please. So we can go. So Aviation Infra is a leading sustainable solutions provider. We use methods of recycling and rejuvenating existing aggregates in the roads, so that it leads to lesser of mining, which I'll explain in greater detail as we go ahead. So why is the traditional road construction considered a cause of such events in the slope failures and landslides? Because they need a lot of aggregates, and indiscriminate mining has also been quite discussed here. Such activities happen, and they kind of destroy the whole flora and fauna and environment of the whole area, leads to soil erosion, and many times those things also lead to landslides. And the landslides related to road activities are of two types. One is that when the slopes are cut for creating the roads, so that is something which is more towards the design and implementation oriented. But if we talk in terms of long-term activities which are creating these instabilities related to road sector, then mining was also a very major activity in that direction. So if we are able to use certain methods wherein that mining is reduced, then certainly that is going to have a beneficial effect going ahead. Because if we are able to use the existing aggregates in the roads, and if we are able to use the RAP, which we call reclaim asphalt pavement, the existing RAP material is used for creating the bituminous layers. So that can lead to lesser mining, and in the long term, it will be more sustainable and cost effective for the country. So prevention is always better than cure. So basically, these kind of methods, they encourage use of locally available soil. So instead of depending on mining, we can use, based on these technologies, we can use the locally available soil and aggregates. And even the maintenance is lesser, because the road structure created is very strong, and it's ultimately in the long run also it leads to lesser maintenance activities, and so lesser consumption of aggregates. And in case certain such emergencies do happen, then these technologies also enable rapid rehabilitation. Because what happens is that since we are using the locally available aggregates and locally available soil, and we are using the stabilizer, specifically in our case it is the ANT stabilizer which is used, and we mix all of them locally at the same place where such event has occurred. So within hours, the road layers can be laid, and even the traffic can be started, because obviously in the remote areas where these events occur, the traffic is light. So within hours, the traffic can also be started, and immediate traffic movements start, and that leads to like a robust response. All the logistical requirements are met, and then the normalcy, like we can start achieving normalcy through these kind of technologies. So we have ANT stone roads. Basically, the ANT stabilizer is used for mixing the locally available stone and creating strong and cost-effective roads. Then full depth reclamation is also a very useful technology. If some roads are existing, there was a picture of a recycler 2-3 slides back. That is a recycler actually. It is taking out the and the aggregates in the existing road and mixing it right there and moving ahead. So behind it, the rollers pass over it, and just after compaction, the strength is achieved, because the process needs only thorough mixing of the aggregates and the stabilizer and compaction. After that, the strength is achieved within 2 hours, and the traffic can be started. So that is the kind of technology in road construction. So it is like, one, it is reducing the road consumption of aggregates from mining areas. Another, it is giving a very fast response, coming back to the normalcy. To some extent, it can be used for stabilizing the local slopes also, though it is not specifically like for long slopes, but and creating the local drains to immediately start all those necessary requirements. Bituminous rejuvenation is also very relevant, because again, the existing roads would have the bituminous component, so they can also be taken out and recycled using the ANT modifier for that purpose. So I think I have kept
Thank
it
you.
short because
Excellent.
being the last person to present,
No,
I have kept it.
you were very responsible, and I was very responsible. I didn't interrupt you despite you were the last. So we have to always be nice to the guy who comes last. So that was great. Thank you to all four of you. And I noticed that all four technologies are different, all four spheres of work are different, and all four regions where you're working are different. The case studies you were demonstrating are of different kind. And if you can offline tell us how we can scale up this interaction so that the big problem in disaster risk reduction that one is seeing here at NDMA and at NIDM is that when there is technologies available, it's very expensive. If it's very expensive, funds are required, funds are limited, then there are funds available. How do you get them released and approved because the right kind of project is not made? How do you bring the corporate social responsibility funds into this sector which needs it the most? Because CSR funds essentially go to slightly larger non-profits because they are able to make the project reports in such a way that the large companies that are giving out CSR are able to approve those because of their audit requirements and all that. So these are a few very strange dichotomies which are coexisting in the country today, which is what the role of NDMA and IDM is. And we would encourage you to reach out to us with, emails or just write-ups on how we can scale our efforts and how we can connect all these or connect all these disconnects. So that is one open invitation to everybody, and please clog Dipali's email. We'll be very happy if you do that. So thank you so much, and we will end this session. Our chief guest is here. So once we finish our photograph and our memento giving ceremony, then we'll invite the chief guest to come here.
Thank you, everyone. So now we conclude the last session of this workshop. That was mitigation interventions. So now I request for the group photograph for the entire panel. And after that, I request Rizvi sir to please present the mementos to the panelists.
Come close back. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That was great. Great demonstration. Wish you well. Thank you so much, sir.
I request all the states who are present in this workshop, kindly please contact these private players who are very good in mitigating the slopes. So you are going to learn much more from these private industry partners. So it's a good opportunity to connect, to network among each of us to do so. So, sir, should I break for tea or can we bring it? Okay. Sir, So now we have arrived to the last session or the much awaited session because we have already, computed so much of time since morning. So it's the valedictory session. So in this valedictory session, we are pleased to inform you that our chief guest for the valedictory session from MHA is Additional Secretary Disaster Management Division, Shri Sanjeev Zindalji. He's just outside. We are just about to call him. So once he enters, so we will just begin the valedictory session with the overview of the workshop and some remarks by Dr. Vatsa. So before we begin the session, once the sir arrives, just a small piece of information for those who are not aware. So since morning we have used one term that we have launched our project of landslide, that is National Landslide Risk Mitigation Program. So in this program we are having 15 states. So for more information, whatever you need to know about this program, what components are there, how we are going to, help the states in doing the mitigation interventions in the particular site vulnerable in their areas. So you can grab more information by just scanning your ID cards. So there are 2 QR codes. The first QR code has a panelist profile also. In case you need to contact any of the panelists for getting more information from learning from their expertise, you can go through this. And the second one is the QR code for the National Landslide Risk Mitigation Program, which will be dealing with the proposal document which is approved, and it will give you the information about the different components in that entire program. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to share that our chief guest for the valedictory session, Additional Secretary, Disaster Management Division, Shri Sanjeev Jindal ji has arrived. So Safi sir आ रहे हैं. Safi sir आ रहे हैं. वो ही उन्हीं का वेट कर रही हूँ. बोला सर वो बाहर है बस. Now I request Shri Sanjeev Jindal to come on the dais, the chief guest of today's valedictory session. I request Rajendra Singh sir to please join us on the dais, Shri Safi Hassan Rizvi sir and Dr. Krishna Aswat sir. So this workshop has brought together some of the finest minds in geology, engineering, disaster risk management and innovation. Together we have reflected, debated and envisioned new ways to tackle one of the India's most complex and growing hazards, landslides. To begin the valedictory session, I now invite Shri Safi S.N. Rizvi, Advisor Mitigation NDMA, to deliver an overview of the workshop highlighting the key takeaways and the outcomes of the day. Please, sir.
Thank you so much. So we had a very fruitful day today, and the bravest people have stayed back, and all the really weak ones, the cowards, have left. So thank you so much for staying back for the final session and for listening to us again and again. So what is most interesting about this entire workshop was, one, the participation, that normally we expected that this hall wouldn't be full, it would be half full. And at 9:30 it was half full, but slowly by 10 o'clock, I think the back benches were also full. So the kind of interest in a subject which is only interesting when people see it on television after a heavy monsoon and everybody says, oh, it's so sad, and then everybody forgets and moves on. So the details to which the kind of mix of people that we had invited, I mean, congratulations to Dipali for organizing it in such a way that we called scientists who are really working on absolutely intensive subjects on the subject of landslide mitigation, landslide monitoring, landslide early warning systems, and how do you figure out how to resolve an issue which is created by a landslide. So the kind of people we got, scientists, policymakers, practitioners, private sector, public sector. Initially, I was a bit skeptical, should we call the private sector? But she's a fighter, so she fought and she fought. And in the end, she got an entire session with the private sector. So it was a very fruitful addition. Thank you so much. And that doesn't mean you keep fighting all the time. But this is the kind of atmosphere we work in. We've tried to give you a little window of the kind of atmosphere we have in NDMA. We have a very smiling and a very motivating leader in Mr. Rajinder Singh. He is always there in the front, leading us from the front, always pumping us up when we are a bit low. When the person sitting to his left has refused one of our projects, then we are low. So he then pumps us up and says, never mind, we'll go back again. Then you have Mr. Jindal here, who is the real repository of all the 2.28 lakh crores that was spoken of since morning. And he has the entire bank account, and he also has the key, and he has the spare key also. So that is Mr. Jindal for you. And he's a very unassuming and a very simple person. And he has been extremely open to all our absolutely newfangled and new ideas that come from here. Initially, it appears where these ideas come from, but he listens to us patiently, and he has been instrumental in a lot of the mitigation programs. At least 6 of them have been finalized now. So 6 national mitigation programs, which has never been done before in India, has been done in this last financial year, all because of the efforts of Mr. Jindal and the Union Home Secretary. We must give them a warm hand of applause. So this was the 20% window of mitigation, then there was a 30% window of reconstruction. That also was not being opened. There were various issues with the Ministry of Finance, but with all the help we got from Mr. Jindal, we did about 15 PDNAs we've done, of which 2 got cleared, and we, the 3 of us, Dr. Vatsa, Mr. Rajinder Singh and myself, we have seen for ourselves about the kind of problems that there were, the kind of nitty-gritty we had to go into to get Sikkim and Himachal, their reconstruction projects approved. Well, that has been done. That was a very difficult fight that was fought, and the 4 of us fought it together. So all of these things, all these difficulties we have faced together, they have brought us to a level where when the 16th Finance Commission grants come, we will be starting off on a flying start, and we'll be doing pretty well in taking that program forward. Then we have Dr. Krishna Vatsa, who's been our leader in thought on disaster management. All the new thought, all the absolutely interesting techniques that there are in mitigation and reconstruction, he has guided us as to what is happening in the world, what is the history of that subject, and plus exposing us to the network of disaster management, scientists, academics, and professionals in the country today. Between Mr. Rajinder Singh and myself, we may not have known any of you today, but it's because of him and the kind of excellent experts that we have hired. That's why we got to know the entire community. It's a massive community. I came from the security side of the world. I did not know anybody of you earlier, and except for some of our journalist friends who are sitting here who know me in a completely different avatar, where I was always wearing an invisible cloak. But in this avatar, the new people that there are available are PhDs, scientists, startups, companies, academicians, senior, junior. So it's a very nice mix of people, and we are very happy to say that we are taking disaster risk management to a completely new level. Standing right here just about 4 days ago, Dr. P.K. Mishra, the Principal Secretary to Prime Minister, was praising NDMA, NDRF, and all the disaster management agencies a lot. And he also said that the manner in which India has got its disaster risk financing windows finalized and how we are operating them is something that people from all over the world were praising to him on a recent visit when he went overseas. So we have basically actually started, without knowing it, a process which is globally being recognized. And it is a great credit to our community spirit and all the scientists that have worked with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for encapsulating the core messages and the momentum we have built through this workshop. So now I would like to call upon Shri Rajendra Singh ji to share his special views on the workshop. Right? So special views. Okay, so moving ahead, now I would like to call upon our chief guest for the valedictory session, Shri Sanjeev Kumar Jindal ji, Additional Secretary Disaster Management, Ministry of Home Affairs, to deliver the valedictory address.
Thank you. Respected members of NDMA, Mr. Rajendra Singh and Dr. Krishna S. Vassa, Rijvi sir, and thank you sir for the kind words you have mentioned just now. And we have among the audience Dr. Sudesh Kumar, former DG from GSI, Dr. Swamita ji from Vadi Institute, and Dr. Kanugo from CBRI. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's truly an honor to be with you today in this esteemed gathering of geoscientists, policymakers, field engineers, and disaster risk professionals. At the outset, I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to NDMA and GSI for convening this timely and ambitious workshop. And I also take this opportunity to congratulate NDMA for the initiative of CoDRR, a focused series of dialogues on critical hazards. Today's session has brought much needed attention to one of the most complex and increasingly urgent challenge confronting our country, the landslide risk, especially in the fragile Himalayas and Western Ghat regions. As many of you have reiterated during this day, that India accounts for almost 15% of the world's landslide area, such as Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh, Kerala, parts of Maharashtra, and the Northeast, which experience a recurring landslide, often with tragic consequences. The recent events in Sikkim and Wayanad remind us these are no longer isolated natural incidents. They are cascading disasters, exacerbated by human intervention and intensified climate impacts. The protection of lives and property from landslides is not just a development concern, it's essential for ensuring a safe and resilient future, particularly given the growing human settlement along the mountain slopes. The toll is sobering if we look at the data. More than 300 to 350 lives are lost every year due to landslide alone. This is the figure which we are reported to us. There are many figures which are not reported to us. This is a number we must and can reduce with our action from the workshop like this. The Geological Survey of India has made commendable progress in identifying hazard-prone zones, and they have developed zonation map of 1 into 50,000 and now working on 1 into 10,000. The launch of early warning pilots is a step in the right direction with ground level data and expanding satellite coverage. Our biggest challenge now is how quickly we can migrate from pilot to real-time forecasting. The workshop like this of today is not just academic exchange, it has served as a critical national dialogue on saving lives, safeguarding infrastructure, and enabling resilient development in landslide-prone areas. The theme of today's deliberation, 3 M's and 3 R's, provide us a clear and actionable roadmap. The 3 M's which you have discussed, mapping, monitoring, mitigation, forms the pillar of a pre-disaster preparedness. And the 3 R, the risk assessment, rapid response, and robust recovery. These ensure our post-disaster systems are effective and adaptive. In 2019, NDMA has formed a national landslide risk management strategy to mainstream landslide risk reduction, strengthen state capacities, and provide technical handholding. 6 years on, it's time to translate policy into action, into projects. As just mentioned, that number of mitigation projects have been approved, and one of them is a landslide risk mitigation project, which covers the 15 states. The momentum now lies with the states to take ownership and implement mitigation projects in a time-bound and sustained manner. In this regard, I would request all the state agencies present here to translate today's insight into local level planning and execution, institutionalize risk-based land use zoning, invest in community-centric early warning systems, and most importantly, promote public awareness and behavioral change in vulnerable hill communities. From today's agenda and presentation, it's clear that we have the science and knowledge. What we now need is the scale and speed. Let's move from pilots to full-scale programs. Let's incentivize nature-based and eco-based sensitive solutions. And let's not forget, resilience is not only about how quickly we respond, but how wisely we rebuild. From Ministry of Home Affairs, we have, I can assure you the full support, whatever the solution, technical solution you provide us, we are ready to support. We have the funds, we have the will to take decisions. So now, from the ground level, if you prepare the project and implement them, that will be the key for our action. Once again, from MHA, I would like to thank NDMA, GSI, and participants for your dedication, your insights, and your collective resolve to advance landslide risk resilience in India. Let's take this dialogue forward into action, collaboration, and lasting impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the encouraging words and for reaffirming the national commitment to landslide risk reduction and resilience. To outline the way forward and the next step, I now call upon Dr. Krishna Vatsa, member NDMA, for sharing his views. Please, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Safiji, for organizing this wonderful workshop. We had such a great participation, day-long proceeding on all the aspects, various aspects of landslide risk management. See, and we also have now, we don't call it landslide risk management, we say slope and solutions. This is a savvy way of presenting landslides, and we will become savvier and savvier. So, thank you. See, the day-long proceedings, I enjoyed it, but also it brought out what we know more and what we know better. We know risk assessment better, we know monitoring better, and some of these things got more highlighted. What are the various mapping techniques? What is the scale on which we can map the landslides? How should we look at the slopes? What is perhaps not so much discussed is the set of mitigation measures. That perhaps our knowledge of mitigation measures is still deficient. In practical terms, not so much in the theoretical terms, in practical terms, because we have not implemented mitigation measures. So one aspect that we would like to emphasize, and the program that we are implementing is essentially a mitigation project. And as we discussed in the TAC, most of the resources must be allocated for the mitigation. So what we have decided, 80 to 85% of resources must be spent on specific mitigation measures. So we are talking about the bioengineering measures. Bioengineering measures is essentially a combination of engineering measures and some of the ecological measures. It requires to be elaborated. It requires to be, I think, made more popular. How should we go about conceiving bioengineering measures, and how should we do it on a large scale? How should we think of different kinds of bioengineering measures for different kinds of slopes? These are some of the things that we need to learn more. Gabion walls, retaining walls, all those things are very, very important. But we also know that afforestation. But how do we bring this together so that we have more sustainable solution. And this is very, very important, and I expect more discussion, perhaps more guidelines. We should think of specific guidelines on some of these aspects. We discussed a lot on the mapping techniques, instrumentation. Perhaps we need, based on the proceedings, we need to issue certain guidelines to the states so that they can undertake some of these activities. We also discussed the mapping, and some of us mentioned that 1:5,000 is not necessary for the entire area, but some of the areas perhaps it would be necessary. We need to identify which are the hotspots, and for those hotspots, we should have maps of a sufficient high resolution. So these are some of the important things that we need to do, and as NDMA, we should issue the detailed instructions. What is extremely important is how the state should access the technical assistance. We have been discussing it, but perhaps it's time to, I realize that we need to be a little more structured, more organized. We need to identify the institutions. Perhaps we need to have a group of scientists who can help the state governments on a continuous basis. We also need to specify the essential core strength, scientific strength, technical strength that the states must have to implement the program. Without that strength, the states won't be able to implement the program, and perhaps we will write formally to all the state governments, laying down some of these. I hope you are taking note of these points. These are the points that have emerged in course of the day, and we will follow it up. So all the technical and institutional issues that need to be addressed to make this program more effective on the ground it is very, very important. We also need to make the project more community oriented. We didn't talk about the communities enough today. How the communities get affected, how the communities need to be trained, how the communities need to be more aware of the vulnerability of the risks arising from slope instability. So that is also a point that needs to be addressed, and we need to identify all the communities which are exposed to the landslide risk. It's not difficult to do that. Maybe we cannot identify every slope, but communities, yes, we can definitely identify, and this is something that is absolutely essential. The final point, which I made in the morning also, and this is something that we will reiterate and reinforce time and again, I expect all the states to develop regulations for slope stability. It is not just that we do mitigation, we do projects without the regulations, suitable regulations, how to carry out the development measures on slopes, we will not really be achieving our most important objective. If we have to address landslides on a long-term sustainable basis, every state must have regulations. How to ensure the right kind of development, what kind of geotechnical investigations they must carry out before they undertake the development. No, anything beyond 30 degree, there should not be any development. So these are some of the things that all the states must develop, and I think we will impress upon all the states who are participating in this project to do these things. So we are carrying a whole lot of lessons, a whole lot of takeaway points from the discussion today, and we will formally convey it to all the state governments. And I will also request all our knowledge partners, all our eminent scientists to provide their wisdom, to provide their technical expertise, to all the estates, and if there is a more organized way of doing it, more systematic way of doing it, we will also devise that. So thank you very much for turning up in such large numbers and participating in the proceedings very enthusiastically. We are definitely very, very encouraged by your support, your participation, your response, and your learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vatsa, for detailing the key messages of the day and showing us a path that is both visionary and grounded in real-world relevance. Thank you so much once again. So now, I would like to formally conclude this impactful workshop, and I request Ms. Sushmita to deliver the vote of thanks. She is the JIS expert of NDMA. Please.
Good evening, everyone. As we come to conclusion of the CoDRR-14 workshop on slope and solution, analyzing 3 M's for 3 hours in landslide risk resilience, it's my honor and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on the behalf of NDMA and GSI. I would like to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to Sri Sanjeev Kumar Jindal sir for gracing the occasion with his presence and for sharing his valuable insight on the strategic priorities in disaster risk management. We extend our sincere gratitude to Sri Ashish Saha sir for his valuable address during the inaugural session. We extend our sincere gratitude to Dr. Soibal Ghosh sir for his insight and guidance throughout the session. We sincerely thank Sri Rajendra Singh sir for his constant support and leadership. As the backbone of NDMA, your guidance, clarity, and deep understanding continue to inspire and strengthen our efforts in disaster risk management. We would like to express our sincere thanks to Dr. Krishna S. Vatsa sir for his continuous guidance throughout the workshop, for his sharing his valuable technical and policy-oriented insight during the Way Forward session. Sir, your vision play a key role in shaping NDMA's effort towards strengthening disaster resilience in the country. We are especially thankful to Sri Safi Hassan Rizvi sir for being the driving force behind this workshop. His clear vision, dedicated leadership, and constant encouragement play a key role in making this event a success. Sir, your sharp insight, steady guidance, and energy truly keep us all in our toes in the best way possible. To all our moderator, presenter, panelists, and discussion, thank you for your sharing your time, expert, and innovative ideas. Your contribution across the themes of early warning mapping, modeling, infrastructure, and nature-based solution were truly outstanding. A special word of appreciation of our organizing team of NDMA. And finally, to all our participants, your enthusiasm, engagement, and commitment to building a safer, more resilient India have been the truly driving force behind today's success. With that, we officially began the proceeding of CoDRR-14 to a close. Thank you once again. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Sushmita. Now I request Rajendra Singh sir to present the memento to our chief guest. Sir, can we have a group photograph with all the participants present? All participants, please come here. We can have a group photograph together.
मिल गया आपको? सभा मत यार आ जाओ। सभा काय कर रहे हो?
इतना बड़ा कैमरा तो होगा नहीं।
Thank you.
Tall, I mean, this guy, blue shirt, please.
Yes.
कैमरा फोटो लो एक निकालो